stuff goes live. That was way faster. So those tech things did work. So we're going to pick up where we left off, which is to be determined was the... Oh, let me turn that off. I've been experimenting with some challenge run stuff off stream. Disable that one. So I gotta reload the game real fast. My apologies. I was doing some experimenting with RimWorld stuff for other challenges to do, and some of those were involving the more vanilla biomes. And so that's all the thing was warning me is like, hey, you've got more mods loaded than I use. Do you want to load anyways? No. No, let's not scuff a save that's got that much time in it. But as I was saying on the Twitch side, for those now tuning in with the YouTube, we're doing the all endings challenge, run, whatever you want to call it, which is basically just to do all those endings in one colony. We have done the anomaly ending, check that box, it's done. We have launched the ship, check that box, it's done. We did fail the royalty ending right at the end, like in 1 day from the end. We didn't die, we didn't lose anyone. We accidentally turned the Empire hostile to us during it by orbital bombarding their troops. You know, as you do. The Empire definitely deserved it. So we do need to do that, so you can see where I've got my throne room and all that down here in the corner. We are actively working on, this is the ship to the stars save on the other side of the world. You can see we just arrived, we're still unloading our caravan and taking apart all the things I don't need to wealth reduce. Basically what the plan here is, I just need to get some defenses. So realistically the way this goes is I'm probably going to put a wall up here. Gonna bring it around this way. Because unfortunately the size of the ship, I can't make it a smaller area. And then what'll end up happening is around probably here. I will make my defensive position for the enemies. And then most likely back here, I'll probably give us, it probably needs to be a little bit bigger than that to not get mood penalties. So yeah, so I don't want to do that spot because there's a spot of water right there. So it kind of sucks that this particular tile with that water is a little bit of a pain. But yeah, so the idea is this will be an area that we draw the enemies into. I'm going to be taking advantage of, it's not an exploit so much as a cheesy strat, but I'm going to be taking advantage of a cheesy strat where we basically put a bunch of fire in this room, and when they come in here, we start lighting it up, and as long as it's not mechs, they just straight up die. And then the idea being, you know, we are going to do what we can to make it a thing. Yeah, so we go like this. We can probably fit traps and everything in there so that they... That's not right. Yeah, so you'd go down this way. Alright, so I need a little bit more space here. Sucks that that water's right there. That water being right there messes with the design a little bit. We won't do the trap thing. But I'm going to do it that way. And the idea is we leave the door open here, and we leave the door open here. When everything kicks off, we start chucking stuff in here as fast as possible. One thing I will need to do is I will need to make this an open area. So, little design change. This will be the bedroom. And then this is all outdoors. Because if I don't do it that way, when I start heating that room, the heat will bubble over into this room, and then we cook our bedroom. And that would be bad. But yeah, so we are going to get a stone cutting bench here as soon as we can to get someone cutting stone to try and get actual stone walls. Because if I make any of this out of wood, the raiders will walk up, they'll start lighting on fire and then go in, and then I got a problem. So meanwhile, what's going on with you, Rongor? Oh, right. You got your leg shot off. We had so many, like, actual tough fights. And then it was just like a normal, not even really difficult battle. Luckily, they hit the bionic leg and not the Archotech. But yeah, so we're just waiting for you to recover. And also, our colony is, like, super duper juiced. If we look at our characters... Deathless, 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 Deathless. all of them are deathless and super blotting, which I believe the exception of Moriarty and Moriarty, Blair, Illicit, and Draconic are the only ones who don't have deathless because I ran out of the Arcosite, whatever. I have not had a colony I've been able to juice the biotech nearly as much, and it's pretty exciting. I actually do want all of these components to rot, which may sound counterintuitive, but those are ultimately a bunch of wealth. And with this strategy around doing the Ship of the Stars, it is entirely around, I need to make my wealth as low as humanly possible. Yeah, so these actually hold a decent bit of value per item. So if we look at that, that's 200 per item. So right there, that represents, what, 8,000? And then for the components, it's 32 bucks each. So that represents another almost 1,000. This is true. They will rot faster in the water. You're not wrong. So I can go out here and just say, boom, storage, clear, critical, components. That way, again, that they haul all that in there. And then as we get the alpaca unpacked, we are just setting them wild, because again, they also have a decent amount of wealth. And we are trying to keep the wealth as absolutely low as possible here. That's the entire strategy around this one, is we want to make sure our wealth is low enough that we don't get mech raids. Or if we do, like, one Scyther shows up and then these two can just thwack it on the head till it dies. And you're just going to have a bunch of upsetness, and that's just going to be the way it is. We'll get that managed here in a minute. Right now, Kalaria is doing their best to disassemble the non-critical components of the ship. So we're leaving the 2 pods back here. I'm really sad that this is way up here. You know, we are going to get enough materials out of this. I can probably move that. Hang on. Ship. That's a sensor cluster? I'm not sure if we'll get the gold back. Everything else would be easy. Do I have really easy to get at gold? I do. I think it's worth us changing the style. Let's see, do you not need any more materials for the ship? No. The ship, this is the Ship to the Stars. The ship comes pre-built. I'm actually disassembling non-essential parts to the ship, is what we're doing right now. So I'm going to move the sensor cluster here and deconstruct this. I will probably need to mine one of the tiles of gold, but I think 1 tile of gold is all I need. So we'll put you to do that. But the idea here is we have so much food that I don't need to worry about this. All right, so all these animals, get them out of here. They're not needed. I will need to probably cut down a tree or 2 more. Because I want to close in that so the animals don't eat my food. Yeah, so first we're just trying to enclose this. We'll worry about other stuff later. But the goal here is to have the value as cheap as possible. I do have the incinerator. Why are you not building? Build first, please. I would have rather had the Molotovs. I was supposed to bring Molotovs, but I made a mistake when I was moving over here and forgot to bring the Molotovs until I was, like, way too far. And so we are going to try and substitute the Molotovs with the incinerator. I am concerned that's not going to work. That still might work for our purposes, though, because if Draconic holds the line, I'm just flamethrowing over the top of the group as they're sitting in a narrow hallway. That should work wonders for dealing with anyone in the hallway. I'm also curious if I can just shoot the incinerator at a wall, even though it shouldn't do damage. We can actually, let's test that real fast, because that is one part of this theory I care about. That's steel. Yeah, let's shoot at the granite wall, because my theory is that this should do no damage. Awesome, so you can. That's all I needed, so that should, in theory, potentially work. Why are you not building that wall? We have an Imperial trade ship going by at our main colony. See if we got anything good there. You are back up, so we'll deal with getting your leg replaced here in a moment. You take the Psi T. We've already got Zeus hammers and all that. Yeah, let's go ahead. I mean, it's a really good plasma sword. Like, it really is good. Just the plasma swords causing fire ends up being as much of a liability as a benefit that I just don't really end up using them. Field hand, psychic readers. That's all fine. I was hoping for, like... We've also been looking for alpaca or muffalo. Alright, so we want to go to Rongor. Rongor is missing their right leg. So install bionic leg right. So I'm going to need Rongor to get to the hospital. And rest real fast. And then get one of our really good doctors to take care of that. Because Rongor is probably our strongest melee pawn. And so we really do need them to be in as good a shape as possible. Also, something I've learned, don't give Deathless to ghouls. It doesn't help. Because they don't die, but you also can't resurrect them right away, so it takes them out of the fight even longer. And you're dealing with a lot of mood break stuff. Shambler Assault. 10 Shamblers. That is not ideal. Grab your assault rifle as fast as you can. We're Hellcat. Because they potentially will attack the ship. I'm going to try to draw them up here and use that water as a blocker. If that works, I should be able to prevent a lot of damage to the ship. Because Shambler Assault will just beeline straight for you. Do you have any good animals nearby? Go tank, Alpaca. Alright. They've still got 3 down here and 1 over the right. Reposition a little bit over to the right. Just trying to avoid drawing them over the ship itself. Anywhere else is fine, but they draw over the ship, they can potentially destroy the ship parts. Okay. Hey, Cerise, how's it going? Alright, so we have defeated them all. We did take some injuries. The good bad news of it is Kalaria's Star here is a Deathless and will recover. The bad news is Draconic is a Yatkin, so they heal slowly. Let's also go over here, critical, all corpses. Any corpse we get, dump it in the water. You're scaring me, you're that close to those bodies. We are likely going to have some breaks. Ooh, okay. So we got a Centurion. We've got 6 Centipede Blasters and a couple little guys we don't care about. Actually, take that back. So that's actually a pretty nasty group there. Especially with our main melee pawn being down, who's the one who's supposed to lock them up. Luckily, we got a little bit of time before they will attack. So restrict everyone to safety. And we're going to hopefully have Rongor get up here real fast. Because without Rongor being involved in this is going to be a real messy fight. Let's see, weather was nasty. You did a couple of 360s on your way home, but you made it home? Jeez. That is not a good time. Let's have you get on the EMPs. I do think this is going to be, a lot of this is going to be around disabling them as long as we possibly can. Oh, thank goodness you're at least able to stand up. If you can stand up, that means you can at least tank for a little bit. Do we doomsday them? Where is your hammer? There you go. Do we try to doomsday them? I've got this thing, and it's almost more a liability than anything in here. I wonder if I can line up a doomsday and just drop it on them. What's the range on the doomsday? This is an important question. I believe it's much shorter than the lancers could shoot. 36. I think the lancers are like 42. Alright, Moriarty. I got a mission for you. It's dangerous. I just need you to get close enough that you can pop a doomsday into the group. I know that shield's gonna help them out a bit. But my fear is like having one person break and having problems with the doomsday. Yeah, normally, if I kept Go Juice around, this would be the exact time he used Go Juice. You pop the Go Juice, run out here, fire, and then run away. That's way too long of a spool up. Just get back. Just get back as fast as you can. Have people ready to intercept, because you gotta run. The good news is you're gonna have cover once you get around that geothermal. You just need to not get popped in the leg on your way over there. Keep on running. Okay. So pop that door. You should be fine. We're just gonna have to straight up fight. This is what we're gonna have to do. So this is a situation that I fully believe we need as many people in melee right there to begin with. Blair here is gonna cover the door and just try to drop EMP on that. Let me keep Rongor in reserve over here. The rest of you are gonna just use what cover you can. This is going to be a very messy fight. But the hope is I can disable that shield with using the EMP, and honestly manage to just not lose a whole bunch of people from the sheer amount of everything being thrown at this. The other good news is they're all lagging behind. Why are you cutting that far to the south? Is someone close to hold the door? No, you're just gonna have to make it work on your own. You're gonna get intercepted. Rongor and you, get over here. Moriarty's gonna get caught. Get to the door. The door should close behind the Scythers. How badly you get cut up? Pretty badly. So combat medic, get in there. Please kill it already. What are you doing up here? It's a terrible place to be. Okay, so get over here. Nina is gonna get ready to deal with the stuff at the door, just out of line of sight. You wait down here to intercept. Feel bad for her? Yeah, no, it was a bad call. It's fine. I believe you are Deathless? No, you're the only not Deathless pawn. That was not the right person to send to do that. So Alyssa will take care of that. We'll go here and get our Detoxifier Kidney. Actually... Alyssa, new plan. I want you to rescue Moriarty. Carry Moriarty over here to Blair. You're gonna be too late. Never mind. Just rescue. I was going to use the unnatural healing to just deal with it real fast, but this is already gonna be kicked off by the time that happens. Alright, so we can start just dropping EMPs. So the good thing is we're gonna get this in kind of 2 waves. Scoot you 1 step far back. Alright, now's where things are gonna get spicy. Is hopefully we can take those down before that shield gets in range. How are you doing? You barely have any hits. And are you all patched up yet? You're getting there. Oh, did I actually get that Detoxifier Kidney going? Add Detoxifier Kidney. Oh wait, never mind, I'm just gonna unnatural heal it. I don't need to make it. Cool, so we've got all of them tied up in melee. Probably pop the Metal Blood just in case friendly fire. Which is kind of the goal here, was just get them into melee as fast as possible. Rongor's standing in reserve in case Nina goes down or something breaks away from it. I'm trying to not let Rongor get caught. That's not a great position. I need you to scoot out. I need you to scoot out. We can work with this. Please die already. Okay. So this is going to be a problem. I'm hoping I can just poke over there. Okay. So you're down. Adjust those EMPs to be able to hit all of them. We're doing okay. And then the moment those say adapted, Rongor runs in and the EMPs get out. Okay, you're up now. You've done your job. Get out of here. And go ahead and undraft, go down here, and go patch up Moriarty. You've done what you can. Occasional friendly fire hitting the shield belt, and with that, we are sorted. You go grab your gun again. Yeah, so that should give you your kidney back. Oh, you're supposed to be over here on natural healing. My bad. You got a pretty good torso gunshot. Alright, so orders, allow, schedule. Everyone's back off a restriction except Blair and Illicit because they're too valuable and not good combat pawns. Oh, I forgot to open the queue. There we go. Queue is open. And then I will pin that message. Alright. So unnatural healing gave you your kidney back. Cool. Nino is still down. Yeah, so Nina would have died there because their torso was destroyed, but because they are deathless, they did not die, so they'll be back in 7 days. Let's go ahead and rescue Nina. To keep them being fed, they do have to have medicine set. That's fine. Please get these corpses out of here. And what are you working on? I need to get those beds set up, or we're going to deal with more and more mood breaks. But they've almost got that enclosed. Is that all our wood? Yes. They're building the sensor there. Okay, so I need you to mine that one tile. Because you need 4 gold, and I have 2 gold. Did we manage to mine that one tile real fast? Then we'll be able to turn around and get the ship built, and we can change that entire perimeter way smaller with that. Which would be good, because that'll reduce a lot of our wealth, a lot of our material costs, and a lot of the setup time. You both set the doctoring 1. Why is this not happening? Yeah, so with this, because we're able to make the ship much, much, much smaller, and get rid of this plan I've got here. And so instead, we cut this across this way. That'll be like the interior space. We can have our room that we sleep in. Slash has recreation and all that. That'll be over here. I'm gonna make a little tunnel back here. That opens directly into the ship where we have the pods. I will need the one space opening in between. And then we'll have, like, the defensive spot here. So, like, they'll be able to come in this area. Alright, I need an outdoor tile in between there, just to make sure we don't cook ourselves. So then we'd have this and this. Do I leave that open to... I mean, yeah, we probably leave that open to the ship. So again, that could be an exterior space. Because, honestly, they get through here and they fought their way into my actual room. We're probably dead anyways. Like, that's definitely reached that point of no return. Meanwhile, for you need medical treatment. Why are you not getting treated? You're doctoring 1. Get to work. I know they're bruises, but I need them to heal at least somewhat quickly. Alright, let's have you cut down a couple more trees so you can finish the box around the food before we have a bunch of animals living in there. The other thing that needs to be done is the wood stone cars. This is the big mistake I made, is Dracona can't really contribute much other than hauling and cleaning. Which is what it is. So you're healing up and you're going to be fine. No one else lost any limbs, which is good. You should be getting over that pretty soon. Yeah, you're missing a finger. Do we have a bunch of bionics laying around now? We have the spine and a healing enhancer. Okay. Do you already have a healing enhancer? Oh, right, we weren't sure if that was going to replace something. You have a healing enhancer. We're looking for the first person who doesn't have. I'll have to see what the quest is there in a second. Operate. Oh, no, you already have one. Yeah, so we will install a healing enhancer. Scan that. Temporary workers, are you what take for full season? No, thank you. Okay, so Moriarty's back up. You're gonna tend to Rongor. Why has Rongor not been tended to? And then you'll grab your assault rifle. Where is Rongor? What's going on here? Oh, you're attending to the lung rot. Yeah, that's fair. We're getting like weird prioritization here. Because normally it Normally it prioritizes building what's existing over deconstructing. Are you sleeping yet? Oh, you're still tired, that's fine. But not sure what that's all about. Let's see. You had and you bleed. It sounds like your kind of job. You haul and you bleed? Yeah. Yup. And sadly, Very Last Lardine had an affair while all this is going on. So we basically have like a -10 mood buff over there that can do nothing about. It's just going to be there. Unless Lardine dies or divorces. That would honestly be the best case scenario, is if Very Last Lardine broke it off. But I think Draconic needs to be there for that to happen. So we now just have this -10 debuff that I can't do literally anything about. It's just going to be there. Actually, that's not true. There's 0 chance you can romance each other, right? Well, I mean, very, very horrible chance. And that can make the mood debuffs worse. If I get them to romance each other, it makes it a non-issue, but 6%'s pretty terrible. If there's a couple rescues or anything like that, that might be able to fix it. Go eat something before you lose your mind. Take a hit of ambrosia for the mood. Why are you so prioritized the deconstructing? I don't understand. Meanwhile, on the tile, we luckily have granite as like one of the main blocks, and granite's the strongest stone we got available. That is going to be the big thing, is trying our best to have enough granite to make all this. I am probably going to have to cut some brick along the way. Alright, so for this to work, that has to be a door, that has to be a door, that has to be a door. It honestly doesn't matter if the door is here or here. I'm going to put up there, though. And then these doors get held open. That door does not. This door does not. We need to go here and say, do not roof this area. And then roof all of this. Do not roof this area. These two doors need to be held open. Try prioritizing deconstructing wood isn't technically in storage. That could be. I'm usually not dealing with the issues of, like, everything else going on. Yes, you're dragging all the corpses and the components we don't need and everything else over there, creating wealth over there. Can we... Yeah, so now you're out of wood again is the actual problem. Smoke Leaf Binge? I think I've got like 3 units. Have a good time. That'll probably be enough wood to finish enclosing that space. We are launching this with just the 2 of them. I do not want steel in here. Or plasteel. We do not want any wools in here. We do not want uranium in here. All of those things serve no purpose for our objectives. Oh, I forgot I have the actual Devil Strand sleeping bag. There should be a second sleeping bag here somewhere. Or bedroll. There we go. Because that'll be something for them to sleep in. That'll give a little bit better of a mood. Oh yeah, no, but all this went down, like the whole affair and everything, well before Draconic stuff. Okay, so meanwhile, add, not any stone brick. Granite. Still until you have 200, which is the minimum we can set that up. Because we'll need to cut more of that to make all this work. And you're upset because your throne room doesn't have its flares up. Because we've run out of wood again. Because basically all we're using wood for anymore. So I keep forgetting about it. Go ahead and drink yourself a beer for the mood bonus. That'll also get that out of here. Okay, so we haven't closed this room, so at least our food won't just rot away. Ultimately, this room isn't going to stay the way it is. I'll put some shelves in here. But this is to make sure I had more than enough time to get everything set up. Once I am content that we're good, I'll take all the extra food and I'll dump it in the river as well. Alright, so now I can get rid of these spots so that they're at least sleeping in the bags, which will help the mood a little bit. You are idle. Why are you idle? You have nothing to craft? We're not on materials. Oh, right. That's assigned only to very last Lardine. That's fine. Meanwhile, if you're gonna just be idle, you will never do hauling. Of course. I have like half my colony will never do hauling. It's really annoying. Because like, these two are clones, and they got like 2 other people, so it's like I got like 4 or 5 people here who will never do hauling, and it's really annoying. And part of that has to do with royalty titles and all that as well. Okay, you should be up, yeah, 4 days. Alright. So let's make some changes. I don't have need for any of that. Forget that. Just forget disassembling all the things out in the periphery. That one we want for the granite. But that's steel, that's sandstone, steel... No, that's limestone, I think. Sandstone... Okay. So I need them to build the granite walls as they can. Take apart everything else as able. Do we have what we need to do that? Yeah. Because let's get the sensor array back online. And once we enclose that, like I said, we will, we'll get all this set up. Dumping stockpile. Include any blocks we get over there. Grab some granite chunks and bring them back. Because the last time we did Ship to the Stars, as soon as you got there, a toxic spewer site popped up right next to it. Yeah, I mean, it does treat it basically like it's a colony. Just like a secondary colony, so that does happen. Oh, don't tell me you can't build that. No. How much do you require? 8? Oh, please tell me you're like 7. You're not gonna be. Oh, good. You are 7, and you're like, okay, alright. Momentary panic there. That's fine. By the time you get all this built up, there's a good chance you'll be at 8. With double passion. I was like, oh no, waiting for Kalaria to be at like 2 construction or something. And just... We definitely screwed up who we sent. Like, Kalaria is fine, but Draconic... It didn't matter which way Draconic went. I needed to send a melee. I want Rongor to be one of my Arco Nexus pawns. Nina can't do anything, and Draconic isn't helping much. Draconic will help later, because I'll have Draconic basically hold the door, while, like, you know, Kalaria is just flamethrowering in that building again and again. So far as the floor goes, so straw matting requires hay. It has a very high flammability, as I recall, as well. Yeah, 150%. And then wood floor has a flammability 22%. So it might even be something that once the raids start, I might go ahead and put down hay here. And between raids, we could reset that to just get the heat up even faster. And I'm already second-guessing this design, but it's... Okay. If I were to change this design before we get too far... So we still want to have, like, the zigzag, but if we were to make the zigzag here... and there, that would line of sight it. Yeah, so the only ones that are wrong is we can deconstruct those 2 tiles. It's probably best I fix this now versus committing to it and then realizing. And the reason I'm thinking that is just the fact with the flamethrower. I will be able to have more... Actually, quick adjustments. We'll make this the narrow part. Orders, plan, remove it. Deconstruct that tile. Okay. Yeah, so with that, they'll zigzag here. By the time they get to that spot, we can just, you know, flamethrower down this hallway. And then Draconic basically blocks the door for anything who gets past all the fire. But the goal is to get them inside the area as best we can. And we'll try to do the trap maze kind of thing, but we'll see how it goes. Depends on the materials I have to spare and whatnot. We can make them out of steel so that the traps are also flammable, since we got a bunch of steel that won't rot around here. So you can go boom, boom, boom. They probably won't hit that one. Boom, boom, boom. And then security, we would do granite. Cool. Supplies. No. Stop trying to have babies. I have to, like, sterilize all of you. We had so many babies earlier that's like, no, we're trying to get to the home stretch. There's no time for babies. Because more than the babies just taking up people's time, that's fine. It's the poor pawn who gets the baby suddenly gets a movement speed of like 50%. Once they get to, like, you know, 3rd trimester. So that's gonna upset people, but we are going to sterilize them. It's a temporary sterilizing. Words are hard. Yeah, so try and get all that set up as fast as you can. But yeah, so these are also flammable. Can you share other streamer good news? Friend of the channel and everything? I know the one, and I am planning on sharing it, but probably when they either get here or it comes up with all that. I'm assuming it has to do with Allison. I have been told, and I do intend to share, because Allison is absolutely a friend of the channel. I mean, I guess I might as well share with the context. For those who don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and do a shout out as well. So people know Allison Adventures is a regular around here. I'm double checking my spelling of it. I think that's right. Oh, the @ symbol won't work. But for those who don't know Allison Adventures, a friend of the channel and all that, someone I highly recommend checking out, plays a lot of Project Zomboid. But the big news is they hit partner today. Like, not they hit the apply button. They got it. They got their purple check mark. So they've been around a while, absolutely fantastic content creator. And, you know, they had let me know that they applied, and they're like, don't say anything with the application, like, just in case you don't get it. Because it is a pretty normal thing that you can apply, and they'll be like, hey, we want to see you, like, keep your numbers up for a little while kind of thing. So, you know, didn't want anyone saying anything at that phase. But my understanding is midstream today, while they were streaming, the purple check mark appeared next to their name. But yeah, so absolutely got it, and 100% deserved. But I did check with her before when she told us, like, have you announced it yet? Like, I don't want to steal your thunder. Like, I want you to have your moment, kind of thing. And she was like, oh yeah, you know, it happened in the middle of stream, so it's out there. But yeah, so definitely check them out. Again, has these absolutely adorable frog emotes. Again, big, like, does a lot of Project Zomboid. Does a little bit over Project Zomboid, but mostly Project Zomboid. It as well as things that when you're doing your partner push, a lot of time with your partner push, whatever's drawing in your numbers, you're going to stick to in that moment. You know, try to get those short-term gains. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely someone I'd recommend checking out. So the good news is Kalaria Star did just level up to level 8 construction, so we won't be delayed on the ship. This is a complete and functional ship as soon as that finishes constructing. We will want to do something with that gold. Because, I mean, it's not a ton of wealth, but it would still be nice to get rid of it. The big thing is the 800 packaged meals here. What we'll end up doing is those do need to last us the whole time. But more than likely what I'll do is I'll fill up like 2, 3, 4 shelves inside here. And then honestly let the rest of that rot. Is there literally anything else you could do around here? Not really at all. Draconic just gets to wander around and watch Kalaria Star work. Yeah, so set those to auto rearm. What happens if we fail this? Will they spawn a new one? You know what? I actually don't know the answer. My assumption is it would. Like, it would take a season, 2, 3, 4 seasons, usually some duration of time. But I actually don't know that for a fact. Because I don't think I've ever failed the ship to the stars. This is a very different strategy than I've used in the past, though, so who knows? Would you give me some other animal? I want a muffalo or I want the alpaca, because we sent all the alpaca to haul the food for Draconic and all them. It'd also be really nice if when I looked at the graph for wealth, that we could change this. Yeah, so you'll notice how much this is jumped here. I don't know how much of that is what. I don't think you had any Oh, you know what that is? You've got all this wealth laying around here and all the components and all the crap that has gotten built up. That's actually a problem. Because that jumped us almost 100,000 wealth. So some of that'll rot out there, but like you see we got a couple thousand steel just piled out in the periphery. Which we're using it. But that does worry me. And what's your deal? Why are you upset? You just have high expectations, that's why. And we have tons of lavish meals. Please go haul that back. Just in the off chance we do run into a situation where I do actually want to use the Doomsday. Yeah, so you're tearing down the last of that ruin. Unfortunately, it's just going to take Kalaria's Star time to build that. Because normally what you'd want is to have two pawns doing this. So like one person would be cutting brick the whole time, they don't want to be slapping up the walls. But pretty much the moment we get that area enclosed and built, from there we'll go, do you have recreation? Yeah, you do. So we want that inside the defensive perimeter. We want that inside the defensive perimeter. That the idea here is we do want this area in this space. We do ultimately want that to contain everything they need to live. And then we will restrict them between there to literally just not leave the box. %, chance. Honestly, at the rate you're going, we might be able to get you two to hook up so you get the mood breaks gone before everything else kicks off. I will build a bed. Like, especially if I can get them to pair up, I will build a bed for the both of them. Because then that'll give mood buffs for the whole time they're dealing with it. Oh, trade's good. Yeah, so we're going to be very generous of just getting rid of a lot of materials. Because that well spike there is pretty concerning. Making Draconic cheat on you? Hey man, it just turned into an open relationship. You started it. Without consulting. Considering they're like nearly permanently pissed off over it. Once that gets boxed in, it'll help so they're not sleeping outside and all that. RimWorld is full of so much drama. Honestly, let's toggle the power on the steel drill for right now. To keep them from doing that. So you can get rid of the leather there. Get rid of the sight T. Do you have anything I want or need, though? It's not looking promising. No, so they have nothing I want. So let's go ahead and get rid of everything I need to get them to... Alright. So you can accept 30, whatever, not honor, reputation worth of gifts. Let's go down here. Clear out some more junk. Okay. So just take the horses. I don't want horses. I need like again, alpaca, I need something like that. Something I can get wool from. We had alpaca here earlier, but we haven't had more show up in a while. And you are on... You are on what? You are on plasteel. I'm doing good on plasteel. Let's turn that drill off. You are also on plasteel. Honestly, turn that drill off too. So we're gonna turn the drills off for right now, because I have an abundance of a lot of those materials just out there in the fringes. The one we actually could use is, let's grab one of these drills and install it on that gold. Yeah, Thrumbo would also work. Thrumbo are also good because I could train them to both haul and use as fodder. It'd be pretty late game to get them, but still, they will help. For right now, Draconic, you just try and keep your stuff maximized. Mech cluster. Schedule. Safe zone. Okay, we got a toxic spewer that'll initiate in 11 days. You do not appear to have a shield over here. You got a bunch of unstable power cores all around these buildings. So there's a good chance if I tag these unstable power cores, it'll take out all these guns except those two up there. And this building. Probably not kill the mechs, but it will clear that area pretty effectively. Let's do that. They should have a decent number of those. Yeah. Alright, so it's that time, everybody. Man the guns. Plus, I'm hoping it'll aggro on to our guests to clean up my messes. Because I like not dealing with my own problems. That's my favorite way of dealing with problems. You are still set to cause fire. That's not going to work. So you're switched over to high explosive. Select target. I'm just going to tell them to punch the toxic thing itself. More than likely, the misses will take care of everything else. Yeah, so the hope here is I can hammer that fast enough that we can knock down the stuff we care about, and that they aggro onto this group, because this group can handle a couple of mechs. Okay, that's not entirely what my plan was. Alright, so, the plan is now, Rongor, you get to the defensive position. Range team, get ready. This is fine, by the way. Like, I actually mean genuinely, this is fine. You all book it over here. We will keep 1 or 2 people running the mortars to try and trigger off the chain reaction. What's your deal? You're just being upset in general. Alright, Moriarty, get over here. And then Blair's gonna keep operating the guns. Yeah, so it is working the way I wanted in regards to it spilling a bunch of stuff over on them. This is the only one I want to get a melee pawn on. It's fine. Ooh, actually. New plan, stop operating that gun. We can get ourselves some unstable power cores. Alright, so let's drop a flare into the middle of it all. Rongor's real late to this party. Try and get over there. Right here. And the rest of you shift on over to get out of the Scyther. Same here. Let Rongor do that job. Oh, come on. Stop chasing. I have a melee on you. Okay, Rongor, get ready to switch positions to get on the centipede. Okay, range team. We got the centipede tied up. Getting close to avoid friendly fire. Okay. So, your whole situation over there is a hot mess. Blair can automatically heal up, and neither can Moriarty, so you're out of the fight. And we will have Illicit take care of you. So plan here is I want to roll in, get those two out of here before all these walls come down. And I can pop the smoke to go in here and clear all those out. Alright, get down here as quick as you can. That's too late on that, that's fine. Get back into position. Come on, get back into position. I probably want to spread them out more. But that should go down soon. Luckily, we got some of the some of the animals on it. Are you flammable? Don't be flammable. Okay, you're not flammable, so I don't need to worry about that. You're actively in melee. There we go. That's the important thing. We got that done. Those walls are going to go down in not super long. And keep in mind, we are deathless. So as long as we don't lose our heads, we're fine. Rongor, take point to try and draw the fire. Okay, we're not done yet. We want to destroy the guns here. So the best way for me to do that is Rongor is going to take point to get the attention of the guns. And then who has the smoke pack? It's Lardine? Yeah. Alright, so Rongor, get over here. Lardine, you're right behind them. Or, send the wrong person. Get over there, get over there, get over there. Alright, everyone else pull in, because what that'll do is the smoke makes it so the guns can't shoot at us, because they can't see us. Stand farther back so it doesn't explode on you, by the way. All of those should potentially break soon. So as you can see, it is killing our accuracy, but that's honestly not that big a deal. We can afford to just miss a whole lot. Okay. Shoot that. You go ahead and get out of here. Move before you hit that unstable power core anymore. You're scaring me. And sorted. Okay. So from there, everything is on fire. As it should be. We would take... Oh, wait. You have an assembly thing there. Ooh, Rongor, you get in there and you destroy that by hand. I don't want people shooting with that many unstable power cores around it. Huge construction, you can go this off. How are you doing? Oh. Cancel that. Cancel this. Yeah, that's slate. Alright. And defeated. So with that, we can go... Oh, reinstall here. Reinstall there. We install here. And here. That is, honestly, that'll be, I think, the most power cores I've ever had in a run. That is just a really large number of power cores for a colony. To be fair, even as long as I tend to do my runs, I usually don't have runs that go quite this long. But we are in a situation here where, it's very genuinely, okay, you're all patched up, right? Okay, cool. And no one lost any limbs or anything, right? You lost an eye. We can take care of that. I probably literally have an eye laying around. So, it was you who lost the eye? Right eye, operations. We don't have an eye ready for you, but we probably will soon. They are queued up. Why is Nina down? So Nina got killed in a previous fight, but because they're deathless, they're just unconscious. I did mention I made a mistake that I don't think it's actually strategically a good idea to make ghouls deathless, because if they die, I can just hit them with a serum and they're back up in no time. Or not really, it's just a much shorter time, versus deathless is 7 days. Unnatural healing for the eye? No, the only reason I'm not doing that is because then we can get a tentacle or whatever, and I'll want to install that. I mean, actually, that's... No, you know what? That's fair. Because you don't have, like, a limb that can be replaced. Yep, so you did get your eye back. A lot of my other pawns all have stuff here, and I don't know what happens if it rolls to hit where there's, like, a bionic or whatever. Like, will it get rid of it, or what it does? Yeah, and that wealth keeps climbing because of all the crap on the map. That is going to get to be more and more of a problem. Disease infection on Moriarty. We'll just reach healthy real fast. Because I want to say... Oh, no, you're our baseliner. That's right. I got to keep remember that Moriarty is the odd one out so far as being a baseliner because I ran out of the stuff to make people into deathless. If I get a chance to get another one, they will become deathless, but the game has to offer that. Anything a body modder looks forward to getting their eye shut out and limbs blown off? Yeah. What are your romance options up to? So you're still up to 11%. If we can get that to like 25%, I'm willing to gamble. Because while it is still a 1 in 4, that is one of those ones you can do the 1 in 4, and while other things wait, you can potentially get stuff sorted. Okay. Oh, orders. Stop worrying about cutting down the trees, please. Okay, cool. So now we're going to start making the brick to finish walling that in. That's the important thing, because I want them to actually work on those things. Because until this is all enclosed, we're not ready to deal with this. And Dracona could just bring the chunks over here to make life easier. Storage. Blocks. Don't bother storing them, just keep them on the ground outside. So that's coming along. That should be done relatively soon. Quest expires in 24 hours. I mean, that'd be very doable. I'm not going to do it because I don't really need those materials and all that. but would be bad. Alright, getting close to getting the bedroom locked off. How much is a segment of wall worth? Don't know. I was debating whether or not I at least wanted to double air just around the ship itself. You're upset because you're in darkness. So there's a thing to cool off. There's a source of light. It won't help until it's enclosed, but that should mitigate some of their complaints. There's gonna be a hot minute. As long as Draconic's break isn't something like gives up Murderous Rage or something like that, which is a risk. If it does go that way, it'll make this way harder. Do I have anything else you can take to improve your mood? Yeah, oh no, that's gold, not ambrosia. There's Psi Tea. When you wake up, we'll have you hit the Psi Tea for a mood buff. Okay, so grab your Psi Tea. So I'll give you a mood buff to get you out of danger of breaking for a little bit. Okay. So I'll keep working on all that. That's fine. I probably should have gotten them more Psi Tea to manage their moods until we get the initial stuff set up. We've got all this going. How are reputations doing? So Boom, we could definitely afford to get a little bit more happiness with them, kind of thing. Reputation. I do have a lot of stuff we can package up and send. Let's load this up. Items. So I'm gonna go ahead and be bold here and just say, hey, load up a bunch of vegetarian meals. Just try and load it up real fast. Because then we can send that there and that'll probably get a big boost, it'll reduce our wealth and all that. Well, it's gonna take a hot minute if you're moving them only 9 at a time. Okay, they're gonna work on it. Because the thing they're gonna load was it like 300 something meals? But yeah, that should basically be able to boost us all the way up to max rep. Manhunter pack. On you again? Okay, so this should be a lot more doable. I will pop over here, pop that door open, Kalaris Star take point behind that. We're just gonna force the rats to go in here. Because I don't want to take the time to wait for them to, like, de-escalate. Okay, just want to make sure we close that up. Then get you patched up. You're a decent doctor, right? Oh, Draconic is a decent doctor. Kalaria is a terrible doctor. That's okay. We'll do what we can. So 8% chance, 6% chance. And that's because you're injured, so your social's penalized. How are you doing in loading this? They're over halfway there. Gorehulk Assault. Okay, that is a real beefy assault. Okay, let's get into position. Same plan as previous time. Nina take point. Rongor be ready to assist where we can. And we'll just spread out our ranged ones as much as possible. What is that? Oh. Cool. I wasn't able to see what the emote was to like highlight it to get a better view. Extra Angie rats. Yep, so everyone runs to their position. And I believe that attacks immediately. Yeah, so it's 51 Gorehulks. So the idea is straightforward. Nina draws the fire at them, or draws the fire from them. Everyone else just lines up to start shooting gallerying them as hard as possible. They feed in slowly through the kill box. We occasionally drop flares just to kind of disrupt the flow to, you know, get them to come in like 2s and 3s as best we can. Eventually they will outrun the flares because they'll become immune little by little. I wonder if at some point the affair thing will drop off. Alright, get ready to start popping flares and just dropping them on it. So as you can see, they're bottlenecking on their way in there. Drop a flare to slow them down. And I'm honestly killing them so fast, I'm not getting a chance to take advantage of the flares, really. There was an affair? Yup. And like I said, for whatever reason, it looks like it will never go away, so long as both pawns are alive, since they are in different locations. They can't work through it. It sucks. I'm kind of dropping the flare once enough of them get past that middle spot of the box where they start shooting back at me. I might have a little firepower at this point in the game. If you couldn't tell by the fact that, you know, there's literally just a heap of corpses in the front door. Alright, order allow. Ghoul, I'm going to need you to go ahead and murder the survivors. Do your ghoul thing. Good job. Good ghoul. Schedule, unrestrict you all again. Okay. Oh, so you took a minor penalty because you rebuffed. And there is a penalty due to the age difference. That's okay, they can keep working on it. Because if they do romance, that makes it a non-issue. The big thing is need you back so you can start carrying all those corpses out of here before people get mood breaks from rotting corpses everywhere. Okay. Yeah, so what we're waiting for is over here. We're waiting for the Royal Ascent quest to reappear. And once I get that, I'm basically ready to rock and roll. If we do get any quests to get honor along the way, that's certainly worth us considering. Oh. Okay. Not gonna use it, but okay. Let's see. So I'm not gonna do the hunting camp. Or the other one. I don't care about the complexes. There's Ship to the Stars, which we're actively getting set up. That I can actually use defensively. Could you adopt free love ideology to get rid of the affair effect? I think we have free love. Yeah, free and approved. Yeah, no, the difference is when you're married, it still gives you a penalty. So it's a bit different when they're just, you know, doing stuff versus an actual relationship. Let's see. Will you count both built and found ships as the same ending? No. Ship to the Stars is one ending, and then the built ship is another ending. We already built our ship and launched it. There are 5 endings in the game. We have finished 2 of them, and we are working on 2 of them right now. But yeah, because this actually, we built our ship here and already launched it. So we got Anomaly is done, so you look, we got this already fully awakened. And then we also did the Ship to the Stars, or no, sorry, not Ship to the Stars, the plain old ship launch. We already got that done too. But Ships to the Stars is one of the ones we're actively working on. So now that they've repaired those, we go slap those all closed, make sure that power line goes through them. Cool. That is a lot of unstable power cores. That is a lot of unstable power cores. That's 12 at 400 each. So that represents 4,800 watts of power. That is a bit more than a geothermal power plant with no upkeep cost whatsoever. And we did manage to score ourselves 1 vanometric as well. Okay, so you did get that ready. So it's boom. And now we will be max rep with them. Because we just threw a bunch of food at them, and the pigs seemed to like that. Because the big ones are these 2 up here to keep as friendly as possible, and the Broken Empire. Because all of those, I could potentially take advantage of, calling them in if things get real spicy. I could call them in just to act as, like, cannon fodder or whatever. Or whoever is going to haul these corpses. Wait, do I have anything I can make fire with here? Because that's honestly worth me just chucking something on and just letting them burn. I don't think we do. I think we got rid of... Cows join. No, they didn't. Because that's actually something Dracona can take care of, I believe. So they can get rid of the cows. Because the whole idea here is to keep our wealth at its absolute minimum as best we can. Just get things nice enough that we're not taking all sorts of mood penalties so you can get through the Ship to the Stars. Alright, doing under food, still have like 700. Like I said, we'll probably take a couple shelves worth of food. Enough to know that we can get through the, I think it's 15 days to launch the ship. And then most of the spares we just want to get rid of. Because again, then we can dip the wealth. I don't think those are worth that much, though. I mean, 24, no, that's not... That's actually some decent wealth. That's in the tens of thousands. So that's a non-insignificant amount of wealth there. Like, that wouldn't be a big deal for a colony this size. But for these two over here, tens of thousands of wealth is... Oh, don't do that. Hey, Claria, it's bedtime, alright, buddy? Claria, friend? I need you to go sleep, like, right now. Your existence is sleep, Claria. Go to bed. Cool. So we canceled the insulting spree by having them go to sleep. We only one insult landed. So that's good news. Were you a quick sleeper? No. Lone Genius. Rongor, I'm gonna need you to tell him to get out of here. You can do that? Yeah, if every single person is asleep when a person's having an insulting spree, then it'll wait a second or two, and if it can't find a valid target, then they'll stop having a break. And the best thing is they still do get the catharsis. The downside is that insults still hurt us, so far as having those two hook up. Not that bad, though. Because they are having deep talk after deep talk, which is good. That's the regular trade caravan. Oh, is that the royal tribute collector? I might give them a big pile of gold to see if I can't score a little bit of honor. 3 honor. Okay. There, so I got 2 honor out of that. That's not much. But I got drills everywhere that can pull up gold. So let's just get them on. Is that more gold over there? No, that's jade. Silver, steel. Gold. There we go. Because then I'll let them go ahead and drill in those 2 spots to keep pulling up the gold. We're finding all the other materials because of all of the mechs we're killing. But then we can use that for honor. The reason we want the honor is because then I can use this thing here where we called for aid. So if I do manage to get ourselves... Yeah, this shows you how recently I did all the stuff for the royalty thing, is that I'm still on cooldown from it. But yeah, I don't really care about the arrow drone. I'm not going to probably use that, but the Cataphract and Trooper Squad will be good. Yeah, so that Catharsis will keep you good. We are at the point that they're no longer considered sleeping outside. They now are up to awful barracks. We can go over here and say... Steel, plasteel to get it out of here. If we have a trade caravan roll through, we'll get rid of all the, Oh, actually, don't put the steel there. Where do I want to put steel? We'll go down here. We will make a stockpile here. No, just in case we're in a rush. Let's not do it there. We'll make a stockpile down here. You're not flammable, are you? I don't remember. Okay, so ship's not flammable, so I don't have to worry about that. So you can go up here in this corner and say steel. So steel goes clear, steel, critical. So steel will go up there, and that's just so it's nearby to rearm the traps. But then the plasteel can be chucked over here. If we do get a caravan rolling through to trade on this location, I want to trade away all of the plasteel. Because plasteel doesn't rot. Same with the gold. And the uranium. But steel, on the other hand, we could use the traps here. I shouldn't have too much, so it shouldn't be that much wealth. And I want to say steel traps are actually okay. I want to say it got pretty okay damage. Yeah, 20 damage. That's not terrible. Yeah, and honestly, literally the moment we finish the royalty and the ship to stars, I can trigger Arco Nexus. We've got the allegiance, we got the wealth, we got everything. The one thing I will do is I'll probably yank the Vanometric power off the ground, and the reason I'll want to yank the Vanometric power is because if I remove that from the ground, then, you know what, actually just uninstall it now. I really don't need it. But, you can bring that as one of your items. And it can be a pretty good choice of an item to bring, because it's instant electricity on your new location. You just sit on the ground, and you could just completely bypass dealing with a lot of other stuff. It's only 1,000 watts, so it's not going to power your whole base or anything. But it's still decent. Yeah, so that'll make this room a bit nicer. We will want to put down some kind of actual floors here. Not wood, because I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff with fire over here. We'll go down here, and we'll make this into a grow zone. And you will be hay grass. And we'll go to you, and you will have a priority for 3 on that. Then we can go over to this area, make another stockpile. That you will be clear, critical, hay. And that's so we can chuck down in this hallway a bunch of hay to just make it catch fire really well. Hopefully this all works the way I intended. I haven't done this setup before. I've done burn rooms way back in the day, but I haven't even done like a regular old burn room in probably 4, 5, 6, 7 years or whatever. They were always an extremely powerful way of dealing with threats. They just didn't work on mechs. Yeah, we have, literally I have a spare geothermal just sitting out here that's not even needed to power anything. And that's with everything running and turned on, including this incredibly expensive biotech setup. I got healing enhancer, bio arm, stone skin, bionic leg, bionic spine. Okay, let's start looking. So you got both your legs are bionic. You can take a bionic left leg, so operations. Let's see, bionic leg left. Good for you. Con right here can... Who's your partner? Fox Merle, that's right. Con right here can take a bionic arm. Yeah, so you'll take the bionic arm. It doesn't really matter which side. You have stone skin and healing, stone skin and healing. Stone skin and healing. You can take the stone skin. Healing, and you can take the healing. Da, 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 da. Where are you? There you are. And you have both your eyes already done. You're going to be going, so we don't want to put in that. So you can take a bionic eye right. I don't think I have bionic eye. Okay, that's fine. Basically, just going through here. Surgery failed on Conrad. How bad? That's fine. You just wasted an arm. That's okay. That's acceptable. Cool. So basically we're just burning a lot of materials working on this. Unfinished bionic ion, very last 13, that's fine. I shouldn't be doing surgery in that many people. That's honestly a mistake to have 4 people down. If we get a bad raid during that, that's a good way to die. That's not me being smart. Alright. You've almost got that enclosed and almost ready to start doing Ship to the Stars. Alright. Yeah, it's just this section of wall, that section of wall. We've got plenty of steel on standby to replace these traps as they get damaged. And, I mean, used. We will want to put some type of flooring down here. 9.4 chance. Yeah, hopefully they keep having deep talks and all that, and that we get lucky and those two pair up. Because that would help with their moods a lot. And then in addition to that, the benefit would be, it's like just the fun storytelling of those two wandered off on their own, they hooked up, and then they went out to the stars. A royal tribute collector. Oh, that actually works out. Hey, Calaria? No, it's actually Draconic. Draconic, I'm gonna need you to go talk to these people and give them all our gold. We don't need it. It's got wealth. It probably won't get me any honor whatsoever. Even if it does, I don't care. The point is, get it out of here. The marriage is on between Sounderfan and Ion Tichy. Cool. Congrats. Yet another married couple on the rim. Well, soon-to-be married couple on the rim. So I got rid of the gold, so we still got the uranium. Apparently I have some bioferrite. Okay. And then we can patch up where some of these things are damaged just because they spawn that way. Yep. The good news is your mood seems... Oh, it's because you saw that catharsis. I was about to say, it's like your mood still seems to be holding up despite all that. Arco Nexus is available. Okay, so that tells me if Arco Nexus just became available on that other tile, that almost just shy of 100,000 wealth is here. That is not good. But that's not surprising, because the ship itself has a pretty high value to it. I mean, honestly, worst case, I could just caravan all the stuff I don't want off the tile and drop it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The meal counts for, like, tens of thousands. The plan here is I'm going to make, like, 3, 4, 5 shelves or whatever it is to have enough food to get me through all 15 days. And we are going to chuck all the rest of the meals. Now, what I don't know is realistically how many meals I need a day. It's probably 3 is overkill. and then pad it out just a little extra just to be safe. Which all we should have to do to that is I just put a handful of shelves here, tell it to be meals only, let them fill it up, and then let that rot. But that'll be important before we kick this off. Or I don't even let it rot. What I do is I grab whatever food I want out of there, then we take the incinerator and we just turn it on this building over here and tell them not to rebuild it, and the whole thing will catch fire and burn away. Gift. 2 components. Thanks, man, for trying to give me wealth I don't want. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is I felt like it was, I thought it was just over 2 needed for regular pawns, but not quite 3, so the idea is, like, most days you get 2, and then the occasional day you get 3. I could be wrong. But, regardless, I don't believe it was that many. So for 15 days, it would be 30 meals. So, actually, that would only be one shelf, because one shelf would have 3 stacks of 3. So that'd be 60 meals. 60 meals divided by 30 is 20. That give me 20 days worth of food. And, you know, that would be more than enough padding. So I got sandstone, so what we can do is furniture. Let's go ahead and get that going. Make the sandstone shelf. Exotic goods trader. That's on your tile. Alright. Nutrimine can be useful for a lot of things, so we'll take that. I could actually use... Ooh. And what can I depart with? That Doomsday, I'm gonna end up killing myself trying to use it, so let's just get rid of it. Remove that temptation. I could probably give you stuff to satisfy this. I just want to bring it down to... Alright. It is time for Recombine. Load template. Deathless range. Is there anything I want to change to this since we got some more stuff? Probably not. That's why I would love to get very fast in there and all that. I think I'd have to change too much. Start combining you. And that'll get Moriarty to be deathless. And you're a waster. Unfortunately, I don't think I can just plug in the other one. It won't replace that. I keep forgetting that you're a waster. Gutworms disease on half the colony. Cool, man. That's okay. We still gotta wait for ship to, or the Royal Ascent to even show up, so they're basically on a holding pattern until that happens. Okay, so you're considering that unroofed, not outdoors. That's a little concerning. I think as big and open as it, that shouldn't heat up. Worst case, what it could probably do is put like a little wall segment there, and a little wall segment here, and then remove a section of wall there, and they shouldn't be able to... Oh no, sorry, I'd have to make it here. Yeah, so we can do, we can make it so it's still outdoors. What we can do here is we can go structure, 2 tiles here, 2 tiles there, and I can just pop a little teeny tiny hole. And just in case anyone gets cheeky and wants to try and pop a shot at something on the other side of this. Yeah, so that way this is guaranteed to be outdoors since it's not a fully enclosed room. Because I am worried if we start setting that up to literally thousands of degrees, even with us having that much roof missing, it might still allow it to heat up. I don't think it will, but there is some stuff that works a little weird. Okay, storage clear, critical, meals, package survival meals. Okay, so that should take care of our package survival meals stuff here. So So once I fix that to guarantee that it's outdoors. Alright, so it was Moriarty. Moriarty, it's time for you to be immortal. Well, not immortal. Deathless. .8 chance. 9.5 chance. So still working on it. Which that should get much better odds once you get a little bit more time between there. It'll also be better when that insult drops off. There's honestly a pretty good chance when the insult drops off, we got a fair shot of them romancing each other. Which would be nice going into this to get rid of that. That debuff will probably drop off entirely. If not, they'll get like the loving and all that kind of stuff. Bonuses. Okay. Let's also go down here. Stockpile. Oh, that's that. That's the hay grass. Stones. Just granite blocks. We'll tell them to move the granite blocks so we get spare inside here. So that if I do have to patch a hole in the wall, I got a couple nearby. Okay, so this is definitely outdoors, so you don't have to worry about this overheating that room. So that's all good. I also made sure there's no straight line of sight ever. Oh, we could shrink that zone so no one ever stands there either. Alright, so floors, in the meantime. We need to give them some floors so they make this room a little nicer. We want to try and take that so it's not a terrible barracks or whatever, so we get at least a little bit, or awful barracks. If I can just get it to not be awful barracks, that should help a good amount with the mood penalties. And then honestly, after that, I think we'll be ready to hit the button. Because we've got the food staged in there. We'll just grab the incinerator. Everything else in here will get burned. Oh, another thing we can do is a 1x2 table. How much material did it take? 28? Yeah, sandstone will work. A 1x2 table out of sandstone. And the stools take a little bit of materials. We do have enough wood. So I'll make 2 stools out of wood. That way we can get rid of the eat without table bonus by having the table right there too. So have ourselves like a tiny little enclosed barracks. That should also make it a rec room. If I can get it to just not be a negative here, we can potentially get some mood bonuses on there. And just by getting rid of those negatives, we should be okay. Then we're going to go zone, expand, area 1. Area 1 will be this area. And we'll restrict everyone in there when we're ready. And I also want to test to see how fast I can get this room hot. Because I'm not sure if the flamethrower, just using it in general, will actually make this room hotter without something to burn on the ground. So the superheating the room might not work, which would be a big negative if that is the case. I'll still try it, because I do think having the flamethrower stand back far enough that one tile out here and the whole way forward is on fire should be good enough to at least keep anything flammable from being able to set up at all. All right. Let's reinstall you there. Store chunks for right now. Granite chunks. And then we can delete this zone. Let's also make sure for our home zone, that is our home zone. Okay. For superheating, pretty sure you're gonna need plenty of flammable stuff since you're not doing the freezer exhaust route. Yeah, normally you could sit here and just like drop Molotovs in one spot again and again and again, and because it keeps a fire there, it will just build up and build up. So like a raid happens, they're over here, and you begin the spam right there, right at that moment, and by the time they get there, you're talking hundreds to thousands of degrees heat. And then if we have our melee pawn stand here, you can keep them from getting out. If nothing else, honestly, with the low numbers we're potentially looking at probably getting to hit us, the incinerator might just work by standing back and then hitting them with fire in general. The only caveat being is sometimes when they're on fire, they'll run through your people, which I always felt was kind of a BS thing. But Draconic is a pretty substantial melee pawn. So if only one or two of them tried to run past, Draconic can probably just drop them themselves. Or Hulk Assault. Again. Not as many as last time. So let's get schedule, safe zone. And bear with me, chat, I just realized that, it is about the time that my wife gets home, the ad break's about to start, so I'm gonna have to step away for just a minute to quickly, welcome my wife home, throw some dinner in the oven and all that, and I'll be right back up. I have paused the game so you won't miss the Gore Hulk Assault, but I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Wait, I can attach the stick... Oh! Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. I'm off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
And so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. So let's try opening the door and peeking in and see how it goes. Oh, I hate it. Never mind. That's no. Let's be coal crabs. You're mechanical crabs. We can be friends. All right, we'll reload that. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. I'm just gonna go on a guess here. Because I need that sorted right away, because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Nihai Lord, this is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That I approved. You done good today, kid. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer. And as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription. All in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she is trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. Alright. Come by for our pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after, let's do this the uncontrolled way. Alright. I didn't do that right. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Okay, and we are back. So sorry about the timing of that. But they were superheat? Yeah. So sorry about that. Just, Tomb got home, so just had to grab dinner. Alright, so we had the Gore Hulks. There's 47 of them. We have told our people to get back. We haven't gotten anyone in position yet. Gore Hulks at this point, the more numbers is honestly more just a concern of will our people start having mood breaks from being hungry and tired from how long they just sit out here fighting. But with as many assault rifles as we have and how much I could bottleneck their ability to get in here, Gore Hulks aren't that big a threat. Now, you can get unlucky and just get one tapped in the head. That's always a concern, but... And everyone's already assigned, so we're good. Yeah, I don't think anyone's outside the perimeter to potentially get caught in their own. But yeah. Moving sector done for the day? Yeah. Yeah, when you mentioned you're moving as like... And like... I have certainly had times where I've been happy I've moved. But the actual act of moving... I have never enjoyed. It's like, it's the same thing that happens with groceries. You take your stuff, you put it in the thing, then you take the thing to the other thing, then you take the thing to the other thing, then you take the thing to the other thing. So you end up picking up the same thing like 5 different times by the time the process is over. Only, instead of groceries where there's small light items, it's furniture. And other nonsense. And then there's a cognitive cost in like actually going, well, what is this stuff? And I'm just using the flares to slow down the flow. So I know these ones over here on the left, I'm not stunning again and again. I'm trying to keep it so there's only a handful in the actual kill box at a time. It's worse when your disabled mutter is just there watching over your shoulder, annoying the heck out of you. Oh, I can imagine. Be like, why did you do it that way? And you're like, look, I'm doing all the work. I'll do it what way I want. Like, there's a certain point where you gotta step back and just let me do my thing. Okay, so this time we had way more that got downed versus killed. So Nina's got some work to do. Don't you go try to run away. We're not done here yet. I'm honestly surprised with how much we filled them with bullets any of them get back up. So we can take you and unrestrict you. How are you doing over here? You're getting that room done, so that's good. You... Right, you're dealing with gutworms, so everyone's gonna be a little salty for a hot minute. Okay. And another pile of Gore Hulk bodies to go on the previous pile of Gore Hulk bodies. Yep, she sounds about right, was nagging you about wanting to keep 3 mugs and 3 glasses. Gotcha. WU later this month. You're glad to move, but going to hate the process. Yeah. Yeah. I've stated if I was ever moving again, I was probably just gonna hire people to deal with it for me. I know it's more expensive, but it is just kind of one of those things. Mech Hive Cluster, give me a moment. I'm slowly dying of heat in this room. Just want to adjust my AC real fast. Oh god, 77. Get out of here. Alright, Mech Hive Cluster. Oh no. A Scyther. Singular. Individual. Are they attacks immediately, or... No, so I'll initiate on the Scyther. Oh yeah, that's just the thing. You look around for usually a bigger organization that has an actual solid reputation versus just, you know, two guys in a car, whatever the local one ends up wanting to call itself. Nicely done. No injuries sustained. But that's the goal, is to get it so our raids later are stuff like that. Oh, there was a second one. Not bad. Well, if you'd just take a minute, Draconic, I'd appreciate it. Attack Draconic. Yeah! Draconic's in the fight, whether they want to or not. Because even though they've had the mood break, they got intercepted and they will defend themselves. Nicely done, sir. Does the partner and you are moving 7 hours away, so hiring someone is prohibitively expensive? We can't really do multiple trips. Yeah, no, it definitely happens. Like I said, there's different organizations out there. Like I know I've had multiple buddies who've gone like cross country, and usually what they could do is get like they have like the pod thing where you load up all your stuff into what's a glorified like canister, like big like cargo container thing. And he's moving, and so basically you have like one group you hire to load it up, you do it over the other side, buy the hauling and take it out. But yeah, no, it can be pricey. That's absolutely, it can be pricey. There's no question about that at all. How are they feeling about the room though? Still awful barracks. I am hoping we get that cleaned up and it'll improve the mood there. High drone female. Here. So that's gonna be something I'm just gonna have to stomach. I don't think I've got Mind Numb hanging around here at the moment. How are we doing on our medicine? So I've got tons of that. Oh, I actually got plenty of Mind Numb. So if we have anyone who starts to push up to high break risk, extreme break risk, we just hit them with the Mind Numb to get them through the high drone. The good news is the high drones are usually short-lived. Like just a day or two. Maybe. I think they can go up to 3. Yeah, high psychic drone. Yeah, so you're gonna get angry. So you're gonna pop the Mind Numb. You're on the fence. I don't mind minor break risk, because usually minor break risk, most of the time, it'll just be like hide in your room or something pretty benign. How are you doing in the mortars? Ah, yeah, we got 50, 60 mortars sitting down there. Gold's coming along. Oh, that's coming along. Are you hauling the stuff in yet? No, it's still out there. Nothing new to install in people. Okay, bulk trade's good. Oh, it's on your side. That's perfect, because that might give me a chance to get rid of plasteel and all that. Oh no, it wasn't you. It's Draconic who is the high social one here. Okay, so let's see here. So for the moment, you don't care about the plasteel, which is inconvenient for me. You can take the components, I don't want them. You take the alpaca wool, I don't want it. The packaged meals I'm going to hold on to for right now. We can grab a singular book for recreation. That wouldn't be a bad idea to mix up the recreation a bit. I don't think we grab anything else, though. So I can go here and go furniture, bookshelf, so a bookshelf costs 10. We'll make a marble bookshelf. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably send Draconic to haul all the silver and plasteel off the map and drop it. Oh, actually, talk to them again. Did they have medicine? No, they literally have no medicine. Hey, gift. Take the money. I gave you cash. Sorry. I was like, hey man, here's 50 bucks. You're like, F you. What the heck's wrong with you? Why would you give me a 50 bucks? Sorry, I could just not give you the 50 bucks. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend. Okay, so form caravan, one tile over except just draconic items, the bioferrite, and the plasteel as much as you can carry. Now I want you to take that off the tile and drop it. Ooh, are either of you... Hey. Wanna join the team? Okay, so how are they feeling about their room now? Still says awful barracks. What do we have for stats here? Mediocre impressiveness, mediocre wealth, somewhat spacious, beauty neutral, very dirty. Well, they got engaged and they broke up, so that sucks. Items. Yeah, so get rid of the plasteel. Get rid of the bioferrite. And get back to the tile. We're at the point where you go ahead and grab the incinerator. Want just a couple of bricks in here. Okay. So let's check to see what it has Calaria start doing, because I want them to get the hay growing, so we can potentially put that down here. In a pinch, I could also put down the steel floor. Gotta remember, some of these are flammable and some of these are not. So that's not flammable. Paved tile is not flammable. Steel tile is not flammable. We don't have bioferrite stuff. The wood flooring is definitely flammable. I just don't have much wood. I can go here and say floors, power line, and put down a power wire. Because that is flammable, as I recall. Bulk goods trader here. Oh, work. Put your priorities around so that you clean now. Because I want to see if we can't get the barracks here to at least be a positive mood. Mad Boom Elope. Oh, it's a bunch. Well, you know what? We wanted to test this thing. I'm a little concerned about the particular enemy in question for testing it, but you know, it is where we are. So let's do our test. So I want to get just far enough back. So it'll be here. A little worried about the spray not hitting my target. Okay. Cool, I guess. So it's not heating up as much as I would like. It is heating up. Go ahead and close that and disallow it. That's what I think we'll still be able to handle the fight. It's just we could make it way safer. But the good news here is it does seem like that will work to get the heat up there pretty quick. I just need to worry about having it fill up the whole room with fire. And not other stuff. Yeah, so we put down like more flammable floor in the entire area. There is a good chance that'll work for our purposes. We wanted to get into the thousands, but obviously I'm not continuing to burn things. If we fill up this floor with hay, that'll probably work. Oh, that door's steel? Don't make that door out of steel. It's supposed to be granite. That door's also gotta go. Okay, yeah, it's only 130, that's fine. So schedule, restrict them to area 1 for right now. If I did make those out of granite as well, which is probably unlikely, we would be able to replace the traps and not have to worry about them getting destroyed by the fire as well, but I think it's fine. Honestly, the traps could take out a couple of the leading enemies. Well, that's the way to get rid of the steel to reduce our wealth. Yeah, they're not gonna do anything. Alright. You're doing fine over here. You're still dealing with your gut worms. How are you two doing towards romancing? 11%? Like 10%. Really, really hoping we can get that to land. It's one thing we could probably do. No, I want to keep that home zone for the moment. So you can be unrestricted. So Draconic should be able to bring some blocks back over here. So we could get a couple more grab blocks in the way. And we did get the hay grass planted. So that's good. Because we can get the hay grass planted, I can just fill this up with hay grass in between waves. And that should burn very quickly if we manage to get that going. Which should result in this room, instead of just slowly trickling up a little by little, it should result in that room very abruptly going up. Man, that's also a steel door? I didn't see that the door material got switched. It's fine. That happens sometimes when you run out of a material. It'll toggle over, depending on how you went about building it. Yeah, it should be. We should have enough material for both those doors. Come on. So lock that open. Medical needed on you. That's fine. Alright. I just want to get the stone chunks in here, because we can get the stone chunks in here. That'll allow me to make enough bricks to repair any damage, all that. This is coming along nicely. If we manage to get the hay up, that'll be great, because then we can go through here real quick. Let's also set this to accept hay as well. Because that shouldn't really get any more steel. You're starving. Because you have gutworms and food poisoning together. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Major break risk on Blair. Oh, right, because you are having problems there. I need you to... Do I not have Site T anywhere? I should, right? No. Well, that's deeply concerning. So your psychic dependency is starting to become a real problem. We are growing the psychoid leaves, and we do have it queued up for them to actually do stuff with them. The issue we're having is it just hasn't gotten done yet. And we're also getting just way too much steel and plasteel and other stuff in here. But that's good, because that means they are finally hauling all these materials from the edge of the map, which is the reason I took those 2 drills offline. Is it was kind of going, oh, wait a second. I've got tons of material here that just hasn't gotten hauled home, so stop pulling up more and let them work on hauling the other stuff back. You should have the leaves. No, you have just dye. Oh, right, we had a cold snap. Hey, Blair, friend, you're gonna have bad time. Because we gotta wait for that to grow to get you more, unless we get our trade caravan rolling through here. And what's your deal? Why were you upset? A without table. Slightly impressive rec room and dining room, so those are a bunch. You are apparently aggressively hitting on Kalaria, who has thus far not been too excited about that. And 9.2. Honestly, even with multiple stacks of rebuffs, still sitting at about 10%. Okay, do I go for this? Because it's looking like everything's fine. We've got enough meals here to last us over 20 days. This is a bunch of wealth here just piled up on the floor. Let's, it's just 2. It's probably not worth worrying about. Yeah, and I've got more than enough brick. Okay, so bills. Yeah, you're gonna do that last brick cut. And we're gonna have Kalaria burn down this room. And we're gonna activate the ship. And then it's go time. Hey, Kalaria. You personally hate this room. You don't know why, but this room fills you with anger. Okay. Schedule. Area 1. And that's outside the home zone, so I shouldn't put it out, and that should take care of itself. And then the moment that goes, we hit the button. Gains Pyromaniac trait? Yeah, basically. Yeah, so we should see a massive loss in wealth on this tile, as we just burned away about 1,000 units of food.
Thank you, Ruinglaw, for subscribing for 26 months. Good to see Robo Ruinglaw still going strong.
And thank you, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 26 months you've been subbed to the channel, over 2 years, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And yep, Robo Rongor is still going strong. Hey, don't you dare put out my fire. Game, I made the tiniest little baby fire here, and you put it out almost immediately. Versus, when other fires happen, it almost always doesn't get put out at all. Well, regardless, we're on a timetable, so start the ship. Okay. Confirm. And we are committed now. Oh, that door needs to be held open. Hey, Draconic, go pop that door real fast. And then schedules. Your whole schedule is recreation. Just stay as happy and entertained as you possibly can. What is your deal? Chemical starvation. Cool. Sick. Cool. Sick and you need drugs. Cool. Real helpful team. Let's actually go here and... Nah, it's fine. Yeah, so the point of this was to delete a bunch of wealth from this tile. We probably won't see it because of the combined thing. We did see, like, this has been declining, but there's no telling which tile it was. So the ship is probably worth, like, 20,000, 30,000 by itself. The base is probably another 10 or so thousand. The pawns are probably each 10, 15,000 as well. So we're probably talking 80, 90,000 for the tile would be my guess, maybe a little bit less. We do have our meals here, which should be plenty. If not, I'm going to be real sad about that. Because we did destroy all the meals, because unfortunately they represented tens of thousands of wealth. I'm kind of wishing I'd built a second shelf, because they weren't worth that much, but that's okay. Yeah, so pretty soon you might go unconscious. But the hope here being that these grow before that gets that point. In the meantime, they're just going to pace back and forth and do recreation and pace back and forth. That's what their existence is now. And the hope here is that that'll grow so we can replace a bunch of this with hay along the way. But it's going to take a while long enough that I didn't want to sit here and just wait and potentially have raids dropping their crap and building up my wealth again. No, I don't think that'll make a difference. Let's delete that zone too. Because usually it just cares what you have on your tile. What we can do in the meantime... because that's flammable. Because that's what I can do while we wait. Medical needed on you for your gutworms. Once the gutworms go away, a lot of these moods will get better. Yep, and everyone's doing what they can here. Not a whole lot for anyone else to do. They got a book, they got some hoopering, they've got that, they've got hanging out and socializing with each other. I really probably should have brought some wood in here before we destroyed all that, because that's going to go out, but you know what? That's okay. Maybe once we have a proper break in the raids, I'll, alright, here's the first attack. We got a bunch of people with guns. Will they come into the area? They're going to prepare for a while. Do I start making the room superheated now? I don't think so, because if I start superheating the room now, we destroy all the traps, and there's always the risk with the superheating the room that our pawn will have a mood break before they get in there. So I'm going to give it just a minute, let them try to get their rest in, get their food up, and then we'll start superheating that, hopefully before they begin their attack. Alright, Claria, I do want you... Let's go ahead and have you eat. Okay, Draconic. I'm gonna probably need a second zone. Manage zone, new area, rename. That's not what I wanted. Rename, safety. Okay, expand. So the safety zone is to stay out of the kill box area entirely. And just in the back area. We can go here, zones, safety, clear that wall so you don't try and go around and repair it. Okay, so you get back in, schedule safety. Let's get you into position. And may the burning commence. So goal here is we're just trying to make that room as hot as we possibly can. We go ahead and get those meters off. Oh, it actually does damage to the walls. It's only like 1 hit point per pass, but that's good to know. Okay, so that's not giving me the heat I need. We're not going to superheat that way. All right, you get in position. Major break risk on you. What's your deal? You got broken up with. Console. Well, at least the traps are doing their work. Alright, well, I guess we've unintentionally switched over to just doing a trap-style kill box. Now, the problem is that room is going to continue to escalate in heat. Oh, good. Yeah, just steal my money. That's perfect. Thanks, man. Alright, so deconstruct that segment of wall real fast. Don't you dare try and put out that fire yet. That's not the way I wanted you to go, Kalaria. You're already in there, so finish the job. Okay. So take care of things. Into Kalaria's neck burn. And we want to leave everything in there that we've got there. Yeah, so we need to get that to be hay in there. Okay, we've got another raid popping in here already. So Kalaria, get that wall built right now. And meanwhile, you go to the safety box. Yeah, so I'm not going to try and superheat the room. We're just going to depend on the traps. And then just using fire to scatter. And also leaving the bodies in there for more things to burn. Nope, I would like you to finish that trap, please. Okay, you go back here. You get into position over here. How do you keep your pawns from triggering the traps? As long as they don't walk over top of the traps, they will not trigger it ever. But that's what's happening here, is they don't see the traps. They're trying to get around the barricade. My pawns know traps are there, so they'll zigzag between. It's a pretty common pattern. Okay. Let that one little fire burn out in there real quick. Actually, they could probably handle that. Okay. So start rebuilding everything. And just like before, I am going to deliberately leave the, all the bodies on the ground in here, as well as their weapons. Because it is one of those things that as I start, more and more fires, eventually those can become fuel for the fire as well. So that's already 3 days done. So you get the idea behind this entire strategy, is you're just deliberately keeping the raids as small as you can, with just 2 properly set up pawns, and a pretty well set up defense. Nope. Yeah, observed corpse, rotting home, slept in the heat. Oh, you slept in the heat because of that. Yeah, no one else will cut down a tree. If we end up with more time on Calaria that past making those, I'll have them cut down a tree and refuel the passive cooler. Why are all of you pissed off? You have valid reasons. You're sick and everything. Oh, it's mostly sick, and then Moriarty just is complaining because they apparently slept in the cold. $9.3, 9%. Yeah, so downside. That would be really nice. I am concerned about trying to grab that now. Just go as fast as you can, buddy. Draconic. Get those as fast as you can and get out of here. Oh, don't haul those anymore. Go cut down that tree. So you do the Pascal. Where are you going? Stop it. Where are you going now? Okay. So you're hauling steel. Don't worry about that. I want you to grab 1 stack of this. I'm not even picky if you get a lot. Oh, I don't physically have a place that can carry it. Storage. Chem fuel. Do that. I don't need you to grab a lot. I want you to grab 1 stack of the chem fuel. Because if you can grab 1 stack of the chem fuel and get back, I could drop the chem fuel up here. And that would certainly give us the ability to get a lot of heat in that room very quickly. The danger here is if we have a raid show up while Draconic is down here grabbing supplies. Where are you going? Hauling steel. Okay, so Draconic, you're back onto the restriction to stay in there. And it'll go zone. Dumping stockpile right there. Storage. Critical, clear. Chem fuel. Now, ideally, I don't want to bring all of that. I want to bring small amounts of it. I don't know if there's a good way for me to accommodate that. Because it's just not a thing I've ever had to worry about. Raid, they're going to be attacking immediately. And it's 9 of them. Okay, well, so what we're going to do is new schedule, you're on safety. Don't worry about the chem fuel thing. And for the moment, we're just going to let this solve itself. Because they're going to get involved. I'll have Draconic block the door just in case they manage to get by and don't fight each other, whatever. Yeah, so they should fight each other. So I could just stand back and let this all play out. Yeah, we're good. Like, if they win, I can easily get back into this. Don't friendly fire your own people, pigs. That I want. Kill that pig. You there, go down. Go down. Yeah, waste, get him. Yeah, do it, Waste. You didn't happen to drop... Okay. Hopefully they go down. I'm not willing to betray them, because I do need them for the next one. No, they're not going to go down in time. Yeah, because grenades wouldn't have helped. But, the other stuff would have. In the meantime, we can go to schedule. Sorry, we can go to, yeah, you. Unrestrict you for a second. Yeah, like, if it wasn't for the fact, you know what, I probably should have definitely arranged an oopsies. And what I could have done from there is just shipped food to them to make them like me again. All right, actually, let's keep you restricted. Yeah, it's a shame I can't restrict this down in some way. Like, set it to a small quantity. Like, I don't need to go, like, one by one. But taking all 84 of that chem fuel and plunking it there in one go is a little wasteful. It is what it is. I still think it's worth doing. It'll still save me injury and upsetness and everything. Oh, hey. Right now, don't worry about cleaning anymore. I will manually tell you to clean the barracks, because that's the only room that needs cleaning. I just don't want them standing over all the what are going to become rotting corpses soon. And that body stays. Oh, hey, what I can do is unrestricted on you. Go haul those packaged meals in. And then re-restrict you. And let's put them both back at safety so they stay in here, so they don't see all those rotting corpses. Actually, what we can do, you can still be assigned to clean Draconic, and we'll just keep you on staying in here, and Calaria Star will be the one that trades back and forth from going in and out. Oh, right, you're set to critical. Let's drop that to important. Now we can go to you, area 1. You'll carry that chem fuel up. You know what, actually, I take that back. I have a plan. What we could do is we could save that chem fuel for if I have, like, a really bad raid. So you can set that back to critical. You back to just important. Haul that over. Put you back under restriction. Okay. Yeah, so we have like a really bad raid, like we have like a 50-man impid raid or something show up. Oh no, a 50-man impid raid, that would probably just kill us, because they don't care about fire. That's our worst case scenario, is an impid raid. An impid raid would be a very tough one. Especially since I did the dumb, and I destroyed Calaria's gun. Let's just as a precaution. Storage. Was there any other good weapons down here? What did you have? You had a revolver, so probably you. So machine pistol. Let's go storage. Machine pistol. And schedule, unrestricted, go out here, haul the machine pistol in here. Just in the off chance we get an impid raid, at least I have a weapon to have Calaria do something during it. Okay. And I know it'll rot out there. It probably won't have enough time to, like, it won't have enough time to properly decay by the time that happens. Alright. And Moriarty just keeps juggling from the near, from, like, mood break and everything. Mech Hive Raid. Okay, we have a problem. We were trying to keep the wealth low enough that we couldn't have mech raids. We apparently failed. So you go grab the machine pistol. Is that attacks immediately? No, they are going to prepare to attack. We should still be okay with what showed up. We got a bunch of traps. We will have to fight him. The Scorcher's the biggest threat right now, because the early ones will most likely get murdered by traps. The good news is Draconic does have a Zeus Hammer, so I can, instead of fighting the way I have been, I can just, like, put Kalaria behind cover here. We'll probably Kalaria back here, and then Draconic back there for the cover bonuses. And when it gets down to next to nothing, we can have Draconic run in and Zeus Hammer anything that survives the traps. The downside is we are going through the traps materials pretty rapidly. Alright, so Kalaria, you just guns, you Zeus Hammer. So the Scorcher's in the lead, that's ideal, because that's my biggest threat, and if it just dies in the traps, then I don't gotta worry about it. Honestly, with what we got left, you just get out there and deal with it. Try to save some of our trap materials. And Claria, you just enjoy your day. Good job. One thing we could probably do is production. Those corpses aren't flammable, are they? No. Production, crafting spot. Bills, Red Mech. You could be set back to Area 1. And we can go over here and say corpses, mech corpses. And that'll let us get a little bit more steel and plasteel out of them. Actually, for that matter, unrestrict you. How's your mood doing? All that. All that. Because then we can shred those for a little bit more steel to keep our traps going and all that. Major break risk on you because of observing rotting corpses. That is unfortunate, but there's really not a whole lot I could do. Actually, with the drugs here, so Flake, I gotta remember what you even do. Drug category, hard psychite. It makes you get less sleepy, less pain. We got Go Juice. Those are both some serious drugs. We can't manage your mood. That might be something we do, is just hit you with a round of drugs to just try and get you through it. Because that gives Caloria Star something to do. And potentially materials to construct with. Why aren't you constructing? Oh, deprioritize that. Oh, wait. That's why. You, you're not scheduled to go out there. Alright, have a good time. Gotta watch so you don't get too much exposure. That's not gonna work. Yeah, you're gonna have to stay inside. I might need to deliberately burn this room to get rid of the corpses. Let's do it. Oh, you know what? Actually, take that back. Get the incinerator. We'll wait till something attacks, and we can just light the room up. So you're grabbing the mech corpses. So Kalaria can work on that. Okay, so that's a real problem. Please stop breaking food in that. Draconic, I need you to stop. We do not have the materials to deal with this. Plus, you destroyed a lot of our food. We still have enough to get through, but he did just... No, stop it. Okay, we do not have enough food now. Draconic did go through and destroyed 3 full stacks of food. Well, that sucks. That's a real big problem. Okay. So, if we're lucky, some of these raids will bring food in. So we're now going to make a new production area of a butcher spot that we will butcher any and all creatures we can. And as our food gets low, I'm just going to have to deal with that. We don't have what we need to set up a stove or anything else, so we are going to be risking food poisoning. So that's cool, I guess. Note to self, don't leave the corpses in there. That's what caused that problem. So we're at 9 days. How long does rice take to grow? Is that worth even considering, or is that just folly? Growing time 3 days. It's worth doing. New plan. How far along are you? Okay, so we're gonna go here. We're going to shrink this zone. Let's cut that whole section out. And go over here and add that on. Delete you. And switch you over to rice. And you're still dealing with gut worms, but you're almost out of it. Yeah, so it should be okay, because I do have basically 3 days worth of this available. We can go here and add rice to the shelf. So that does mean the last couple of days we're going to be potentially facing some penalties. Draconic having a tantrum and destroying 3 stacks of food. You could fish. That's a mod. There's no fishing in RimWorld. Okay. Honestly, the rest of that's all fine. I also apparently don't have hardly any money. That's okay. Move the bodies. Right now, I'm worried about anyone trying to go through there. How are you getting all the way out here? Okay, so you... just carry that one body there out. There's a... oh, I got rid of the spot out there. Because we already got corpse rot on one person. So storage, clear, and corpses. Get the one body that is moving rot stink into this part of the hallway out of here. But yeah, so problem is there's so much corpses in there. It's a whole issue. So we can go there, get back into safety. Because that'll also mean they shouldn't see it unless they're passing through that hallway. You safe water in the bottom of your base? I do. I'm actually expecting to use these as something to burn. Can the other colony chuck some food? Oh, no. No, no. So we're here, and the other colony is there. So we are basically a year, almost a full year worth of caravanning away. Versus we're already down to 8 days. The food's almost done, but that's okay. The worst case, I go out there and I Zeus hammer an alpaca, and we butcher it, and we make do. I'm trying to... There we go. I was going to say, I wanted to wait to the next caravan. Alright, so another group that's going to be melee heavy. That's fine. And if we get really lucky, they'll drop food for us. But yeah, so as soon as this raid's done, I'm going to run out and I'm going to Zeus hammer some animal. And it's going to be a snack. Flesh Beast Attack. Okay. So we're doing that thing where we have 2 attacks going on at the same time. So that way I can miss very important cues between the different colonies. And that people get hurt because of it. So you got a minute before they raid. You're not going to ever get those repaired, so just ignore them. That's not true. Furniture. You can stop spawning creatures. Oh, okay, we had a group inside the base. So, Illicit, if you just chill in that room for a moment, those enemies should feed themselves into me. That's okay. You're deathless, so you're just going to lay out there for a minute. So yeah, so we got someone who was outside the base who got caught. Okay, all the enemies spawned inside our perimeter are dealt with. So it's not a big wave of these. Double check. Are you moving yet? Nope. Get your assault rifle and get into the group if you can. We can deal with those later. Okay, you'll need to split off to this angle to start trying to support over here. There's a lot flooding through there. They're still holding. That's the last flare that's going to have any meaning. Okay, is that all of them? Yep. Okay, get out of here. You're good. You're fine. Okay, so that's sorted out. You're the only one who can't recover from your own stuff on your own. Alyssa should take care of that for you. Okay, Group B. So you got a range of weapons here. Nothing I'm too scared of. We should be able to cause some mayhem in this room. I am busy right now. They're different factions, so they might fight each other. Or they will bypass each other and not get close enough to trigger each other. Alright, that's our worst case scenario. Minor brace gun mandible, that's fine. So we got simultaneous raids that we're going to finish this raid and be immediately into the next one with no break in between. Which means the traps aren't going to be up for the ones with all the guns, which is not ideal. Okay, so Draconic, get here. Hilaria, let's get ready to rock and roll. Alright. So we want to get this place hot enough that all those bodies start going up. Because that might let us superheat the room on this one. Because we're going to want it. I need that fire to spread more than it is. We're up to 300 degrees and climbing. $400. The different units are getting in each other's way and fighting. 500 degrees. Almost 600 degrees. We're still climbing. They're all starting to take damage just for being in the room. $700 degrees. Everything in the room is starting to properly catch fire. They are running out to put out the fire, which is going to have the weird pro and con of it's just going to let me continue to build up the temperature in this room, and then they'll run in, they'll catch fire, and then they'll run back out. And then they'll run back in and run back out, which might actually work well if they go down outside and they drop food. I could take it. If it goes up in the room, it's not going to happen. We're up to 900 degrees and climbing. People are starting to go down from heat stroke in there. Okay, so we can go ahead and get everyone out of there, make sure they're in the safety zone. Okay, luckily they apparently had some food on them, like our actual characters. Okay, did you get treated? That's the one that mattered. So you just let that all burn. Because that'll take care of all those corpses. And then after that, we're going to quickly run out. We're going to kill an animal just to get a little bit of extra food. We can rebuild the traps, all that. But first, we got to let that thing burn out. Heat stroke? Oh. Because the wall is only one thick, it is getting a little heat through the wall. Alright, and you're just about done. Okay, so you're unrestricted. I'm going to need you to go over and say hello to an alpaca. Okay, that's on Mandible, that's fine. With Mandible, you can preach health, and that should be all we need. Are you set to cook? You are now. So I'm gonna need you to wake up long enough to butcher that, and then I really don't care what you do after that point. Pollution clearance. I mean, that's really good, but no. We're not gonna be sticking around much longer to even have to worry about it. Campfire to cook on? I need to go collect wood and all that. And I'd rather Calaria Star spend the time to quickly try and reset this room. Like, if I get the chance, I might. It's just right now, resetting the traps is the more important one. We're running out of steel fast. I do have some brick, so when we do run out of steel, I'll switch over to the granite traps, because then in between waves we can run out, grab some granite, and move on with it. Have Draconic tear down the wood walls? One thing I will need to do if I'm going to end up doing that is we got to remove the roof first. And Draconic can't. Draconic can't do anything. That was the one... Check the bodies for the food? The body... I mean, there's this body. All the other bodies were destroyed in the fire. Because we're using fire. There's no bodies to check. I mean, I guess you got these over here. I'm pretty sure when they go down, they'll drop food if they have it. Yeah, when they die, they'll drop the food if they're carrying food. Oh, I want to drop food and it was in the fire. Yeah, that's not unexpected. So you don't worry about cleaning for right now. You just keep moving stuff around as fast as you can. That's fine, I don't care about that. Yeah, so you remove all that roof. Mysterious cargo. I don't know which place it'll go to, and that could literally end our run. Not end our run, it could literally end this area if the wrong cargo shows up here. No, probably not end it. It would definitely be something that would be a major, major problem. Okay, the hay is almost grown. Oh, I forgot you're still down there. It's fine. You're already... So that attacks immediately. What was that? They're gonna prepare. Okay, grab that crap. Get home. We got tox grenades and a bunch of other stuff there. So we did what we could for getting that set up. We did run out of steel. No, we're not out of steel. Why aren't you building more? Schedule. Area 1, so no one goes back out. Another attack. I believe they're unfortunately friends with each other. Yup. Alright, I need you to really be on top of those traps now. You only get a couple more seconds to do that. Draconic? It's time. Important. Critical. Bring the chem. Alright, now Draconic, you are now under restrictions there, so you don't carry more in there. What are you doing? Oh, you're just merging them. That's fine, whatever. Can you finish that? No. Alright, so cancel these. We're out of steel to make more of them. And instead we're going to make them out of granite. They're probably not going to get done because the granite ones take way longer to build, and they're also not as good. Wait, can I make this out of plasteel? I can. That'll reduce our wealth, and I'm willing to bet those plasteel traps are probably obnoxiously strong. We won't be able to get either of them done in time. So just Clara's gonna try and repair what they can, since a lot of these walls got pretty badly damaged and all that. Okay, it's go time. It's the same plan as last time. Get you all behind cover. Schedule safety. Manhunter pack. Okay. That's a few. Because of course we're gonna... Oh, good. I forgot to take them off the safety zone. Is there anyone close to this door who can slam the door real fast? Yeah, Illicit, you're pretty close. Go for the door. Why are you... Oh, schedule. You're no longer restricted. Go for the door. Would you cooperate with me? Go for the door. There we go. And then get inside. Could be messy. Okay, schedule, back to safety, and undrafted. Okay, so that should keep them from getting inside as long as no doors got locked open. So that door's still restricted. That one's good. You're good. You two are good. You're good. You're good. Okay. So as long as everyone's scheduled to stay inside the safe zone, we shouldn't have to worry about what's going on there. So I need one of you to help spread this fire through this room. Because we can get that hot enough, the chem fuel will blow up, and it'll make the whole room, like, super hot. The room's getting hotter. You're on Gojus, aren't you? Not think you get that fire off. So the fire does seem to be working counter to how it's supposed to, in that it is causing them to just run back and forth. Can you reach that close? Is that in range? You are non-range. I can't have you go in that room, though. Ah, it sucks. What is your special? Do it. Okay, so I need to bait him into stepping forward. There we go. Yes, I need to expand that zone, shrink that zone for the next time. As long as Draconic manages to hold up here, which he's doing pretty well so far, this should still work, because they should break soon. The problem is I do need to get my people not standing here doing nothing for a minute. I need to stop pacing back and forth and actually go about dying, if you don't mind. Okay, so the room is pretty hot. Just, honestly, for right now, keep it on the safety zone. So get to tending each. Oh, you're not actually done. Okay, you did make it through. So you get ready to jump on Diver. Okay. Go about your business. Orders allow everything in there. That chem fuel's gonna go up. What food would you... Oh, there's some food down here. So that cools down soon. The chem fuel will be spared. But it's gonna burn through that room and destroy all the stuff in there. Oh, they're burning down that wall too. That works out for me. So you're gonna rot soon. So let's go ahead and have Draconic go eat that. To make sure they get food. This might be it. Grab the gun there. Actually, grab the pump shotgun instead. Recover what you can while we wait. Yeah, this is gonna be a mess, this fight. We're down to 6 days. I don't have a means of calling for what did you please tell me you didn't eat. Okay, you didn't cannibalize. I'm gonna need you to get those corpses out of here. When all this finally gives a break. This is actually a situation I want another raid of that. So the problem is Draconic doesn't heal very fast. They are a Yetkin. Alright, we're gonna give him as much time to rest as we can. Can I get you over there enough to get the alpaca? Or the boomlope? Yes. Because that'll run to interference for you. You get here. Just do your best, team. That didn't last but like 2 seconds. The good news is militars don't have much life. Move forward, move forward, move forward. Please move forward. I'm begging you, please move forward. Please move forward. I need you to move forward. There you go. All right, back up again. Get back in there. This is not going smoothly at all. Because we're just waiting for one bad shot and Draconic to lose their leg, because their leg was badly hurt before all this. Please move forward. Move forward, buddy. You got it. Is that both waves? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, schedule. Unrestricted. You don't have any new injuries. Yeah, you do, actually. I'm lying. Haul these bodies out of here real fast. Because otherwise, they're going to have an absolute meltdown. You help. Disease infection on Calaria. So we're gonna change that to a medical bed. Rest until healed. That tantrum hurt us real bad. %, 10 is gonna have to do. Meanwhile, I can't wait for other stuff to go on. I need more food. Luckily we got that over there. Who's our cook? It's Calaria. Calaria is the only one who can cook, so this sucks. Zone storage, animal corpses that are not rotten. So Draconic, I need you to haul the corpse. I want Calaria to spend as little time out of bed as possible. So go haul that corpse over here. Calaria will cut it apart, then you can eat it. And we're gonna have ourselves an understanding. No, I need a break. You don't have time. If we don't get a break to deal with our food soon, we are going to lose this. Because they're on they're very, very close to having a mood break kind of thing during all this while fighting an infection. No time, just eat a corpse? No, no, no. If I eat a corpse, it's like a -30 penalty. We will absolutely have a mood break. Alright, get in there. Please outshoot them, Claria. Claria's down. There's nothing that can help me per shouting. And your shield's down, and you're down. It's done. This will be a failure for Ship to the Stars. Yeah, so the problems we ran into was the big one that killed us was that tantrum. The tantrum ruined it. Because when the tantrum went, it destroyed all of our food, and then we were juggling, like, mood breaks and all that kind of stuff. And there was just no recovering at that point. The other thing that went badly is having the flamethrower. It worked okay. I'm curious why you're still showing me this tile. Oh. You self-tended. Or you self-tamed, so I technically have something on that tile. So now I get to see if the Ship to the Stars comes back. And there's no way I can get someone there before it's completely annihilated. It's a year caravan out there. Yeah, what I needed was the Molotovs. The Molotovs, you can make that room superheated very rapidly. I'm honestly surprised the speed at which we even had the raids for the finale. Because we were overlapping raids the whole time we were here. Not the whole time, but it was like every raid we would have, we'd have 2 different raids. And I don't think we had anyone. Now it's a fire consume the building. It won't, because nothing in here is hardly flammable. Yeah, I don't know if it'll reset or not. That tile is going to get raided even with me not being there. So, for the time being, we should just abandon that one. But that's okay if we have to Arco reset and then do Ship to the Stars on the reset. So you're there. So this is over here. Alright, so mood break on a lot of people. Alright, so we will need to work on a lot of... Alright, so you're going to absolutely have a meltdown. There's going to be no dealing with that right now. This is so full of so much just junk everywhere. Where is my Mind Numb? It was over here somewhere. There it is. So I'm going to need you to hit that. And I'm going to need you to hit that. Everyone dealing with Colonists Lost is just going to have to make do. There's too many to manage. Yeah, so we'll deal with it after the reset. What we can probably do... I wonder if at the reset it would make sense. Entity Slayer. That's fine. Have a good time. Entity Slayer is like the ideal condition because it can only target those 2, and both of them it's going to kill. I'm just going to put it back on there. Days, because everyone is melting down because we lost multiple colonists. You can all... Wait. Don't actually walk outside. I forgot, you also have your problem you're dealing with. Oh, I guess you weren't done yet. My bad. So we do have to be careful because some of these breaks, if they walk outside the perimeter, they're going to get mauled by the Manhunter pack. Okay. So the next person to show up here is having like major break risk or whatever. We'll need to console them. And just work through everybody. Sounds like time to party? You're not wrong. A really good chance of positive outcomes. Let's try and do that real fast for a mood bonus. Secure for the nobles. We will potentially do that. There'll be 2 raids. Those are relatively small raids. We'll likely do that for the honor for Illicit and Z to call in support, and I am hoping that will trigger to us. Oh yeah, so now we're going to get a penalty for it. I forgot. So we got a mood bonus for it, and we're gonna get a mood penalty for it. So Wander rejected -4 for 8 days. Fun Festival +5 for 6 days. Well. Yeah, so we want to do this. I'm gonna wait. Oh, actually, no, the shuttle should land inside the perimeter right here. Take that for Illicit. And then go to schedule. Stay inside the safe zone. Your entire schedule is recreation. And we'll get all of this set up. I don't really care what you do around here, honestly. Okay. So yeah, so we keep those 2 here. What we can do with that is... What is your deal? Oh my god, did you immediately take a drug? That's fine. It does mean I'm gonna have to go through and probably... Oh, so you can word joy someone? Guest is unhappy. I can't do anything about it. You're just gonna be... Oh, actually, that's not true. Go hit the Mind Numb. Juggernaut Serum? No, so I want the honor because I'm hoping I could trigger the, Oh, title requires bedroom. Hey, Rongor. I hate to be the one to do this to you, buddy. So it's... So you're a soldier. Who's the one who's got actual rank? Who is it complaining about? Alright. So I hate to do that to you, Rongor, but it is what it is. You can be all pissy because you're a jealous pawn, too. Like, Juggernaut Serum is good and all that. I can just make Juggernaut Serum if I want. We are trying to get the royalty ending to come up again. Yeah, it sucks. Next time, like I said, the things I need to do next time is whoever I send over needs to be able to craft and do a bunch of stuff. Like, they can't be a just haul melee pawn. They need to be able to contribute to get stuff going faster and yada yada yada. The other thing we need over there is to actually have actual Molotovs and not try and just get by with the incinerator. The incinerator actually worked okay, in all fairness. But if I did throw the entire way down that hallway to right at the corner, the ones that would try and stop to shoot at us would have also gotten pegged by the Molotov again and again. Alright, so we got you. So console, very last Lardine. So that's 1 mood penalty off of 1 person. So I just had a couple things that went wrong with it. Honestly, if I had also stockpiled... Like, the other one is, like, leaving all the bodies in there with the expectation of burning them all as part of the trap. That was also a mistake. I should have just gone in there, quickly burned the entire room, and then backed off. So we didn't take all those mood penalties and have them sitting there the whole time. I also sent 2 of the only people who couldn't fast heal or anything like that as well, which is another mistake. But it is what it is. Live and learn. It does make me wonder, so quest ship to the stars should be gone now, right? Yeah, so we do... I don't know if this will reappear on this one. When we Arco Nexus, it'll reappear. So it's not our final chance to get it. Same with the royalty one, as it will come back with time. Do we still have the dangerous animals on the map? Nope. Okay, so you are all unrestricted now. So yeah, now we're basically stuck in the waiting game for any of the endings to become available again. Why do you have a different icon shape than all the others? You're not a child anymore. So you're ravenously hungry, which is a problem you can solve yourself very easily. Okay. So let's give you the leather and all that. We have all the bionics, we can give you all of our worn out clothing. That's all good. And honestly, there's not much else here we want. Give me the Nutramine. And we'll assume we want the chem fuel as well. So I could give them steel as something to make them happy. We could also get rid of some of the spare clothing I have that's got some value. You know what I can do? Let's get rid of all these extra beds and whatnot. You know, we'll give them a little bit of steel to make them content. So yeah, so we'll go for like 500. Make a full 1,000. There we go. So keep on working on that. As you can see, we are absolutely building up our mortar supply for whenever the royalty thing gets up. Undignified bedroom, because the braziers are out of wood again. I really just need to make a small tree cutting zone just to have a renewable supply of wood. That's fine. Just so at least a little bit of wood's coming in, so I'm not having to send people to constantly go outside and cut all the trees out there. All right. Okay, cool. So we are seeing that they've almost finished hauling all the junk from out in the periphery over. There's still just tons and tons and tons of steel slag everywhere. I'm going to tell them to not bother hauling that anymore. Because it is just getting too far out into the edges of the map where if someone gets caught, that's just the end of it. Okay. Oh, right. Our Boomalope are reproducing really fast. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is release you, release you, release all of you. Because I don't want the Boomalope population to get too big. But I do want a decent number of them to at least keep the chem fuel rolling in. I just gotta watch that the population doesn't utterly explode. Underground uranium. Because it just, for those who don't know, this will keep spawning new materials onto the map. So we are just getting to the point, because of how long the run's going, that I'm just getting a solid ground. Because my researchers have nothing left to research, so they're just forever and ever looking for new materials and all that. Yeah, with the Boomalope, it could be a thing that we set off somewhere outside the perimeter for the Boomalope to just be. Yeah, so we have some of our crops are rotting away. Did you ever get your replacement drugs? No. You're about to go comatose. So one thing I also need to do, we had this here before. So go here, zones, critical, clear. We want to go down to weapons. Non-biocoded can't go there, but everything biocoded can. And I want to do that so we start getting, there's a couple weapons we got laying around here that are biocoded that I can't smelt or anything. That I want to get moved in here so it rots. Specifically, like the biocoded triple rocket launcher, that kind of thing. Alright. Cool, so we're about to get the last one out there. So I kept all the female ones, so if I need to up the population, I still have that as an option. And then the one male. And eventually, if I'm like, okay, we really don't need more... Man, I'm so annoyed we haven't had another chance to get an alpaca or a muffalo this whole time. Oh, don't... Yeah, that's my fault. Don't do that anymore. We did that because we had like a 20-something hive infestation, so I put a bunch of explosives and a pile of chem fuel in there to thin it out. I forgot we had that up there. Guest is unhappy. No problem. Take a mind numb. Word joy on Ion Tichy. So that'll keep you happy for 6 days. Can I do anything with Rongor? High Psychic Drone. That'll be a pain to deal with. Let's see. Attacking immediately. Breacher Raid. Rongor, try to very quickly take a Mind Numb. I don't know if you're gonna have the time to do it. I need you to hustle. You're not gonna get anywhere on time. You just try and go for that door and hope they just don't chase you. Okay, you got your thing. Get over here with the others. Okay, so it looks like Ion Tichi's gonna get out of there. And the others are getting into position, and honestly should be... It looks like they're gonna go right on the edge of my range, which is perfect, because that means I'll piecemeal them as they approach. So it's just gonna be a shooting gallery on the breachers. The rest of the raid is like, I don't know what to do about this. Alright, go up here and over there. Why are you all moving so slowly? Like, I don't mind that you're moving so slowly. It works out for me. I just don't know why. Trying to get you into position to draw the fire. Yeah, their attacks immediately, and they're weirdly pacing back and forth. But again, I could really live with that. I don't know why they're behaving the way they are. Hey, Darth, how's it going? Did you just play the demo for the one they were to stream today? Midley Goodbye? But so you really need to watch Pank less often? Oh, yeah. Pank covers a lot of good games, a lot of variety content. Oh, looks like they figured their stuff out. Well, what did we learn, Impids? 1, don't attack me. And then 2, if you're gonna attack me, you just commit to it. The whole waffling back and forth basically let me shooting gallery them half the time. I really don't know why they were doing that, but it really made them very easy to handle. Alright, you're still gonna need to mine them, even though you've been consoled and everything. That high psychic drone came at a real bad time. We'll take a headshot on the way out too? Yeah, I know it happens. Honestly, with all the assault rifles of various types we have going into this, like, we have some pretty sickening damage we can throw at them. What's up with you? With the group we lost, your kid was one of the ones that were in the Ship to the Stars. Claria Star was your child, so you're super angry. And then we have a high psychic drone going on at the same time, so you're doubly extra angry. Okay, so you're upsetty spaghetti. Go ahead and mind numb. Ion Tichi. Go use a mind numb. We're just gonna have to mind numb our way through this high psychic drone. Does that mean you're trying to pair your wife up with your kid? That's your wife. Did I have that wrong? I have like 3 different people it seems to be that I'm noticing it. My god. Minus 34. So Moriarty is getting super angry. I gotta be careful on how much of the mind numb I'm using because I need to have enough for the Empire people. Unfortunately, I can't see. No, your kid is Groot's twig, who is alive. I don't know what's happening right now. I know you were pissed off about a couple of things, but I can't see it because it's suppressed right now. Alright, the good news is the Colonist Lost debuff is going to drop off pretty soon. See, Darth is your title, not your name. When you have your glasses on, you have 20/15 vision. Okay. I mean, I do, like, I get what you're saying. Like, there's like more people out there with Darth. Just sometimes when I look up, it's like, oh, Darth. You know, just like read the name or whatever. When you have your glasses on, you have 2015 vision? Did they, like, do you have just like a sight issue that the glasses aren't enough to overcome? Yeah, no, we had more here. Nearsighted. But yeah, and it also does have, like, there's other stuff going on. Nearsighted? Left eye sucks even with glasses? Gotcha. Yeah, and I haven't run into where corrective lenses couldn't work for me, so that's something I'm, like, just naive about. Because I know I deal with an astigmatism. You have amblyopia. Basically, only one eye gets to the focus. The left eye is just blurry peripheral for the most part. Interesting. I hadn't heard of that one before. Every day's a school day. And you're both set to maintain only, right? Yep. Alright, so how long until the nobles go away? 3 days. Commonly called lazy eye. Gotcha. You apparently have a freckle on your left eye for some reason. I have never heard of that before. I don't know if there's something they can do about that, or if it's worth doing anything about it, or any of that. But yeah, that's something new to me. I hadn't heard of that one ever before. Okay. It develops when there's a breakdown how the brain and the eye work together, and the brain can't recognize the sight from one eye. Gotcha. We're just melting slag now. Oh, right. I have a whole bunch of things I could put on people. So for our ghoul, let's go ahead and say, hey, ghoul, how would you like to have a bionic, never mind, 2 deep infestation, we'll deal with this first. That is probably the least good place for that to happen. But we can go ahead and get you here. And the range team, we can just pile them up as much as possible back here. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a minute. So get that door open. Where's my melee pawns? So Ronger's nearby, that's good. That'll do. Get in there quick. Don't let them destroy all that stuff. Oh, oh. So you get back out. Oh, they attacked that itself. Oh, I see. Kill that. I don't want you shooting around in there. Wildlife. Yeah, so they attacked the fire foam popper, which popped it. And I remember I bumped them all up to hunting 1 previously. And then the reason I did that was that anytime we had these go down, everyone could run over and just immediately kill any surviving creatures. Alright. So a little bit of waste of a fire foam popper, but yeah. But you have an old scar in your right eye that's not a concern for your sight. You never knew that freckle could be on your eye either? Yeah. I knew about the concern of where you could have something happen that hurts your eye and you get a scar tissue on it and then you can't see well. I know that as I'm aware of that one being a thing, like where you have an eye injury that carries forward. Alright, so good news is we don't have much construction going on these days, so we're just getting all the damage patched up real fast. So we didn't lose any mortars, which is pretty good, because I don't really have the means of replacing many of those. Is there something I can have you work on in the meantime? Not really, because you won't do a lot of things. See, funny enough, the eye that developed is the same eye that you got scratched by a cat when you were like 3. Jury's still out if they're related. Gotcha. It wouldn't be surprising. Even if it's not something like, you know, the cat physically injured the eye type thing or whatever. Those kind of things can cause all sorts of different stresses and all that the body can react to in weird ways. Not that without being able to go back in time and observe it would ever be able to prove it. Okay, so generally everyone's mood seems to be improving. Okay, you're gonna take another hit of the Mind Numb. Because I gotta keep your mood up. Yeah, eyes are very fragile. Yeah, I mean, when you think about what an eye is, it's kind of like a little ball. That inside the ball, it's got like your eye goop and all that, but it's got, you know, a floating lens that has to be a certain shape, and it's got all the nerves that go into it. So it's kind of a it's one of the most complicated parts of the human body. Are they just quest royals? Yes. So it's a very complicated part of the human body, but it's effectively like a balloon of just, you know, the eye goop in there. So it's just a fluid bag. Fluid bag with very, very delicate and complex things shoved inside of it. Also for reference, when you close your eye, you can barely read anything on your monitor. Most of what you can make out is because you already knew what it said. Gotcha. But yeah, no, I don't know where the safety glasses have gone to now. I used to always keep a pair of safety glasses over top of my workbench. And it was a pair of safety glasses that just have this like big gash out of the side of them. That I was doing some wood lathe and it caught a knot. And it ripped the knot out of it and threw it at me at speed. And luckily I was wearing them because it's just like it hit it like a piece of wood against like impact resistant safety glasses, and even then it put a big gash through the safety glass the whole way up. And it's one of those things I'm like, yeah, if I wasn't wearing those safety glasses, there's zero chance I would have had that eye. Like, that would have been a direct hit on my eye at speed, and enough that I could just, you know, dig into safety glass. Like, that would have been 100% losing your eye. So that was always like my reminder to be like, hey, take your safety seriously. There's that time that it saved you. But so you know that from when you dissect a frog, they give you a cow's eye here. If they do it at all. It was gross but interesting. Yeah. I know I did dissection. I don't remember, like, we did a dissection. I couldn't tell you what it was. Like, it probably was just like a frog or something, but I genuinely don't remember it very well. It's always fun to realize it's an alternate universe where something terrible happened to you. Yeah, basically, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that a lot of times we take a lot of stuff for granted that, you know, oh, I don't need to worry about that, like I've never gotten hurt. Oh, I don't need to worry about that, I've never gotten sick. And it's kind of one of those things that if you do get to the point that you do have the bad outcome happen, you know, it's too late. Like, had I not worn safety glasses that day, I would have lost an eye. there's no halfway between there. And I know, like, I've always been pretty strict about wearing proper protective gear, like my safety glasses. When I'm doing something that's gonna have lots of fine dust, I'll either wear like a respirator or a mask or whatever's appropriate. So like when you're painting, wearing like the painter's mask, or you know, when I've been doing stuff with like lots of wood dust, I'll wear like the one with the breather on it, because I know I had a family friend who did like a lot of woodworking their entire life. And they did have way later, I can't remember what it was, they developed a very serious lung problem. And it's because of all the fine wood dust getting into their lungs eventually, you know, got infected and all that. Like, fine powders, whether it's like, well, fine anything, whether it's liquids or powders, can be dangerous. The same thing, like, water doesn't seem particularly dangerous, but if you use those misters way too much, they can quite often give you pneumonia, among other things. That it's just, you know, be careful. There's also a lot of stuff you wouldn't expect to be dangerous for your body that it's like, oh yeah, sounds harmless. Also, super awful, be real careful. Let's see, one had the Final Destination where you lean down to get something, you fall over your desk, and your Exacto fell, point down, buried itself into the carpet, and it could have very well stabbed you in the spine. Yeah. I've not had anything like that. The closest I've had to those kind of moments is, I've told the story that it was going to, I can't remember if it was I think it was Bike, was it Bike Week or Biketoberfest? Basically, it was Daytona, where, like, the big Harley events and all that go, well, big motorcycle events. And back then I used to ride. And it was one of those things that I was going through, there's the intersection of US 1 and International Drive, which is, like, the intersection that things get chaotic, and I had a catastrophic brake failure. The motorcycle I was driving, or riding, you had, you know, you got your brakes up top, you brake, your clutch, and then you have your other brake down and your pedals, or not pedals, down by your feet. And on the right hand, though, there's a manifold that your brake line goes through. I can't remember if it was like the master cylinder, slave cylinder, whatever for your brake. But, you know, I went to squeeze in the brake, and it's got like the two bolts that hold the top of it, and it just kind of went, like it kind of pop up, and then just the brake fluid would spray out at the same speed I was squeezing. And so I had a complete brake failure on my rear brakes, which for those who don't know about motorcycles, there's an exact ratio is different on each bike, but generally speaking, your front tire is somewhere in the area of like 70-ish% of your braking power, and your back tire is much lower. The idea is you use the back brake to start easing in, they use the front to actually properly do the most of the slowdown. And so I'm pulling into this intersection, I'm squeezing my brakes and nothing's happening, and it's to that point where it's too late, like, there's not a way I can stop before I reach the intersection. My brakes have completely failed. And it was a red light on my end, and the vehicles are just crossing back and forth, and it's just, you did that kind of mental freeze frame, you're like, this is how I die. I'm just gonna go into this intersection and just get smashed down by a car, or just T-bone the side of a car, you know, at well over 20, 30, 40 miles an hour, and that's just gonna be it. You know, that type of collision on a motorcycle, if it doesn't kill you, is the kind of thing that you go, this is the moment my life took a turn, because you get seriously hurt when you got zero protection around you and you hit something that hard. Luckily, I just kind of looked for an opening, and I just hit the accelerator as hard as I could and managed to get across to all the cars honking their horns with good reason. And then I got on the other side, and I just downshifted and downshifted and downshifted and downshifted, then peg-legged to come to the rest of the stop. And I had been riding with my dad, who came up behind me a couple minutes later and was like, what the hell was all that about? And, you know, meanwhile, I got brake fluid all down my right arm. Which that wasn't why I stopped riding, but it definitely contributed to that consideration. For me, it was I always liked the feeling of the wind going by, and I got a convertible, so... I've also had way too many people when I'd ride. They do the thing where you're trying to merge on the highway and then try and match your speed to, like when you're trying to merge on to force you to like gun it to get ahead of them because people are dumb. You definitely had a couple moments there like, oh my, I could have died right there. Luckily I'm alive and not horribly maimed. Yeah, I've only had a couple of times in my life where it's like, oh, like this very nearly was like, you know, a dire situation. I've only had like single digits, small digits of those. Let's see, I've had a few motorcycle scares. E.g., headlight went out in the middle of the night in the road with no streetlights. Yeah, and then you just keep downshifting and just trying to like watch the texture as much as you can if you can't see. Yeah, when the brakes failed, I actually did ride that home because it's in the middle of well, I mean, it wasn't in the middle of nowhere, it was Daytona, but you know, for those who don't know the area, when you're leaving Daytona to the south, the moment you get past, like, US 1 and I Drive, there's, like, one more intersection, and then there's, like, nothing to, like, the next town over, which is where I was headed. But it was one of those ones, like, how fast I'm going? I'm going 25. When am I starting to brake for the light? About a mile back. Like, I am driving as paranoid and babying this thing as I can, because I know exactly what my stopping power is, and it is not great. Because, again, the front brakes are what failed, which is 70-ish% of your braking power. I still had the rear brakes. So at that point, it was just, okay, you wouldn't even worry about the light. You would approach the light going like 20 miles an hour, 25, whatever. I know I could stop at that light well before it. So are you throwing your hat into the rat race ring? Are you talking about the 1 million? Because the answer's no on that. I just don't play Project Zomboid enough realistically to do all that. Plus it's also, they did make some mild improvements to the crafting, but it helps. They made it so it's a little faster, but in practice it didn't seem that significant. I honestly think it's the weapon durability that needs love more than anything. Because the crafting time in the bar is only part of the equation. You still have to gather the supplies and all that. But yeah, no, 1 million kills? Nah. Honestly, even 100,000 kills. I don't main Project Zomboid. Like, I never... Like, that was never, like, my main thing on the channel, period. I did play a lot of it. But it's just one of those things that the sheer amount of time you have to put in for those kind of runs, you basically have to play that nearly exclusively. And that just doesn't make sense for me. Not as a creator, not as for my own personal enjoyment. It's just not a thing that makes sense. Now, if you're someone who mains Project Zomboid as a regular thing, yeah, it's probably a great thing to get involved with. It's still the time, like, people gotta understand the amount of time we're talking here. You are talking probably a year and a half if you go hard doing it full time, almost exclusively, is the type you're talking, and that is just zero interest in doing that. Okay, so now back to what we were going to do before we had that. So I want you to get the bionic leg. Meanwhile, you two, get the heck out of here. Where's your buddy? Alright, so we did complete a quest to get enough honor that I can call all of those in. So that's good news. Cool, and you got your bionic leg. Do we have anyone else running around here with actual injuries that we could deal with bionics? You could have used a bionic leg as well. Masterwork face mask is pretty relevant. Okay, so you have either arm. Bionic arm right. And while I got you here, we'll do install bionic eye right. And we will go ahead and add in the stone skin thing. I'm actually running out of people who need the healing enhancer. So pretty soon I'll take that off the construction. You're still chilling here to Hello Kitty. Yeah, no, they tweaked the food. For those who weren't watching in the Discord, do not in Product Zomboid, do not drink the tainted water directly from the river that anymore. We've had a couple people testing, and it was like 0.2 thirst worth, and died from the poisoning on it. So the drinking directly from the lakes and rivers, not safe anymore. Like just don't do it. Is that a wifey I hear? Mm-hmm. Major break risk on you. Okay, so we'll try and wait out the joiner not accepted. Oh, and then Rongor can get back in this bedroom, so they stop complaining about not having the most impressive bedroom in the place. So that should help Rongor's mood. And we've got everyone not restricted. Just drink more? Gotta build up that tolerance, that's how it works, right? No. That's, that you'll have people who talk like the whole, like, if it doesn't kill you, it gets you stronger. It's like, no, actually, especially when you're talking things that are poisonous, quite often it's a cumulative thing, where a little bit isn't a problem, but it never really goes away. So you just kind of take a little bit more, and you take a little bit more, and you take a little bit more, and then you have a serious health problem. Like when you're talking stuff like radiation, when you're talking stuff like contaminations in your food, like metals, like all of that stuff is cumulative, where it's usually, unless you got some like really direly contaminated stuff, you know, one sippy sip isn't usually enough to be a problem, but it's getting that little bit of mercury, and oh, now I got mercury poisoning. That your body's ability to get rid of it is pretty negligible. So it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse, and there's no real reducing that meter on any meaningful level. It's the same thing with like lead poisoning and all that. Yeah, even a small food poisoning isn't pleasant enough. Oh yeah, no, I've only done food poisoning once in my life, and like proper food poisoning, I'd never want to experience that again. One sip equals death, 5 sips equals superhero. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. Mechanoid cluster. So we got another toxic spewer. We do have the drop pod, we do have this. This is another one of those ones that I can choose to deal with this in the lazy way. And the lazy way is to man a bunch of mortars and to just blast it a whole lot. Oh, also storage. Reinforced barrels should be here. Now we can keep track how many I have, because I think I'm low. And we are going to target that. I'm mostly doing this to trigger them to spawn in whatever's going to spawn in, so I can fight it on my terms. Yeah, those are just scythers. I don't care about that. Yeah, so it's going to make a bunch of scythers. You're going to have that pop out. We've got one centipede blaster, one scorcher. Really not a scary one. Okay, so we got a couple of them starting to work their way over. It doesn't even appear to be like the main group. So let's see. Yes, you're all operating the guns. The rest of you get into position for the fight. Because so far it doesn't seem like everything's responding, only a couple. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? No, seriously. All right, that door is closed. Those doors are closed. Oh, they're like breach rating. Oh, okay. But why? Alright, well with that, I mean, we could just pick these off a couple at a time then. Hey, go get that Lancer. Did we get you that leg? Yeah, we did. Yeah, you're being so weird. Like, they're beelining down here. They want something, and I don't know what is going on with it. Like, that's the part that's worrying me, is what do they know that I don't know? That's not open there. Yeah, it'd be weird for them to go there considering nobody's down there anymore. Let's focus on that centipede first. Oh, you're going after my geothermal? You're just attacking random spots of wall. Alright, go after that pikeman. You can start going after the Scorcher down here. Huh. They're just weirdly behaving like just a very odd choice of breacher raid. Yeah, no, I just didn't even go in for the geothermal itself. They're just hitting random walls. Which, if this was the, like, one of the finales or something and is about to have, like, all sorts of bad news happen, could potentially be a big problem. What we're currently dealing with, just not really a big issue. And I do have the smoke pack charged. So for when it comes to dealing with the actual push on those turrets. I could just smoke pack my way in on those back two. Yeah, so what's your range? Okay. Yeah, so I could probably do here is walk up, cut across, put this in between us, pop the smoke pack over there, and that should let me spray across and take out everything over there. We can get all the way over here, and then we just need to send the Ghoul and Rongor ahead to tank the hits since they've got, you know, being a Ghoul as well as a shield belt going between them. Major break risk on who and why. You go take care of yourself. It's fine. I don't really need that many people involved here. The rest of you follow their lead. You get out here too. It's fine. Why are you moving so slow? Oh, you still have anesthetic on? You can get out of here too. This is just mop up at this point. Okay. Alright, so plan straightforward, same as the other one. We get everyone in position. I'm not going to bother doing the smoke pack in this one. I'm going to have you pop over here. And the rest of you are going to pop around as fast as you can. That's fine. Okay, schedule. And then there's nothing here I actually want to keep. Cool. So orders, take it apart. Yeah, so the only thing that went bad here is just we had one person at a mood break because of it. But that's having to do with a lot of other things that we've got sky-high expectations and all that. I do really want this colony to get the royalty stuff going, just so I can get that sorted. So you are still upset. You're going to be upset for a while. So console them. They're just trying to get one person who's got like the really long-term mood breaks out of here at a time. Okay. And please build that door, because I'm a little worried about someone just popping in there and destroying the geothermal. I don't need the geothermal. We've got so many unstable power cores, plus I can put the vanometric power back down. But still, having it so someone rolls in and just destroys something of value at minimal effort still doesn't feel like the play. So we got the bionic spine and nothing else there. And I'm honestly doing good on all of my materials. Yeah, for right now, just toggle the power off on all of these things. Psychite addiction. That is not my favorite. So we've got that one turned off. Where's my last drill? There you are. That's what you like, you treat Vans like unstable power cores? Yeah, they're really solid. It's worth like just sealing in the wall because they never need to be repaired. So it's definitely worthwhile dealing with that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side, and just every couple minutes they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving it in their mouth, going right back to fighting. It's a weird view in my mind. Oh crap, we're already drowsy again. Hang on. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. I'm just gonna go on a guess here. see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so the only thing that's annoying right now is we're basically in a waiting game. That I don't know what the delay is between times you can attempt the... Sorry, the, where are you at? The Royal Ascent? Has it really already been 1 year in game since we attempted it? No, it's rounding. It's been the second. Yeah, so basically we're stuck kind of just waiting for the Royal Ascent to become available again. Because until it does, I can't trigger it. So we're in this like weird thing. And I could Arco Nexus, but I'm definitely not taking someone who's fully ranked up in Arco Nexus to another tile. You want specific apparel? Prestige armor. Royal Tribute Collector. Yeah, so like I can Arco Nexus literally any time. But if I do, I need to redo the entire climb up to Royal and rebuild all the throne room and all that, the new colony. The Ship to the Stars, I have no idea if it reappears or not. That one I'm perfectly fine going on to like the next colony, doing the Arco Nexus, building up, and when it shows up, I'll send an away team to deal with it. But gotta get to that point. Ah, so your thing was your wife died, very last Lardine, so it wasn't your kid, your wife died. You don't think a Ship to the Star respawns? I don't think so either. Let's see, a royal rank will give you a base of 15 to 30 days before they get their negative moodles, if they're not met. Yeah. Oh, there's like one tile there. Why are we getting slowed down? Did one of you walk into fire? Is that what happened? Yep, it did. Pawns are so dumb. But yeah, no, I think you're right about the Ship to the Stars. I do understand with the Arco Nexus, when you trigger it, it will respawn after you Arco Nexus. That's what I'm led to believe, and I believe that is accurate. The royalty ending, I will get a re-attempt whenever the quest reappears. Like, the Royal Ascent mission even flat out tells you, it's like, hey, if you fail this, you can try it again. The whole map is burning. But that's the reason the entire outside perimeter is stone, not even wood doors. Everything is stone. Because then the whole map can burn, and I really don't care. Is fine. Go haul this. If you haul it, it can't keep catching fire again and again. You did this without a mech pawn? Yeah, no, I find it weird how many people are like, oh, Mechanator. I actually don't see very many people run Mechanators to do all that stuff. Like, I find Mechanators are convenient for, like, hauling and cleaning and all that. I don't really care for the later mechs that much. Like, I don't see it worth the time and all that. But so you love the rumor that when fires reach a certain limit, the game forces a rain event? Yeah, so there is an actual mechanic in the game where when you have enough fire, it will try to do a rain event. assuming there isn't another wet weather event that prevents rain. Because that actually is a mechanic to the game. Like, you can actually get rain on desert tiles and all that if you get enough fire involved, which is usually tricky unless you got, like, a big base. I'm pretty sure that's a confirmed mechanic. But, one of the things you run into is stuff like, I believe, like, Grey Pall and Death Pall and those kind of things. Those weather events being locked in will prevent rain, or if you get, like, the, if you get the thing where it causes Dry Thunderstorm as, like, a whole thing, then, you know, it'll also, because that Dry Thunderstorm is a weather event of the same type that rain would be, it will block the rain from being able to happen. That's the dangerous one. You get something like Death Pall going on, you get, like, the fire burning out the whole map, and you just won't get any escape from the fire until the Death Pall goes away. It's one of the low-key things that can be really dangerous with Anomaly that is just not super obvious. The rain usually kicks in after it's already burned through fields? Yeah. Well, it has to be a certain amount of the map burning. I don't remember if it's based on value or number of tiles or how much is burned or what the rule is. But it is those things that if your fields are at a location that can easily get the fire to them, there's a good chance they'll catch fire. Alright. Did we ever figure out what Blair's secret was? Because we got Blair a while back. How long ago was it that we got you? And as well as things that they wouldn't tell you, and I don't remember if we ever did find out. Because we haven't had Grey Flesh. They haven't betrayed us, they haven't left. They don't do the random scream thing, which is actually one of the really annoying ones. Because it's not that bad, so you start trying to tolerate it. But it does tend to knock people and cause pain constantly. Not constantly, every once in a while. So it's like not too terrible, but it will never go away. That they just keep doing it. So it really isn't that weird thing. Normally the healer comes blind. Well, yeah, no, but they'll usually, even if they start up here blind, they'll have something else going on. And they, like I said, they didn't betray us. I don't think they had anything chasing them. Because all of them will usually have some secret. Now, one of the secrets are they just leave. What's actually been funny is we really haven't been using the unnatural healing at all. You never had a healer have anything special except leave? Oh, I have. I've definitely had healers have negative stuff. I've had healers betray me, that kind of thing. I don't know what all the rules are, but I've definitely had them roll a bunch of different things at different points. Yeah, so the entire map is almost clear of anything of value. We got like a little bit of trace materials up here that still need to be hauled. They're getting down to the last little fringes of steel in the outskirts. We're honestly probably at the point where I should make a zone like this that doesn't contain quite the far outskirts, because it is dangerous for you to have a pawn run all the way over here. Because what can happen is you run over here, a raid spawns there while they're there, and they just fall over dead. Or get kidnapped or whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so like my problem here is right now I don't know what to do. We're not looking to expand our base farther. I'm not looking to increase the number of pawns farther. We already have a very large group. We're kind of just waiting for the royalty ending to pop up. I did make sure to do another mission to get us honor, just in the off chance that that is something needed to trigger it to go again. I do have enough honor on Illicit NZ to be ready for all of that stuff to go down. We've got all our reputations in really good shape, and I can max them all out again if I need to. We are just filling up our mortar supply. I can't craft the reinforced barrels, so it's waiting for trade caravans. They have nothing else to do? Do you want to build the Great Wall of China? There's no real reason to do that. Like, I can add more layers to my wall. The big problem you run into when you have more than 2 layers is then when it comes to repairing it, you have to, like, start microing it, where you have to, like, cancel the outer layer so that they get to the inside layer, to then fix that, to then go out. So there's reasons to not go thicker than 2. Yeah, if you want just a bigger buffer, you can just add layer after layer after layer. You know, it's not a terrible thing. But I mean, we already attempted the royalty ending, and we didn't even suffer a loss during the whole thing. I just screwed up and accidentally bombarded some of the Imperial units and took the penalty from doing so from our standings. And when we took that penalty, that was just that. One thing we can do is we are starting to get a couple years on our people, so let's go ahead and do a skip abduction. So Conrad should lead this. So skip abduction. I will need to make one of these into a prison. I'm gonna start de-aging someone, because we got a few people who are starting to get some years on them. All right. So what we're going to go ahead and do from here. So who is chronophagy? Oh, I have to wait till you're actually captured. All right, so chronophagy. So you're the target. So we had one person who's 28. We're just basically looking for who's the oldest one of our colonists right now. So very last Lardine is 28. And Blair isn't one of the ones we're going to keep, so we're going to focus on the ones we do keep. So Conrad needs to be involved. Illicit should be involved. See if we got anyone amazingly high. I do wish there was a way to sort this by how much psychic sensitivity or whatever they have. Alright. So yeah, so we'll de-age our ones that are like 28 and 26. Because one of the negatives of where I've made these characters deathless and all that, using the bio stuff, we did give them high cellular instability, which does massively shorten our lifespans and have a higher risk of all sorts of other problems. So I do need to keep them lower. Yeah, I've got the one. I haven't focused on it too much. Because, like, that alone brought us down to about as young as I could take them. So having extra points there doesn't really help anything. Because, like, we look at Lardine, they're back down to 18. So, I unfortunately can't de-age them that much more. It's more for the skips? Well, the penalty for the skips is you just fall down, if I'm not mistaken. But, with the skips, I haven't had to worry too much about them, because what I've been able to make happen with the skips is just, I've got some people who have almost 200% psi focus and all that from being void touched, and a whole bunch of higher ones. I can certainly do it. I've got a mountain of the stuff there. Wonder how many void sculpture would be worth building. I could do that for the sake of doing something. Void sculptures. Let's make it 8. 2 per corner. Why not? I honestly wonder if any of these would be worth using for different stuff happening. Like when the raids start showing up, draw Shamblers, draw Flesh Beasts, those kind of things. Just to tie them up. Yeah, so I think I am going to do... That's not the right thing. I am going to do a poll here. Just because we are kind of sitting here waiting. And see if people are interested in seeing us switch games or whatever. So what are we doing now? I'll keep RimWorld on the list if people just want to keep seeing this. I'll put SnowRunner on here because we did that the other day. I know I want to do a challenge run kind of thing for The Sims at some point, but I still don't know what I want to do with that, so I'm not ready for that. What else do we have in the list? Farm Sim, I can put that on there. We would start a new run in Farming Simulator, where I'd do a 0 to hero on the remastered Silver Run map, because that would be interesting. There was a couple other games on here that we went... Oh, Oxygen Not Included was one that we put on there. Because we talked about doing a run of that. And I'm not going to bother trying to waffle to figure out other things, so I'm just going to hit the OK button. So we'll start a poll. If you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. That's just a thing that happens. But with that, if you just want to keep seeing what we're doing, you'll vote for RimWorld. SnowRunner will pick up where we left off doing that kind of stuff. Farming Simulator 25, we would do the Silver Run Remastered map. Do some heckin' tree cutting and all that good stuff. Oxygen Not Included, we would start a run of Oxygen Not Included. I'm partly doing this to weigh interest in games in general. And because very genuinely, probably what's going to be happening in RimWorld for however long it takes for that quest to reappear is this fast-forwarding as fast as it can, and probably not much else. It's literally just going to be fast-forwarding as fast as it can, and me occasionally responding to a thread. Because our base is built, our pawns are juiced, and I just have to wait for the event to trigger. I don't have a thing I could do to accelerate that, unfortunately. So I can't work on the Ship to the Stars, I can't work on anything else, it's literally just waiting. So that's the reason I'm putting that poll up, is that's probably what's going to be going on here for the next 2, 3, 4 hours until whenever it trips. I know the Royal Ascent comes back, I have no idea what the delay is between it. Is the big problem. Alright, so we got a bionic arm. You got 2 bionic arms. Go ahead and give you a bionic arm. Got a bionic eye. You're not going to be staying, so you don't get one. So the right eye can be a bionic eye. And a healing enhancer. All right. So we got people voting back and forth. But yeah, there's always the bummer. This is actually one of the reasons I don't do many Naked Brutality style runs anymore. Is there is a lot of early game Naked Brutality that this is how you play it, where you're like, okay, what are you doing? Sitting at a research bench. What else are you doing? That's what we're doing right now. Just like You got your tiny little box that's got your sustain thing. You got a little field out front, or if you're doing ice sheet, you know, you're like a little pile of corpses and under like a little roof or whatever enclosed, so you can just use the cold of ice sheet to keep them fresh. And then you just stand there and you just research tech, and you wait. Like I like my slow runs, but it is a whole thing. Meanwhile, why have you never been released? Oh, wait, that's the one we just got. Okay, get them out of here. Because I'm also mixed. If we do run into a situation where like a whole year goes by and we don't get the Royal Ascent, of going, what the do I do? Is my concern here. I mean, the answer could be I Arco Nexus. I just don't want to grind up the rep again when I've already got it all sorted. Because that's actually the reason I don't play Randy random anymore, is while his randomness is fun sometimes, there's times where the dude just goes into a coma for a year and a half and you're like, please Randy, do literally anything. I just need you to do something. Like, you know, nothing's going on. Yeah, so after 2 more healing enhancers, I'll have no reason to make literally any more. So let's go ahead and change your bill here on the healing enhancer to say do 2 times. And after we do that 2 times, then the healing enhancers are done. Everyone's will be healing enhanced. Alright, so we had RimWorld, but what was the final votes and everything? I did see that Oxygen Not Included actually got a decent number of votes. As you totally agree, but the alternate modes like Cassandra are way too hard for you, so you always end up playing Randy. Yeah, so Randy is inconsistently hard. Like, there's times where he'll be really chill and have a relaxing time, and then sometimes he just punches you in the mouth and says, say you like it, and then just keeps punching until you're done. Because he's Randy. And then there's Cassandra, who hits at like a very normal cadence. So it's pros and cons. Randy will definitely, at times, make Cassandra look kind and innocent. Yeah, you can just kindly go sit in a corner. I don't need these things. Like, that's the problem. There's no reason for me to take those. They don't support my cause of doing the run. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? You sleep well and all good stuff. You didn't see the vote, or you would have voted for Oni? That's fine. RimWorld would still run, which is no surprise. I kind of figured RimWorld would run, but every once in a while it's worth doing those kind of polls, because there have been times I'm like, oh, clearly RimWorld's going to win, or oh, clearly Product Zomboid's going to win when playing that game. And then you have the poll go a very different direction, like very solidly away from the game you're playing. And that's kind of the key, that being like, oh, people are burnt out on this. It's time that I really need to stop playing. I have run into that once or twice with different games where I'd been playing a lot of it lately. And that, you know, you had the people who are like genuinely interested in that one game, but, you know, people eventually burn out no matter what it is. Okay, so you got a Void Sculpture. So you can also gauge interest for other games put in the schedule. Yeah, the only downside is because there's no multi-voting on the poll, that assuming you nixed RimWorld off of that, like, RimWorld got 8 votes. If we didn't have RimWorld as an option there, where would those other 8 votes have gone? Because that very easily could have changed any of the swing and all the other ones. Yeah. It has been one of the things that, like, there's all the stuff that Twitch has been adding and changing, and I keep going back being like, just, hey man, give us more functionality on the polls. Let me set it so you cannot see the results until it's done. Let me do that. That way people don't deliberately tie stuff. Because honestly, with meme stuff like what's better, you know, pizza or tacos, sure, meme away. But when people, like, very specifically the one that stands out of, like, what game would you like to watch me play, very genuinely when I'm asking that, and then people make the meme of trying to tie it up as opposed to voting for what they actually want to see. I personally actively see that as harmful to the channel when people deliberately tie that, because you are artificially inflating something that people don't want to see. And it can be one of those things that maybe the one thing only had 1 or 2 votes, but people started tying it up, which made more and more people start tying it up. And so only maybe 2 people would have authentically voted for it, and that kind of thing. And that could hurt you, where you play this game that everyone votes for, and then suddenly a whole bunch of people leave, and you're like, what? So I wish I could just hide it so you didn't have that option. To the point I've actually debated many times using off-platform voting things, but I don't know. It would just be nice to have that built in as a thing, that you just couldn't see the results until it was done. As an option. Like, by all means, let it be a thing. Like, let it be something I can choose to turn on off. And then the other one is, like, the multi-vote, where I can be like, hey, what game do you want to see? And you're allowed to tick as many or as few as you want. So that way, when the people are split between, like, well, I'd like to see either of these 2 games, but not that game, that they can vote that way. So I can take that. I need to ditch a bunch of the cloth. I'll grab the chem fuel. Sell the side tea. I don't really need much else from you. I even take the components. And the medicine. That's all fine. Let's see. Winston Wee is a popular mod storyteller. Yeah, that's a way-based one. Using upload platform inconvenience for the majority of viewers. No one would really want to click on a link tab. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't do it that much. Like, I think I've done it like 1 time. But that's always the reasons why when it comes up, it's like, what could we do to help like you? It's like, hey, your polls. Let me have a tick box where you can vote for multiple of them. Let me have a tick box where the viewers, like people participating in the poll, can't see until either A, they've already voted, or B, they can't see it until like it's done. You know, give me those options. Give me a little bit more functionality around that. Did you forgot to vote in what the last one you linked in the Discord? Oh yeah, and that was the last vote we linked to the Discord. It wasn't even the vote. It was I had a announcement thing that was basically I was fishing for ideas for what to do each time we hit like the plus program milestones, like each month we got locked in. I'm curious if we had more pop in. You know, basically being like, hey, what do people want me to do to be like celebrating this? Like, is there a game you want me to play? Something else you want me to do? Like that kind of thing. Like, basically fishing for feedback. So I'm doing something that's got actual interest behind it. Because when I've done stuff to celebrate milestones, it's been very hit and miss. Where there have been times the thing I do to celebrate it lands really well. And then there's been times that, like, genuinely no one had any interest in it. Like, terrible viewership. Like, the getting over with Bennett Foddy, I thought people would really like. The turnout was terrible, and people were very checked out of it. It just wasn't something that interested people, which is totally fair. So I was trying to get it, but I only ever got 2 responses. So, those responses, while I appreciate them, that's just not enough feedback to do anything with, so I'm still stuck to just coming up with things, which is fine. You know, I'm just trying to, like, you know, you're trying to do stuff that your audience wants to give them what they want, kind of, you know. That's getting over is too frustrating to watch for you? Yeah, so I was just trying to get feedback what people wanted to see, because I'll also have lots of people who will be like, oh, I'd love to see you play this game, but it's the kind of game that I'm like, but because of Twitch reasons, like, you know, strategic, the numbers, all these kind of things, I can't really justify it on a normal day. But as a celebration, you're like, hey, people threw money at the channel. That's justification enough. And no one put their hands in the hat. And I get it, it's off-platform. But 'Cause you're just a lurker, so whatever chill works for you. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of that, just to be clear. And that's fine. It is super appreciated and all that. But you get where I'm trying to go with that. You know, you're just... It's always one of the difficult things is to get meaningful feedback as a content creator. And not even content creating. Okay, so hopefully we got ahead of this before all that kicked off. I never did re-enclose that space, and I probably should have. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You're trying to do stuff for your audience, and you're looking for feedback, and sometimes it's real difficult to get useful feedback. Alright, so there's going to be no bottlenecking them. I do need to initiate them, because if you leave those hives alone, they will continue to duplicate and duplicate and duplicate until eventually you just die. When, like, literally thousands of bugs close in on you and lag your game out. I've only done it once, and it's a bad time. Yeah, but with so many holes on that place, there's no controlling that. So what I want to do is get an angle where you can start opening fire. And it'll be just a shooting gallery thing, and we might take some pretty significant injuries before this is over. Are you not in range of anything yet? Okay, there we go. Play it safe. Weirdly, they don't seem to actually be aggressing me directly. They're just kind of scattering. That's not the behavior I'm used to. I should have done the ignore the nets and watch them multiply forever. I mean, if I knew they were gonna scatter and not rush me, then I would have not popped any of my bonuses or my flares. That'd have been a very handleable thing without wasting any resources. It's fine. None of those resources are that big a deal. Alright, just get in there, start opening fire. There's only like 2 left. Kind of low-key hoping they'll come after me when I destroy the nests. Alright, and then it looks like we can deal with the last 2. Let's see, you've seen the scattering behavior? Yeah, no, I honestly, while it's certainly more dangerous for them to rush you, I kind of wish they did, just so you don't have to chase them all over the place. Get back here. There we go. Okay. And they are all set to hunt, and we have hunt as one priority, so they should run around and start killing all the downed ones. Let's see, there's some types of people that are fun to watch while they suffer. Like annoyingly optimistic, upbeat people. Or you have to just see them break. Those people that can stream getting over it and have viewers. Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a departure of my content. I'm not trying to make it specifically about getting over with Bennett Foddy. It's, like, I've done a bunch of different things from cooking streams and all that over the years. And like I said, some of them have landed really well, and some of them haven't. You know, it's just one of those things. The entire point of it was, it's very difficult Like, you're trying to do what you think your viewership's gonna like, trying to do stuff you think they'll enjoy, yada yada. And it can be very tricky at times when, you know, it's kind of this Pandora's box that you really don't know, like, don't know what people want and all that. And to be fair, it's sometimes hard to even know what you want. Alright, so every single person has a healing enhancer, so we can go ahead and just take that off the list. No more healing enhancers. Let's just double check that. So, you don't have one because you're a ghoul with all that stuff. So healing enhancer. Healing enhancer. Yup. Okay. Yup. Yup. Alright. Yup. 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 Yep, yep, and yep. And a boar has chosen death. You still can't even figure out what a girl wants. It's also a very fine line for streamers, like, you're part of a community, and your viewers enjoy watching and lurking you play things you enjoy. Yeah. No, I understand that, but like I said, we get a lot of times where people be like, oh, I would love to see you play, I would love to see you play, and I'll note it, but having one person say that isn't really enough to figure anything out. So I could get some more... I mean, that would give me Cataphract. So it'd be a Diabolus. I don't feel like dealing with it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna use those. I don't care. Infusion from Anesthetic. I'm having a good night. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm not even going to go and, like, do the whole away screen. I'm just going to quickly run, grab myself a new drink, and be right back. So I'll be back in just a minute. Alright. Yeah, because for those who missed what's going on, we're basically waiting for Royal Ascent to pop. Because we had failed and I gotta wait for it to come back. What we can do in the meantime is we are ready to get someone to be younger again. So you got 21, 27. There's the target. Conrite up here. Illicit was one of our higher ones. Cool. So you can work on that. Got another void sculpture we can add in there. Okay. Now the big thing is I don't want to kill this person by doing it. If we kill that person using rituals, we get a lot of mood penalties. But if I go and I weaken them horribly, but not quite finish the job, and then I release them, it makes us a little bit happy. And then we don't have to worry about it. Which actually we probably will, because after this, they're going to be 80 years old. So, you know, we'll just send them on their way. Thank you for your contributions to the colony. We'll have to get ourselves a new participant soon. Alright, meanwhile, I got my food sink here, so I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to eat a little bit of my dinner while we're waiting. So I'll be right back. All right, dinner is done. So appreciate everyone not everyone sticking around and all good stuff. Okay, so got all that sorted out. We've got more bits and baubles of shoving people. We got another bionic eye. Oh, we can reform our ideology. Man, it's been a long time since we've had that option. Sure, reform. Oh, what was this for? Ah, right, work drive increased. So let's see what we might add. I usually only let myself have one change per reset. We have no more roles we can add. Alright. We like eating bugs now. So with that said, we can go storage. Insect meat is now allowed to be stored in here. Don't put it out there. And then as far as meals go, I can't remember if it'll automatically consider those for meals. Okay. So I'm only going to worry about for him the survival package meals and not the others. Just because, one, I just don't have the patience, it's not that important. But it's fine. There. We gave ourselves another little bonus there. That just means when we have these infestations, it's just more meat. And we've just not gotten any alpaca back here. Toxic fallout. Okay. We haven't had one of those in a long time. So with that, let's go to all of our fields. Stop sowing these. For the moment, we'll also restrict people into the safe zones so they're not running out there. So that is going to chase away all the animals over time. I am going to need some place that the animals can shelter to get out of the toxic fallout. So we could probably pop the doors to this area, and that'll get them a roof to hide under. We could also go down here and say build roof over their sleeping spots. Now, we all have our face masks, which reduce the amount of pollution we get, and we've also been using detoxifier livers and all that, which should also help with a lot of this stuff. But that's fine. Okay, so you are fully decked as far as everything that matters for you. Arms, legs, skin. Alright, you're fully decked. What else do we have down here that we can install in people? You got the spine and the bionic eye. You got both your eyes. You've got both your eyes. You got both your eyes. You got both your eyes. Okay, first eye to replace. Left eye. Okay. But I am choosing to ignore the fallout a bit. If it starts to get bad, we can deal with it. They can last a while. Oh, are those already under roof? Oh, all my paths are already under roof. Never mind. I don't have to worry about that either. One thing we can do is I'll put floors here when we're not in the toxic fallout, so the ones cutting through this hallway here go faster. Oh, I see we had something else here that interrupted your grow zone. Animal disease, flu, of course. Let's see, floors, limestone. Put up to that point. Okay. So yeah, so what that's going to do is it's going to kill all the plants in the map. It's going to destroy a bunch of the stuff that rots out here as well. It'll also drive all the animals off the tile. So the toxic fallout in a lot of ways is a map reset, where it just gets rid of all the stuff that, you know, can rot. Marriage is on. Very last Lardine and Fanny Simplex. Congrats. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Okay, we can also go over here and build a roof down this way. And here. Yeah, so it looks like I've already got my roof over almost all of my walkways. So it's really going to be only the ones standing out here in the fields that'll get any reasonable level of toxic exposure. Which probably won't matter that much. Hey, Sir Grual, how's it going? Bolton Shame. Stop trying to give me colonists. Combat supplier. Honestly, one thing we can add to this list is... Where are you? Detoxifier lungs. Detoxifier kidneys. The coagulator. I don't think that's necessary. I think we're already good. I can't remember. Some of those overlap each other, so you gotta watch. So you can go do that until we have one. Do that until we have one. Because that'll also make us immune to a lot of stuff. Okay, so what do we got here? So we got the side T. Give me the money. We got a bunch of weapons now we don't care about. We can get rid of all this junk. Get rid of the stuff that's starting to get wear and tear on it. I wish you had more I want. That's always the problem we run into with a lot of these. Is they end up just not having anything I want as the person, so I can only basically get the money we get. And then it's kind of the rest just goes to waste. Yeah, so down here we're just gonna harvest what we can, and the rest is gonna rot. It's fine. I've got literally hundreds of extra meals. I've got a ton of different materials in the fridge. It's fine. And meanwhile, as you can see, the animals are going to start... How are you not having toxic buildup yet? I'm really surprised they're only now getting toxic buildup. Because the whole point is I want a lot of those animals to die and go away. Oh, hey, don't be the caravan hitching point. We got a raid. They're gonna prepare. Okay, they do have a triple rocket launcher and a flamethrower. They are packing some serious ordnance. I don't think I want to fire my mortars at them. I'm low on barrels, and we should be able to handle that okay. Especially if they do end up tangling with this group. Plus, they might get a little bit of toxic buildup while they wait there, which will hurt their ability to fight us. The big one is that the triple rocket launcher is the only real danger. Like, they've also got an EMP launcher, which is going to do absolutely nothing. The triple rocket's dangerous. A lot of these other guns can kind of hurt us, but honestly, with them walking into my firing line, the triple rocket's the only proper danger, because unlike the Doomsday, which has a very long spin-up time, the triple rocket's pretty quick. Rongar? I need to just haul that medicine in real fast. I don't want to just rot out there in the ground. Alright, you're just gonna have to deal with that later. Okay, so, same strategy as always. Nina goes up in front to draw the fire, since they're the most expendable so far as damage goes. And this is one of the ones that we want to really spread our people out and give them proper cover, versus when it's a melee-only group, I really don't care if our people are all bunched together, since they don't have to worry about it. But you don't want a shot that was intended for someone else to snag one of your characters just by the sake of RNG. And then you two. Now, there's a good chance they'll arrive and fight them before me, which might work out really well. Because as long as they don't get off of this map before they get around, there's a good chance they'll use that triple rocket launcher and when you have to... You absolute... I'm wondering why I didn't get the alert that the pen's open. Alright, that actually is really bad. Why? There's a reason why for a while I was running the don't block the door mod. Is crap like this. That just went from an easy peasy lemon squeezy fight to this is really bad fight. There isn't a good way to go about this. This is just going to be a bloodbath. Illicit, you go into the hospital and wait, because all hell's about to break loose. The rest of you are just going to try and pile in here. Where is the triple rocket? That's the one I'm scared of. Where are you? Ah, you're nearest to the front, too. You're right there. Okay. And there's no... Well, actually, we don't have... It is what it is. It's just going to be a messy fight. There's really no way about it. Alright, so, change the plan. I'm not going to run up to where I was going. Get the range team. Drop them back here. Rongor, hold the fort down there. Nina, I got a mission for you. Your target, Nina, is Auric over there. I'm going to have you start cutting... Why? Why are you blocking all the doors with crap? Stop it! Alright, that's fine. So watch for Auric. Cut through here. You're not moving nearly fast enough. Alright, don't let yourselves get shot at from there. Is that also blocked open? No, that one's held open. They're going to light that on fire because I think those are still wood shelves. So you need to scooch out of the way so they don't triple rocket you. Nina's going to try and cut across here. Okay, so get them back into position here, Rongor in the front. Get on it. Get on it. Don't do it. Get on it, Nina. There you go. Okay. So we've at least temporarily gotten... Please stop destroying everything. Cool, Auric is down. That was the important one. That was the one that was really worrying me. You are also going to be a pain, because now, instead of being in a good position, you're going to keep hitting me with a flamer. Alright, Rongor's on it. Okay, you're down. Illicit. Get to work. Cool, you got them, Rongor. Get in there and smash that thing. My entire construction room is now trashed. You fall back. Stop. Get out of the way. I hate RimWorld sometimes. That's another one of those things where they drop stuff in the door. And it's just an annoying mechanic. That then suddenly, instead of having a properly defended base just by a single oversight, your base gets completely gutted. It's just how important the defensive positions are and all that. It makes sense, though. Yeah, but the problem is, I don't care about the realism of it. It's just an obnoxious thing, because there's no warning to you. You just have to be, like, really on your A-game watching for it. And it's like, we handled that just fine. But it is those things that it really sucks when you've got a colony that's, like, super stable, you've got it all figured out, and then suddenly the entire enemy group just beelines past your defensive line and ruins your whole colony because some person just dropped their crap in the doorway. Because, like, I don't want to have to sit here and keep an eye on every one of my doors at all times for... Because, like, this was clearly someone was hauling it through, and I issued them an order, and they left it there. And it's just a very frustrating thing. A long time I've used the mod Don't Block the Door, which that's literally all it does, is when it drops stuff like that, it just drops it on either side of the door instead of in the door. Like, I'd also be okay if they had, like, an alert that says, like, door blocked. Fair enough, door blocked, simple enough. Because the thing that's also going to be a thing is I don't want to set literally every single one of my crafting things. You know what? I think I'm going to play SnowRunner. I don't want to go through every one of these stupid benches and reset it. Because every single one of those, I'm going to have to reset all the recipes on it because it does not remember it. I need to get that mod back that remembers that. Because it's literally our entire crafting room. And the worst thing is, it's because another door got blocked. There should even be an alert down here that's like, door blocked or whatever. Just to warn you of that. Like, if I blocked, like, this one I'm not upset about. Because I chose to have the door open. But, like, the door blocking... It's one thing, like, if I get a pawn downed in the door. Fair enough. Fair enough. You killed my pawn in the door. they drop their crap in the door. Makes sense. There's a consequence for that action. But just, you issued an order and they dumped crap in the door. I'm gonna go grab some quality of life mods after stream today. It's been so long since I've gotten in trouble for that. Luckily, we didn't lose anyone. The run's not in any danger of going away. Like, we're fine. Even the destruction of all this stuff isn't a big deal. I have all the materials to rebuild all of it. So, like, as far as the actual cost to me, not that big an issue. I'm more just annoyed because it just reminds me how utterly garbage this game is at doing quality of life changes. Yeah, because the only one who had any problems was Blair here, got lit up pretty bad. 'Cause, man, I don't want to deal with this. It also weirds me out that while actively engaged, they just trash your stuff. Did anyone lose any limbs, by the way? Yeah, so you went regeneration coma. That's fine. Yeah, everyone else is fine. Yeah, you're shooting at me. Let me hold on and break the shelf. Yeah. Now that makes me salty. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna grab the don't block the door mod. I just don't feel like dealing with that crap anymore. It's not fun for me to have to be like every in-game day. Is that door good? Is that door good? Is that door good? Is that door good? I mean, this one's not because it got torn down. Like that's fair. Is that door good? That is a very not fun kind of micro. You go over there and deal with that. That actually needs to be addressed short term. And I gotta reconfigure all these. No, we don't need to reconfigure all the benches. Enough of the benches survived. I probably can just copy, relink them all, and do that. That's not that bad. Why aren't you out of here yet? Oh, you're still under Dark Shock. Let's see, would airlocks help? I know you said getting the mod, which is totally fair. When you're saying the airlocks, you're talking about the double set of doors, where you go door, space, door. Those work, but keep in mind every door you add does slow down the movement of your pawns. So it is, you know, a give-take. So every time I run out, I'm gonna have 2 times of the doors loading. And you can make them the auto doors, like, because this one I have an airlock there. Which is why these are auto doors and none of the others are. Is because I do want my pawns to go through there fast. But they burn through components actually relatively quickly. Your airlocks, that is. When you're using auto doors. Get that out of the door. Yeah, it's... Doesn't the barricade do the same thing when going inside? Doesn't the barricade do the same thing when going inside? Doesn't the barricade do the same thing when going inside? Yeah, sorry. I did that earlier. Honestly, I can get rid of these barricades. The barricade right there was to deal with a wall of flesh. So I put the barricades there, that way the wall of flesh couldn't just, you know, force its way through the wall. You usually make a small snake tunnel for your pawns to use to get in and out of the base. Alright. Well, it's good that we saw that. Hey, Rongor? I want you to go pop that door open. So granted, we still would have had a problem, and that's a me problem. This problem, me having that door closed, that's on this guy. That one I'm not as frustrated about. Okay, so bills, make component, do until you have 50. Advanced components, do until you have 10. Bionic eye. Do until you have 1. Bionic arm. Do until you have 1. Bionic leg. Do until you have 1. Tough skin gland. Do until you have 1. Stone skin gland. Oh, it's not tough skin, it's stone skin gland. That's right. Stone skin gland. Do until you have 1. Detoxifier lung. Do until you have 1. Detoxifier kidney. Do until you have 1. That's 1 bench dealt with. You. Mind numb. Do until you have 10. Ghoul resurrection serum. Do until you have 1. The cooking bench. Do until you have 20. Vegetarian fine. Do until you have 20. Lavish. Do until you have 100. Package survival meals. Do forever. And then vegetarian lavish meals. Do forever. Details except insect meat. Okay. That's another bench done. We have another electric stove over here. Simple meals, do until you have 20. Let's see. Fine, vegetarian meals, do until you have 20. Lavish meals, do until you have 100. Survival meals, do forever. Fine, lavish meals, do forever. Except insect meat. Go to the next stove. Bills. This, when your bench gets destroyed, as long as I don't cancel it, should just get remembered. There's mods that do that. I think I will go pick those mods up after stream. Because this crap just takes a whole lot of time. It's not interesting. Okay, so you got that done. You're just a research bench. I didn't realize I had this many stoves. It's fine, I got the power for it, and I got the resources, so I'm not worried about it. Nope, not that. Okay. Oh man, and this whole thing I gotta reset? I'll deal with that in a minute. Shred mechs. Black helmet. Make sure up to 90%. Like, genuinely, this is the stuff that actually makes me not want to play the game. Not even, like, the challenge, like, when you lose a colony. It's when you have, like, these busy work things. You're just like, okay, let me set the next one, and let me set the next one, and let me set the next one. Because, like, this crap is just annoying. Like, I wish I could choose the properties and say, like, hey, 90%, copy-paste it across all the different recipes, and not have to look at it. Like, you know, set it up the first time. That's fine. But I'm literally just going to copy it again and again. So it makes zero difference having to do all the extra inputs. I don't care about that. So that's all the flak equipment. We already have the EMPs, we don't need that. So after that, do until we have 500. So that's the machining table. Next up, contestant, we've got you. Make sure we always have one Hellcat on hand. And I don't really care about any of these things, I don't think. Make disruptor flare. Keep one on hand. Let's see, this should be a colony setting, not a table setting. Well, there's definitely times you want different tables with different recipes. That much is something I do feel should be that way. I need you to get that body out of the crafting room. It's like there's definitely things about that. But it is one of those things that, like, when you've got the home rebuild thing, is it should just remember, okay, so don't allow non-biocoded. Don't allow non-biocoded. That's the first one. Smelter destroy thing. And there's mods, and like I said, I don't like loading mods for a lot of stuff. My general rule with a lot of that is, if I have to load a mod to deal with it, that's usually a deal breaker with me. Like if your game requires mods to be a functional game, frankly, your game's garbage. Alright, Monosword, Zeus Hammer. All the rest of that, smelt it if you got it. Don't worry about apparel. We still gotta add more onto this list. Smelt or destroy a thing, forever. If it is below 90%, it is not a weapon. And it is apparel. Honestly, at this point, if you're not something fancy, tech-wise, yeah, everything else, just hell with it. Okay, so that's the next bench done. But yeah, no, I'll have to grab mods after stream. Because usually I don't run into this problem where I lose my crafting room. Usually with the way my crafting rooms are based, I lose my whole base before the crafting room ever goes. Oh, we're gonna need more wood. And I can't deal with that right now because we're toxic fallout. Everyone should get back into the safe zone, by the way. Yeah, pretty soon we're gonna run out of the last of the plants as the toxic fallout finishes everything off. But yeah. Yeah, so that's, I'll probably get Don't Block the Door. I can probably find that mod right now while we're waiting. It was... Actually, I bet you if I search for door... Yeah, Don't Block the Door. The second most downloaded mod that has door in it. So it'll be that one. That's the big one. And I don't even remember what the one that remembers your recipes or whatever. I'll have to look that one up. I know there's a bunch of them that do that. But for those ones, the other mod I'm looking for is just when a crafting bench gets destroyed and you let it be rebuilt in the same spot, that you don't have to go in here and deal with that. Actually, if I remember correctly, it's not even that. I want to say it does that, and you can sit there and be like, here's what I'm going to default for it. And so that you can kind of save, like, a pre-configuration. So say this is my configuration, that I get a little option here that's like, hey, give me the flak vest table configuration I've made. And it can be really handy, so you don't have to sit there and go like it was. Because I have to do that to get the tailoring bench, and that's going to be another 8 or 9 things I got to configure. The drug lab will be one. That one will be one. Yeah, that's one. That's 2 or 3. That's 1. That's like 8. And that's just a bookcase. Did they actually fit all the books in here? I'm hoping they didn't destroy a bunch of books. If they did, it's not the end of the world. I've already got most of the good out of the books I'd want. Undignified throner because you trashed dirt everywhere. Okay. We're still doing relatively fine on supplies. Pretty soon I am gonna have to turn some of these drills back on. I'll wait till the toxic fallout goes away, but we're gonna turn them back on and put them back on steel. Rebuilding all of this just ate up literally thousands of steel. Which again, that part I'm not upset about. Like, taking damage on your base and needing to rebuild things, that part's fine. That just makes sense. Yeah, they must be very resistant to toxic buildup at the Boomalope. Because there's a ton of them and everything else is dead. And how are our people doing? We should have, like, either... Ooh. Conrad, where are you going? You're smelting things. So you need to worry about Conrad getting a little bit more toxic buildup than I'm comfortable with. Everyone else is fine. What are your assignments here, Conrad? Oh, it's because you're standing under this thing. Right. Yeah, so you build an overhang there, then you should be good. That should get done in like 2 seconds. Yeah, so they were just standing over there getting blasted with that. Yeah, no, they have a ridiculous amount of toxic resistance. So most likely they'll be fine. Oh, we could get that back centered on ourselves. Where's the dense cluster of icons? There you are. Alright. You know, these benches are not getting built because they need wood. Get rid of the hidden bookcase. Or the wooden one. And honestly, at this point, put the bookcase down here. Because we had it over there for the research bonus, but now we have nothing left to research, so the research bonus is entirely irrelevant. If they don't die, I might actually run out there and kill the Boomalope. Because you attack them when they're all bunched up like that while they're asleep, there's a good chance you get blasted, get like 90% of them in the blast, and just piecemeal them while they're scattering. Why did I switch from the llamas? The llamas caravan brought all the food on caravan for the ship to the stars. So it's not that I got rid of them. I used them for a caravan. And it's just, I haven't been able to replace them since then. Because I sent all of the llamas to help. Unfortunately, the ship to the stars, we did lose that event. Just, we had a tantrum and it destroyed all but one of our stacks of food. And, you know, a couple things didn't go quite the way I wanted to, and it didn't pan out. That is one of the big dangers when you're sending a really small party to just not set up a proper base, but just get there and go. You can have things that go wrong that just kill the whole thing. That was also my first attempt at doing it in that manner. So, mistakes were made, we learn, we do it again. Legendary Flakfest. Cool, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, which one of you has the wrong thing? So you don't have utility in there. That's good. You don't have utility in there. That's good. You're supposed to only be doing tainted stuff. Is that the one that's a culprit? You're supposed to only be doing bio-coded stuff. Let's take the apparel off, because there's not much in apparel that I think you can even have bio-coded much. Yeah, so cancel that. But I actually would like to get the alpacas back. Alpacas or Muffalo, either or. Which is why I'm actually kind of a little thankful for the toxic fallout, because it is going to basically clean out all the animals, and it'll just be a matter of cleaning up what's left. Oh, you're trying to wait until you wake up. No, get out there. Master Work Flak Vest. Alright, so what do we got here? Take that. So we got an eye and a leg we can give up. And not a whole lot else you have that I want. Alright, so we got an eye and a leg we can put on people. Fair enough. Didn't you get a scar on your eye? No, I think it was Rongor. Who got the scar on your eye? Oh, no, it was the ghoul. I don't care about the ghoul having a scar on your eye. So we also had a leg. Then go on to you. Operations. You don't have either leg as bionic, so here's a bionic leg. And then you're going to be going away. You've got both your eyes. All right, so your right eye can be bionic. No, you're already on it. Okay. Cool. Masterwork Flak Pants. Cool, love to see it. Toxic Fallout, could you... Okay, Toxic Fallout's done. So schedule unrestrict everyone. And what we're gonna do real fast is we're gonna grab everyone who's not down. Are you in the middle of surgery? Okay, so we got everyone who's not down. And we are going to go and start killing a whole lot of Boomalope to get them off the map. Never mind. Alright. Honestly, just mortar that thing into the dirt. Don't even worry about it. Just mortar that thing out of existence. I don't feel like dealing with it. I've got like 200 rounds of mortars. I don't have many barrels. I realize this is a waste and I shouldn't be doing it. I just don't have the spoons. Just give me the satisfaction of watching that get annihilated by aerial fire. Okay, and with that, it's time to get the defensive line in position. Because now that that's happened, they should all pop out and want to absolutely murder the crap out of us. Okay, and also gave our people who just had surgery a chance to pop back up. You'll have you grab the MPs. Because we only really need them for those blasters. I'll put you over here to help out with the person with the MPs. There you are. Get to the door. Missing someone? Yeah, so good news, they're coming in 2 waves. So you can get all these little ones shredded right away at the beginning. And then when they get in here, we're going to close people in closer. Because with that, I want to go and bring them in up really close. Get them caught up in melee. We'll take the EMP. Well, probably take the EMP out of it. Okay, so EMP's out of here. You all get over here. Rongor, get ready to intercept. You deal with them real fast before that one breaks up Rongor's shield. And sorted. So give everyone a moment to recover from that, and then we're gonna go and try and go out there and deal with. Oh my god! Please, there we go. That's what I want to see. Give Alpaca. Where are you? Alright, grab everyone who can respond. Run down here with a preparation to kill the hell out of that warg. Okay. And we're good. That's because there's almost no small wildlife on the map right now. Yeah, so we want to tame the alpaca, because that'll give us wool for get better clothes and all that. Alright, I'm going to release the male boomalope, and we'll just stick with whatever females we get out of there. I don't need to have 20 boomalopes running around here. The chem fuel is nice and all that, but they can be as much a liability as anything. The other thing I need to do is allow sowing in all the fields again, since they all died to the toxic fallout. And we've got an undignified throne because of all the running out of wood. We'll have them cut down what trees are left. How are you doing? You lost your Archotech leg! Stop losing your legs, Rongor! Keep your legs on your body! I need you to stop having all of your limbs pop off. They take time to make. I'm surprised you lost a limb to those. I'm also surprised it didn't down you when it happened. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You were eating blaster fire. Alright, all that said, I still want to get rid of the small army of Boomalope on my map. Yeah, it's fine. I don't feel like chasing him. The hope was that the Toxic Fall would have lasted long enough that the Boomalope would have just left. It's fine. Major break risk on you, because drug withdrawals. Alright, this is gonna be a whole thing. Alright, Mandible, assignments, no more drugs. Ransom demand. Are holding your colonist Claria Star ransom. Okay. I don't have that money. We might have that money. Go start hauling. $17.05. What silver? Oh, the beacon. The beacon itself is gone. Why did the beacon not get put on here? We can make this happen. Trade beacon. Trade beacon. I don't know why everything else got queued up, but you didn't. Alright, demand. Accept. Welcome back, Calaria. I've not had that happen before. Because you were one of the two who went all the way across the globe to do the ship to the stars, and then, you know, didn't get home. They offered a ransom. They said, hey, for $1,700 we'll give you their character back. And I was like, yes, I will take your ransom. I will 100% do it. Which is interesting because this says like Draconic died, and the other one I thought said that Calaria died. Who was it? Was Illicit's kid? But now it's not. Who was the one who Tandra destroyed everything? That would be Draconic Dork. Draconic Dork is supposedly actually dead. Yeah, no, you were doing the ship to the stars, and unfortunately you had a tantrum and destroyed all but one stack of food. And it was just one of those things that we kept having one thing go wrong after the other until there's still like 4 days left. But we just got a raid that everyone is still too hurt to do anything about. But yeah, so they did fail. All right, so this is the quest we got offered along the time. No, I don't need a bunch of pollution in my map. I'm gonna be able to make Cataphracts if I want to anyways soon enough. I honestly usually don't make the Cataphract, because one of the big negatives that isn't very clear when you're looking at the Cataphract armor, for those who don't know, is when you're looking at, like, the flak armor, you have the vest, you have the jacket, you have the pants, you have the helmet, and they're all separate components. But when you look at Cataphract, it covers everything but the head. Which sounds good, except when you take damage, it does damage your armor. So instead of having this one, like, all these separate pieces that slowly wear down, you have one piece of armor that rather rapidly wears down. And it's a far more expensive piece. So it's always been mixed. Like, there's definitely times, like, I would definitely put Rongor in Cataphract armor if we got it. because Rongor's the frontliner. They're getting beaten the hell out of every single fight. Alright, so it's time to get the other benches done. Keep making that. Bulk goods trader ship. Okay. So, bulk goods trader ship. We'll get the Neotromine or whatever it is. Sell the Go Juice. We'll sell the Luciferum. They'll melt that on their own. I don't gotta babysit it now. Oh, right. We probably lost all... Yeah, so we would have lost all of our components during that last attack, so we'll do that. Yeah, so they got rid of all of our components they destroyed. That's just gonna take us time to recover. Oh, right, so I want to take these drills that we had on all the other stuff over here. So you are a drill over here. I want to turn on the power, and I'm going to move you back over here to where the steel is. Yeah, so that'll be a good chunk of steel over there. Same with you. I don't really need more gold. So I'll put you over there. Should be one more drill around here somewhere. And grab this drill over here. Alright. So we can start pulling up all of the steel, because we lost a bunch of steel rebuilding all of this. Meanwhile, the art bench, do this. I would like just cut any brick forever till there's no more brick. Because we're at that point, there's just not much more brick left on the entire map anyways. Add the bill sculptures. Do until you have 8. Large sculptures, do forever. Clear when you have jade. Here's the really annoying bench. Alright, so let's get on the list. So pants, do until you have one of at least 90%. We will want the formal shirt. Do forever until you have one of 90%. Where are you at? The formal vest. Do forever until you have one of at least 90%. So that's the outer layer, the middle layer, the inner layer. Prestige robe. Sure, why not? Let's just be unreasonable. Prestige robe. Do forever until 90%. Because they can wear those their outer layer now and everyone can be heckin' fancy. Hats are gonna wear helmets, so we won't worry about that. I mean, I will choose to put a hat on the list. Actually, I think that... trying to remember if the top hat counts as formal. So pants, formal shirt, formal vest, prestige robe, top hat. We will also get a face mask. And part of the reason I'm keeping it paused is so that way they're not making all stuff while we got this going. And I think that's everything. Grizzly bear hunting donkey duff. You're fortunately right by a door. For the moment, we'll hold both those doors open. Okay. And set this thing. Let's see, are you leaving it to set to look everywhere, or do you set it only to look in stockpiles so it won't count equipped items? I have it set, it should be set to look everywhere. The problem is our stockpiles all got trashed. Let me double check that. Yeah, no, it's set to look everywhere. Yeah, I usually don't end up keeping it set to look at like specific stockpiles, just because I'll have times where stuff ends up in the wrong place or dropped nearby or a whole bunch of stuff. And even then, if they drop it on the ground, it's not in a stockpile, it still doesn't count. So it ends up being a huge pain. And how are you doing on all your crafting? I don't really want to get rid of the research bench entirely. Well, actually, let's check. I don't think I'll worry about... Well, I mean, if I got the flesh shaping, I would definitely make those. I wouldn't be against doing the cataphract armor if we got that. The artificial metabolism I probably wouldn't worry about. Yes, trying to remember... The immuno-enhancer. Disease infection on Donkey Duck. Cool, preach health to you. Yep, so far we got one of the llamas brought over. And there's the second one. Is it a breeding pair? It is. Cool, so with that, we can go ahead and say limit 8 adult males, 2. Cool. And then if we get the other ones, it's fine. Well, actually, we'll end up slaughtering them after a certain point. But that'll get us a llama wool, or sorry, not llama, alpaca wool. And with the alpaca wool, we can get our clothes made that are nicer and whatnot. Okay. Storage. A lot of wood over there. Oh, I see what's happened here. Okay, so... Copy settings. Zoom in here. Grab all those. Link, paste. Right, so when all those got destroyed, they reset, so they're putting all the brick on there, and I do not want the brick in the storage room. It's not, you can't sell it, it can just sit on the ground over here, it's fine. Yep, so we got our bookshelf fully stocked again. I think you can have 2 of these on a crafting bench. Oh, there already is 2. Okay, never mind. Alright. Yeah, if we were to finish these last couple research, then I could rip up the research bench and get a second fabrication table in there. And that would help with the producing a bunch of stuff. I'm not super worried about that, because we just have time now. Oh, and you're all done. So deconstruct that. Who's our planting people? Why is that not getting done in a timely manner? It's Groot's. Oh, did you get your stuff reset when you're gone? Yeah, so you got all your stuff reset here. Because you were out and about doing your stuff in the world. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that way you'll help with the farming and all that again. What do you... Oh, you're set up to clean higher priority. There we go. So that way it's not just one person trying to handle all of this. Just making sure we didn't get Royal Ascent while we're waiting. Let's check to see historically where Royal Ascent is. It was December... No, it's saying it's been 2 years since we attempted it. It's not really. I don't know how much longer I want to wait for that. Like, I'm not sure how I want to facilitate that, because like now I'm waiting, it's not happening, and it says it will come up again, but if it's like we have to wait 5 years, to hell with that. But if we Arco Nexus, I gotta regrind it. Alright, if we Arco Nexus it, who are we Arco Nexusing? That's the decision to make. Rongor is definitely going. That'll definitely be one of them. Rongor will go, because while these aren't the greatest traits, Rongor is an absolute monster of a pawn. Oh, you're still missing your leg. We'll get that sorted though. Is an absolute monster of a pawn, and they're our only real melee pawn. Very last Lardine was gonna go because we have... Well, actually, we should do it this way. So Rongor is 1. They can be our dedicated researcher. They aren't really good at a whole lot of stuff other, but they've been our hauler cleaner, but they're our strong melee pawn. Very last Lardine has been our crafter, and they can also sub in for growing. Conrite was gonna go as our researcher, like our dedicated researcher. Illicit NZ is going to stay because they were supposed to be the one we sent off for royalty. Blair's gonna stay. Though Unnatural Healer, bringing that with us would be potentially strong. They're a waster though. An early game waster with random research probably just dies. So I think I've just talked myself out of it. Moriarty is a strong choice. Mandible's a strong choice. Infinity Simplex, probably not. They've been one of our best doctors, but that's kind of the only thing they're really good at. They're filling in as a craftsperson, but they don't have a passion, so it's not really going very far. Donkey Duff's kind of the same way, as they don't really have a passion for much. Yeah, so let's say very last Lardine is kind of our most versatile pawn of the initial group. Rongor is our melee pawn. We could bring Kalaria Star, because they can grow stuff, they can doctor, they're not good at it yet, but they've got a passion for it. They can construct in a pinch. We were talking about bringing Ion Tichy, because they are our construction person. And then they also have a crafter as well. I can only bring 5, that's the catch. And so Illicit and Box Fox can't go. They are psychically bonded, so they have to go as a pair. Moriarty's another good one because of all those passions. Because you got growing and you got crafting and you got doctoring. Alright, let's organize this. So Rongor, yes. Very last Lardine, yes. Kalaria Star is a strong contestant to consider. Moriarty is a strong contestant to consider. Conrite is basically... Conrite is our, Death Touched. So Conrite is definitely going. So there's the definitely going, here's the maybe going. Ion Tichy's on the list. Who is not on the list? Illicit, Bear... Like, you three are definitely off the list. Mandible. Mandible's got some passions, but it's mostly around crafting. They can cook, though. If we take who we've got up here... Well, Kalaria Star can also cook, but Kalaria Star would also be our grower. No, that can work, because you can be grower, cook, crafter, researcher... Is that literally all of them? Yeah, so cook, construction, research, crafter, and then, Rongor's here mostly for combat reasons, but Rongor can be the hauling person. So I think that's the team of 5? Well, actually, alright. So Moriarty also has all the same functionality that Kalaria does. But we don't... So Kalaria could also be the construction person. I have 6 pawns I really want to take, and I can only take 5. And someone has to be left behind of that group. Let's check our traits. The traits might be deciding. Quick sleeper, neurotic, great memory. Tough wimp, sanguine. Fast learner, tough, kind. Quick sleeper, creepy breath, breathing, kind. Alright. Alright, Moriarty. That wimp is holding you back, friend. I think Moriarty doesn't go. So I think it's Kalaria, Ion Tichy, Conrite, very last Lardine, Rongor. I think that's the team who is Nexus Plussing. Because honestly, I believe we can literally just Nexus Plus right now. Yeah, we can literally do it right this second. So what I'm gonna do, and why are you upset? It's okay, withdrawal. How long has it been? Like, not where it just says vaguely 2 years. How long is the actual time it's been since that quest got failed? Because it does say we'd be allowed to redo it. 1.9 years ago. Okay, so we've only got a couple of days. Let me go ahead and let this go for 7 more days to see if at the 2-year mark it gives us the offer. If it doesn't give us the offer by the 2-year mark, like the end of the day on the 2nd year, then we're just going to Arco Nexus it and just say, to hell with this, I'm not waiting more years. Because that is a long time to wait. So it is just a thing. So yeah, in the future, we're going to consider Royal Ascent and the Ship to the Stars. If we fail it, that's just our attempt on that run. Unless I've still got enough building up that I can't attempt it again. In a little while. Because it does say that, you know, I am going to get another attempt to do it. But it's been 2 years. It's fine if I'm playing on my own time. But just letting the game run here for like multiple years waiting to be allowed to attempt is a little much. Alright, you all get into position. You know the drill. Pile them in. Alright, so you're gonna start moving down. We don't yet know which route it's gonna take. I'm gonna assume... Oh, it's gonna go down this way, because I don't think it's gonna go over there. Come on, get the stun, Rongor, you can do it. Okay, that's fine. We can work with that. Chuck the flare up ahead of it. You two get on it, and the range team just pile in right behind them. Okay, handled. But yeah, because that should also give me enough time to get a bionic leg made for Rongor and get Rongor quite literally back up on their feet. Yeah, Moriarty's already working on it. We can jump here and entity maintain only. I'm still sad it was the Archotech leg that went. But, you know, that's the life of the melee pawn. Those limbs, they don't always stay. Okay, we finally did get the other person out of here. Inspired surgery. Let's see. So you're 24, 18, 21, 26. So Ion Tichy, we probably do want to de-age you once while we're waiting. So let's go ahead and invite someone over. So let's see, where are you, Conrad? Grab you. I don't really care. It just honestly doesn't matter that much. Because we'll de-age you a little bit. That way when we're on the new location, we don't have to worry too much. Now, the big bummer when we do the reset is I will not be able to have that many deathless pawns. Okay, get them into the prison cell. Work at converting them just because. And then we can go to chronophagy. And it was Ion Tichy that we wanted to reduce the age. There's Conrad, there's Licit. 10 years. Cool. So get that all knocked out. And that's the bionic leg, so you can go to Rongor, and that's your left leg needs to be replaced. Install bionic leg left. High psychic drone male. Was it 15 days? Yeah, 15 days per season. Like I said, we'll get to the point where it resets at the 2 years, and if we don't get what we're looking for, we'll worry about it on the other side. Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna boost people as much as we can. I'm not gonna wait till everyone's fully juiced. It's just not needed. Let's see, you will want a Mind Numb, because you are getting really upsetty spaghetti. And everyone we're looking at going will be deathless pawns. I actually have no idea how long in like real life time an in-game day is on 3 times speed. Alright. Moriarty's getting all upsetty spaghetti. That high psychic drone doing the high psychic drone things. That should be good. Evaluating what we got, we'll have 2 doctors, we'll have 3 people who can social. We'll have 3 people who can handle. We'll have only 1 cook. I will have just about everyone can hunt who's got range. We will have 3 people who can, well, 2 people who can construct. You are just kind of doing your own thing. You're gonna be researching the whole time for the most part. 2 people who can grow stuff. 2 people who can do crafting. 2 people who can research. That's honestly really good. Other than cooking, every single one of them has 2 people who can do it. So we've actually got a really strong mix of people. The only one who's not contributing that much when it comes to, like, what they can contribute is Rongor can only research so far as stuff effectively. And most likely I'll have them be our dedicated hauler crafter because, you know, 2 bionic legs and all that good stuff. The only downside is that Rongor is jealous. But, like, and creepy breathing is a little annoying, but whatever. Yeah, tough and kind is fantastic. Fast learner kind. Tough wimp kind. Yeah, that wimp is a little bit of a negative, but I think we can live with it. Like, definitely these are really amazing. Well, actually, okay. So I could have Kalaria Star take Ion Tichy's place. And we won't get as much thing, but while Fast Learner's strong, Neurotic Quick Sleeper, Great Memory, I think you scooch over here. I think you lose the cut there. Because while... And on top of that, that's another doctor. So yeah, so while you've been a dedicated constructor and you're really good at crafting, Moriarty over time can just slip in and do that entire job. Fully replace everything you've got going there. This also gives me another doctoring pawn, which gives me 3 doctors. So yeah, so I get 3 doctors, 4 social, 2 handlers, 2 cooks, 2 people, well, 1 person who can do construction. That's still the same issue it was before. I think that's fine. 3 different people who can do the growing, 2 different people who can craft. I think that's fine. We're basically giving up a construction person to get another doctor and another cook, who has ridiculously good traits. Because Quick Sleeper, Neurotic, Great Memory is an amazing pawn to have as, like, doing construction. I'd like, don't get me wrong, if I was going for, like, the perfect pawn, I would probably get rid of Great Memory for Industrious, and then, you know, very Neurotic. But Great Memory is right up there with it. Great Memory is an amazing trait. What's your deal? Psyche Withdrawal. Yes, you're just gonna be upset. That's what's just gonna happen here. So let's check out what we've got. So you're fully bioteched out as much as we're going to. You're fully bioteched out as much as we're going to. You have your eyes. So you could use an arm and a leg if we've got space for it. Kalaria and Moriarty basically don't have anything happening there. So let's plan for some of that. I think priority-wise, I would like to prioritize giving them the stone skin gland. Wait. Oh, right. You weren't here. So when we had the last healing one, you weren't part of the colony because you had been kidnapped. So let's go ahead and get this up there. Yeah, so let's try and get those happening as best we can, because it would be nice to get Stone Skin Gland and the healing things on all of them. Because even if we don't get the bionic limbs, like limbs come and go. But by getting that stuff that goes to the torso to reduce our damage and heal us faster, that's going to get a lot of mileage. So I think it's safe to say with what we're doing, deconstruct these 2. We probably won't be able to get that far on this. I mean, it's 4 days. It's fine. And I was gonna say build a fabrication bench and have them start crafting. You know, stuff, because then what I could do is I could go to make components do. So you have 50, advanced do. That's actually fine until you have 10. We want a healing enhancer. I want the stone skin glands 2. Four arms, 4 legs, and we'll see how far we go with that. Yep. You'll see how far they get. We basically just want them to craft as fast as they can. Because it would be nice to get these 2 those things. And like I said, I'm not super worried about getting the rest of that in there. But those specific 2 things would be nice to get done. Bionic leg we can keep there. Hey, Salberry, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Let's cancel that bionic leg. How was your stream and all that? What were you streaming? I also understand you got a raid and run and all good stuff, but if not, you know, you're always welcome. We're gonna get a shout out for Salberry. For those who don't know Salberry, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some Repo according to Twitch, which looks like a truly, truly unhinged in the best possible way kind of game. Definitely looks like the kind of game I could see Sal having a lot of fun with. If that's not what you're streaming tonight, then Twitch Lies, which has a tendency to actually do. But for those who don't know Salberry, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Lot of fun chaos over there. Does play a pretty wide range of games and all that stuff. But has done, I'm blanking on the name of it. It's not Last Company. What is the one? Basically does a decent number of stuff like the co-op games where just silly shenanigans stuff like the new one just mentioned up there, Repo. As well as a bunch of other different games. A lot of good times over there. We enjoyed yet? Well, that's excellent. I've always enjoyed hanging out. Yeah, Repo looks good. For those who haven't seen what Repo is, it is, I guess you would call it a cooperative horror game, but you sort of, these are cute little robots and you go into a place and you have to grab things and like take them out for money and all that. But instead of like a lot of the other ones which take themselves very seriously, you're silly little robots robbing a blind old man of like junk. And they do all sorts of wild things. It's definitely a game that was made with creators in mind. I got to see some of the clips where like people grab like the hourglass and everyone's voice is slowed down and it just begs you to do silly stuff and all sorts of things. But yeah, I haven't played it myself though. But it looks like a wild and fun time. Yeah, so again, check out Salberry. Absolutely fantastic content creator. For everyone popping in here from Sal's raid and all that, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits of Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run streamed at 135,120 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, and on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, I am a variety streamer myself. So while I have played plenty of Project Zomboid in the past, I do play a whole bunch of different things. Simulation, RimWorld, Project Zomboid, City Builders, Settlement Builders, the occasional Tycoon game. It's a whole wide range of things. We are in the middle of an all endings run, which has been mostly going extremely well. Last stream or two a little bit more mixed. We have already finished the anomaly ending and like the building the ship and launching it. We scuffed the royalty one. I got down to 1 day left, and we didn't die or lose anyone. I may or may not have called in for reinforcements from the Empire, and then immediately orbital struck those reinforcements, which made them my enemy and instantly failed the quest. But it isn't like a brick the save thing. It is one of those things that I do get to attempt it again. We are trying to wait for it to come up. I'm giving it 2 more days, because that'll be the 2-year mark since we failed it. And if not, we're going to begin the Arco Nexus ending to do 1 reset to then attempt it on the next reset. We also failed the ship to the stars because one of our people there had a tantrum and destroyed all the food but 1 stack. And it was kind of one of those things that it was a death by 1,000 cuts. But it was just a two-person group who went over there to deal with it. Which they both got kidnapped. And surprisingly, one of them got returned to us. Kalaria here had gotten kidnapped, and they ransomed them back to me. So I was like, okay, I'll take one of my better pawns back that you stole from me. In all my time of playing RimWorld, I don't think I've ever actually had that offered to me. So it was one of those things of like trying to make sure I scraped together all the silver to pay the ransom in time. But it's like, all right. But yeah, so we're basically giving it to 2 days from now, so the 2nd of December. At the end of that endgame day, if we haven't been offered the royalty quest again, I am going to do the Arco Nexus reset, the first one. Just because it is just one of those things that right now we're just in a holding pattern, waiting for the quest to be offered again. And when I looked at this, it's like, okay, how long ago was it that we failed? Oh, 2 years ago. I'm sorry. There's a certain point where that's just not a reasonable time for streaming. Because we don't have a reason to build more on our base. I've got everything I need. I don't really want more pawns. I've got all of these pawns are getting pretty juiced. Like, if we look at them all, they're all, like, bionicked out and everything. And this one has been void touched and everything. So, it's definitely one of those ones. Oh, and also, they're all deathless. We have taken the time that we've had enough time in this run that every single pawn here, I have had the time and capacity to make deathless, except Blair, because they're a waster, and Alyssa and Z, because they're a high mate. But everyone else, other than the two that making them deathless would be a pain in the butt, because then I gotta do a whole bunch of math to figure it out, everybody else is deathless with the blood clotting, and other than Rongor, the strong immunity, and yada yada yada. So there's really not much opportunity to make them stronger. I will try to tame those, though. Because we can take some pets with us when we do our reset. I can't remember if it's like 2, 4, or 5, or however many it is. But when we do a reset, I do know we get to take a couple of pets. And it would be really nice to have a breeding pair of Thrumbo. I would settle with a breeding pair of Alpaca. But a breeding pair of Thrumbo is a fun one. Because Thrumbos will carry you pretty hard to the late game if you can just let them breed without dying too fast. Eventually you get to the point where the wealth they contribute starts making them more and more difficult to justify. But they go a pretty long way. Oh, and all of our people are like 20-something years old because we keep de-aging them aggressively through definitely ethical means that you do not need to investigate in any manner. Don't worry about the prisoner with the brain scars or my ritual room. There's nothing to see in any of that. It's everything is on the up and up except for what's not. It also says something that I'm going to leave behind an unnatural healer. Because unnatural healing is super powerful. It's just they're a waster and I have random research, no research. And wasters are really hard to take care of early game if you do not have the means to make drugs for them. Okay. Who is the oldest one of the team we're going to be resetting with? 24. Oh, Rongor. You are so old at 24. Just straight up ancient by our colony standards. Our colony may not have reasonable standards. I'm curious what happens that we're supposedly going to de-age Rongor down to 12 years old. I assume they're going to stay an adult, but it's certainly a curiosity. Yeah, we have standards. Apparently our standards is everyone needs to be basically a child. And we are, despite being a guilty ideology, so we do get upset about doing this, that we ourselves see it as unethical. But, you know, eternal youth. It doesn't matter if I feel a little bad. Eternal youth. Like an actual use. Not the thing where it's like, hey, you could live an extra 10 years. Oh, but you'd be like 10 years when your body's at its worst. No, you literally de-age your body. Okay. So Rongor is still treated as an adult. Despite that, according to the game, Rongor's a 13-year-old now. Need to do something to... Right. You can't feel guilty if you haven't done anything wrong. Okay, so we've got a pretty big group of impids rolling in. Is it just the one? Really? Only 12? You know I'm gonna slaughter you, right? Alright, I mean, okay. Like, you can roll in here with no armor, bows and arrows, and have almost an even one-to-one fight with people fully decked out in armor and assault rifles who have bionic limbs and everything possible that you don't. Alright. This is not going to go well for them. This is going to be an absolute slaughter. I also appreciate that they're just so committed to trying to damage my wall, that they're doing nothing. They're just eating bullets. Also, why are you doing that? This is the second raid we've had do this, where they, like, come in a little bit and then change their mind and go back out. And both of them were the Impid raids. Well, alright, I guess we're fighting a Thrombo. Let's just add that into the pile. Alright, everyone, new priority target. The priority target is that Thrombo. Except for you. Get closer so you don't friendly fire. Pop your armor. Okay, Thrombo has been dealt with. I see the other Thrombo has gotten involved. So they should retreat soon. And honestly, rescue this Thrombo. Rescue that Thrombo. Oh, it's just a little fire all over your body. Stop whining. Honestly, that Thrombo was a bigger threat than the others. I'm kind of low-key hoping that in the time that we're taking care of these two, we might be able to get them to join us. We'll see. If they join, great. If not, that's fine too. Mangled brain scar. That's certainly not a good time. Are you just okay? I was like, are you just gonna leave it bleeding there? That's kind of harsh. Okay, so we've reached December 2nd. Like I said, end of day. We'll do the reset otherwise. Let's see, you've seen that rubber banding raid happen when they have some really slow and really fast pawns are trying to stay together. We usually have over 300 mods enabled, so yeah, no, I think that's what happens is some of them show up with plate armor at this stage, and then the rest of them are all just running around in like regular shirts and all that. But when we look at Impids, they do have very fast run, so I do think it's one of those things that like you are running into a situation where like the tankier ones are just lagging behind. Like, and if I waited till they got to the kill box, they'd probably all come through as one group very effectively. But otherwise, not so much. I mean, you are still bandaging that up. Cool. Blight. I'm not gonna fuss with it. Like, they can try their best. Come on, succeed. It's a 1% chance of taming. Well, we wanted to practice a little doctoring before you, you went to the next place, Claria. You're probably gonna knock out an entire level. You're literally starving. You spent so long just doctoring that Thrombo. That's fine. They'll either sort that out or they won't. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, it'll be just you two dealing with it. Okay, sorry about that. Dang, Virtual U is dedicated. Yeah. We got the Vanometric power. So, for some reason in my mind, I feel like we get to take 7 items with us. Either like 7 or 9 or something like that. So the Vanometric Power is one we're definitely bringing, because that's seriously amazing. The Psychic Emanator, that honestly is probably worth considering, because those are also hard to come by. Were there any of the books that were, like, really ones I can't live without? No. Yeah, so you get the Psychic Emanator, the Vanometric Power, all of our weapons. Do I want Conrite to switch weapons, or do I want them to keep the Pulse Lance, or Charge Lance? It's only a regular quality Charge Lance, but the Charge Lance is really good when you run into an armored target and you say, that target in particular, I want to die. Whereas the other ones coming along will be packing Assault Rifles. 2 Hellfire and 1 regular. Yeah, so it's a normal quality. 4 quality, so switch up. Wait. Hold up, that one's almost done. Don't grab that one. Okay, so... Oh my god, please just let me choose it. It's fine. Alright, so did we actually get any of those things done? We wanted the Stone Skill. So there's a Healing Enhancer. We did apparently get a Detoxifier Kidney. Okay, what did we actually make on here? We did get one of the healing things. Yeah, so we got the healing one done, so we can cancel this. That's a bionic arm, bionic leg, bionic eye. I guess we don't wait for that. I'm just gonna get the healing enhancer in Calaria. That means they'll all have healing enhancers, but these two won't have the stone skin thing. Or you'll fail it. Cool, man. Much win. Very good. Honestly, you forget all those things. We will say one more healing enhancer. I'm gonna try and get this in here real fast. So cancel the leg, cancel the eye, cancel the arm, bills, forget about the arms and the legs. I'm gonna see if we can't quickly get those made and shove those into Calaria and Moriarty. We did reach the end of the day, so we are gonna do the reset. But it would be nice to get those two in there. The arms and legs I'm not worried about, but just the stone skin and the healing enhancer would just be nice to have. So you're getting the healing enhancer. That'll be done here in a second. Cool. And then you already have a stone skin going. You have to wait a minute so we don't accidentally kill her. That would not be the way to go. Get ready to reset and then immediately kill the pawn by rushing surgery. I could pre-health you to get you through that faster. Which is a little bit of a waste, but yeah. Yeah, that'd be a sad end. It's like, alright, we're about to end. Oh, let's just upgrade you. Well, we botched you. Let's just try it again. Well, they died. Change priority. Stone skin's now top priority. Okay, so you're finishing that gland. You're starting yours. Okay, we'll be done soon. Are you healing up? Still got a little ways to go. Just finish it. Oh, auto mortar. Do you have a shield on you? I'm not yes, you do. It's a high orbit one. Well, would you look at that? It is time to Arco Nexus, because I don't feel like dealing with that. Because that is going to be a lot of pawns getting knocked pretty good. Honestly, that's not the worst, all things considered. So weirdly, I could probably still take that out with mortars by dropping the mortars back here, triggering that to explode, which will chain react all that. But you know what? Let's just get out of here. Arco Nexus. Okay, so Kalaria Star, Moriarty, Rongor, the very last Lardine, Ion Tichy got cut. Conrite, that was the last one. So those are the pawns we're bringing. We can bring 5 animals. I will bring all the alpaca. And I will bring one of the boomalope. We can bring 7 items. And as you can see, because we had people bring up earlier, there's like, oh yeah, no, I don't think your weapons count. They do, because there's the Zeus hammer. So that's what we got to make our choices around. Oh, we do have a healing enhancer. That's not where... It's fine. Because if I take the time to deal with that, I've got to deal with everything else going on. So, we grab the Zeus hammer. We've got 3 normal Hellcats. Actually, I'll take those 2. One of these, I think, has, like, no durability. Yeah, so you got, like, no durability. What about the other 2? You're relatively fine. You're okay. So you got the 2 good assault rifles. Make sure those are in good shape. Cool. We will want... whichever charge lance has the higher health. 96, that's going to be it. Okay, so that's 5 weapons. So you got that. So we've already eaten up most of our stuff. So the vanometric power, I'm not seeing listed here. I was pretty sure we could bring that. But it's looking like a no. Yeah, so I'm not seeing the vanometric, and I'm also not seeing the psychic emanator. That's fine. Okay, so we got 2 more items I can grab. So my thought is 1, we grab the shield belt. Because I don't remember if that comes across or not. But a shield belt is really important for a melee pawn to not die. Yeah, no, I uninstalled the buildings. It's sitting in storage. But it was uninstalled before we did the reset. It's been sitting on the ground for a while. You'll notice it's not here. A disruptor flare pack wouldn't be the worst either. We wouldn't be able to reload it for a little while. Just make sure we grab one that's got full health. Because we can use the disruptor... Oh. 7 items. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, I see. We'll ditch the charge lance. Yeah, so we have 2 utility, 5 weapons for our items. We've got our 5 pawns. We've got our 5 animals. And if we had relics I could bring, I believe a relic or 2. I'm going to accept that. Would you like to proceed? There's no going back. Yep. So first Arco Nexus reset. Okay. So we can choose to set up anywhere else on the world for our next reset. We do have a bunch of options about how we can play this. The last one we just did a temperate forest where we just plunked down in. Because we are doing an all endings run, I'm not going to go out of my way to choose a truly awful biome. On top of that, we are doing the no research random research mods, which means I don't get to control my research, so hot tiles are out of the question because it literally is one of those things, if we get a heat wave, I can't build the passive coolers or the ACs unless I get lucky on my research, so your run ends on that case. You might be able to walk off the tile and come back, but you get the idea. We do have the different landforms. So I kind of want to do something different than just another wide open temperate. Temperate forest is fun and all. It's actually, oh right, it's not showing daytime because we're we're making a new colony on an existing planet. Do we want to do any of the landforms? Because a really fun one, which I'm not going to worry about right now, is river source. If you get a river source in the mountains, they can be real fun, ridiculous titles. Crater's another fun one. Crater has interesting implications because you'll get some weird, funky stuff happen with the raids if you block off the entrance. I'm trying to show where we have a mountain water source just to show what it looks like. But none of them are entering in the mountains. Oh, wait. Yeah, so that's what a mountain water source looks like. Waking up at the witching hour fun? Yeah, so you look at that, and like literally all of that will be solid. So if you want like your ultimate diggy hole base, the big thing to watch and why I'm not going to choose that for this run is I got a little sliver of growable space here and a little spot there, so our animals would just straight up die. It would honestly be hard for us to keep ourselves fed even. People are talking about maybe doing a crater. A crater usually has one way in, one way out, like this kind of thing. I wouldn't mind doing a crater. I don't want caves. I'll make my own holes and everything. Last run end? No, we're on our first reset of Arco Nexus. Because we were waiting for the royalty to reset as well as the ship to the stars maybe to have something happen. So we're still alive, we're still in our run, but we are doing the first phase of Arco Nexus. That's an interesting crater. There's also another River Island. What's River Island? Oh, that, yeah, that's fine. There's also ones that get wild, like Rift is another wild one for if you want to do like diggy hole. Like I said, I'm not gonna go do the diggy hole too much, like on this one too much. Like Crater's fine because there's a big growable space in the middle, so I wouldn't mind it. But we do have to be mindful of the fact that I am going to be keeping some level of animals. I'm looking for a crater that doesn't have caves. We can't go tropical rainforest. With random research, we will just potentially die from heat if we just roll a heat wave at the wrong time. I mean, arid shrubland? It's not terrible. It does have that risk. Yeah, 88. If we get a heat wave, it'll go up to like 120. Are you temperate forest inside the rainforest? I don't think I've seen that before. I made your husband start singing Diggy Hole. Yep. It is what it is. It is just fate. Come on, give me one that does not have caves. I don't mind if it's a weird angle that I won't be able to make a super strong defense or anything. I don't care about that part. Like, caves aren't that bad from the bug's perspective. That part's fine. Rather than make him do it's a normal state of people, yeah. Yeah, it's bisected by a river. The same one we were just at. Yeah, it's the nearest. Why does everything have caves? What's here? Let's follow the road and see if we have any cool maps on the road. I do enjoy having easy access to a road. All of these are proving to be fairly boring maps. We didn't get the Empire end. We went over 2 years without it giving me another opportunity, so we said, let's just do the Arco Nexus and deal with it on the other side. Is kind of the way that went. I'm looking if we have any cool maps right along this road here. So I'm not being too picky, just something of interest. I don't want, like, the corner map or whatever. Do we have any roads up in the hills? That's all water. That was ravine. I'm being picky. I need to not be this picky. I just don't want to do another wide open temperate map. I don't, like, when I do Arco Nexus, I do try to not repeat the same map more than once. So far as style. That was Oasis. Oasis kind of sucks. It's a neat idea, but there's a big chunk of water in the middle that's just not usable space. Man, why is this so cave heavy? If I have one that doesn't have caves that attach to the outside, I'll consider that too. The big thing is, like, for the meme of the crater map, the idea is you don't have easy ways to go in. Because I could see doing, like, for the second segment, doing, like, a more dwarfy base, because I don't need to launch the ship anymore. So I don't need a big usable space on the outside or anything like that. Let's see. It's all tropical rainforest. That's a huge tropical rainforest. No, perfect. All we had to do was be impatient. It doesn't have a full year row thing. Let's see. Is there a map near your head mod? Yeah, this is the mod. It's just, it previews. You can also make it re-roll. And then you can pick there. I usually don't bother with that, because that feels a little too strong. So I just take whatever's there. I think that's fine. So we don't have a full year grow around season. It will get a little brisk, but that's okay. I think that's fine. So I think we'll do that. We've got relatively easy access to a road for when you do Ship to the Stars. Yeah, because that'll let me get access to that road. And that road does work its way pretty far along the planet. I've already lost track of myself, but he didn't click, so that's fine. Main of the Dame, if you do !mods, it'll give you the exact name. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Alright, so we are going to continue with the meme that we already had. My assumption is it will remain fluid, which is fine. And so there goes our old colony. It served us well. Let's see. With the first Arco Nexus map part securely recorded, you prepare to find the next one on your journey. Wild people told you of a cataclysm that destroyed this world. Humans built great thinking machines here centuries ago. It turned against the people. There was a great war. Only a few were left when the machine transcended and fell dormant. The map to the Arco Nexus has 3 parts, and you hold one of them. Other wild people also each hold parts of the map. They'll trade their parts to you for a wealthy new colony and all of its recorded research. The next map part is encoded in a very strange way. In order to interpret it, you must first learn more of the Arco technology by studying the structure here. It's time to get building. Alright, so Calaria's star is still down because we left while they were under surgery. Because there was a pretty big mech raid that I was like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with it. We could have handled it just fine. It'd probably just taken some damage. So yeah, so we will need to do this. One big catch of this thing here is I believe while you're under it, like under its area, it does want to say give you a mood penalty. So we don't want to build around it itself. It would be funny if it, would be funny if you could come and take over your old colony. I believe your old colony, like, disappears from the world. Interestingly enough, while we didn't ask for food and all that, it still gave that to us. So let's check. I don't know if our assignments carry over or if we have to redo them. Okay, the assignments did carry over. So we need to go to assignments. You've got all that stuff set up. We're good to go. Okay, so the first thing we need to decide is where we're actually putting our base. Honestly, I might just start building it right here in the middle. So we can go here and just say deconstruct everything. Not that, that's very clearly the ancient danger. Oh no, that's not the ancient danger. Ancient danger wouldn't have a door on it. Wait a second. I didn't think we were really allowed to do the monolith multiple times. Hang on. Can I genuinely get multiple... Okay. It's a shame you can't repeat the Arco Nexus forever, like just keep doing it again and again. It would be fun to get like an entire group of nothing but void-touched people and just utterly break the game. So I told them to disassemble everything. Just double-checking that I'm not seeing any walls along here getting disassembled. Just in case you got an ancient danger along the outside. I've had that happen plenty of times. That is possibly the worst imaginable place for the tree there. That tree needs to go. I would love it to be back here. We are going to go to floors. We can tell and remove all of those as well. Do we have any good soil here? None that I care to go after. Okay, so for the moment, like I said, we're going to plan to just be in the middle here. Probably build out this way over time. So let's plan to go start with rice. Potato. You will be heel root. Let's forget the heel root. So we'll start with the rice and potato plants. Do we still have it where it's making our home zone automatically? No. We do want that on now, so home zone there. Alright, so unfortunately we don't have the ability to build anything out of good materials yet. Let's double check our schedules. Why are you on... Stop it. So let's check our things. So you're all doctoring, we got all this, we got all that. You're going to handle animals, you can feel free to help. Anyone who can hunt. You are our dedicated cook. You will also be our dedicated construction person. In hindsight, that was a bad move, but, you know, we're here now. You two will help with the food. You'll focus on crafting. Yeah, that's fine. We'll set all these to 4. Yeah, you'll focus on crafting. Yeah, so grower, cook construction, crafter, researcher, and you can help with research, but you'll be hauling it on. All right, so I think we got a plan. So you got all that set up. So we're gonna let them cut loose. We will want to plunk down a couple of beds just for a moment because Claria Star needs to get up soon. Meanwhile, Rongor is going to need to grab your Zeus hammer. You did not keep your shield belt, so grab that next. We're going to want a caravan point so our animals don't run away. Las Lardine, grab a gun. Conrite, grab a gun. Moriarty, grab a gun. Grab the flare pack. Why is one down? When we did the Arco Nexus, we had this person had just gone through a botched surgery. Like I said, we had a pretty bad event land that I could have fought, but it would have probably set us back. It's just like, you know what? I don't need to deal with this. Yeah, no, it looks like we're gonna be able to do the anomaly stuff all over again. Okay. Game. Sure. I'll awaken the monolith a second time. Because I'm gonna want all the bioferrite and the anomaly technology and all that. Sure. I'll do more anomaly nonsense. We might also go for the mechs on this one too, just to get like... Oh yeah! I forgot I had gotten you just a little bit of honor. Only the first rank. But yeah, Kalaria did actually have the starts of a rank there, so that's good. Meanwhile, if we look at our pawns, so we will want to give you, we got titles to give out. So assign Moral Guide. And then Moriarty will probably be a production specialist. So just trying to get everyone up and running as early as we can. It did give me a little bit of food to start, but not much. Go get yourself a weapon. Okay. And then we said Moriarty for production specialist, because you usually want that to be a crafter, because they're usually where you need the production. And then after that, we could make Kalaria the Star the leader. The only reason I'm not making it Rongor is you want it to someone who's not going to be downed as much. And whoever's operating on the front line is probably going to be down more than anyone else in the colony, being in the fact that they're getting hit directly in the face. Alright, and then Kalaria Star can be our leader. Titles for everybody, except Rongor and Conrad. But titles for everybody. Yeah, so you're in serious pain, but you should heal soon. But we are going to need to really hustle on a lot of this stuff. I just realized a geothermal right there. Okay, and I believe that'll work size-wise. Because we can start working on making that into a production room and all that. Very Last Lardine is growing stuff really quick. So same deal, we just keep expanding these farms for right now. So for right now, you're going to be Strawberry. You can be Born. You can be Heel Root. And you can be Cotton. Major break risk on Rongor because you observed rotting corpses. Look, man. You sought out like the 2 rotting corpses on the entire tile and then plunked them right in front of everything. What did you expect? So please move those corpses up into the water where they'll rot. So I'm just trying to get a production room. You've always wanted to see the Arco Nexus ending? Yeah, so it's basically a new game plus, where you get to bring just a little bit from your previous colony, the big thing being your incredibly juiced up pawns. The downside is your incredibly juiced up pawns do have some significant demands, which can make them a little rough to deal with. Wait, what? Why do I have that? Wait. Oh, weird. Okay, so even though we have the no research mod, I was expecting to research with nothing. It did research us with, I think this is the research you get when you do, crash ship. I'm definitely not against that. It was unexpected, but I'm sure not against it. So we got the beds going here. We can go to production. Got the butcher table. Major break risk on you. You're just going to have to hold out a little bit. Well, buddy. Now, the problem we had in a past run was I did the Arco Nexus, and I did have my melee pawn go murderous rampage on the person next to him and just kind of went smack and one-shot them. We had a clip for that the long time that sadly, eventually, the clip got removed, who I think it's like basically whoever made the clip, you know, got their account suspended or deleted themselves or something, I don't know. Yeah, so right now I'm just making a joint like break room, bedroom / everything room. We will want to not have that in the long term. But my plan is for this to ultimately be our production room. Did it give us stone cutting? It did. It's been so long since I've started just like a normal run in RimWorld. That's like, wait, I have access to things? What do you mean I have access to things? What's this nonsense? So recreation. Okay, so for right now, that'll work. I don't really care about all this other stuff sitting out here. That can just rot for all I care. And then what we can do over here is pretty early on, I'm going to wall this off and make one way in. Table and chairs? Yeah, we'll get there. We can go ahead and do it. Okay, so we're planting as much as we can. We don't have much, like, we're getting it all planted, but we don't have much food in general, let alone for 5 people running around. Okay, got all those beds out from there, so we can go and sleep in the proper beds. Do we have any relationships in there? Nope. And you're still working on that. We can go up here, zone.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, we can set that to that. And you to cycling. Alright, let me go ahead and update our title, by the way. First, Arco reset. Arco Nexus reset. Royalty ship to the stars. Okay. Because this is the same run. We haven't lost. We just did the Arco Nexus reset versus continuing to wait for the ship or the royalty ascent to reappear and ship to the stars. Okay, what are you upset about? Yeah, so you can see there's a minus 11 mood penalty inside this area. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably enclose this area once we don't need it anymore. and just treat this as, like, a place we're not allowed to be. But that's once the research done. Right now, we're still working on that research, so you get it. Okay, so we're getting all that built as fast as they can. Is Moriarty really assigned to research? Oh, it's a lower price. Oh, right, because you're crafting as your main thing. Right. So you're helping with the research in the interim. That's fine. Once they research that, that's done. And you want a meditation spot? A new area has been revealed. That is not surprising at all. Floor. Remove floors. Oh, I wonder if I'll have to do the whole thing where you have to, like, remove and re-add the random research to fix the anomaly thing. We can actually probably check. Yeah, no, we should be good. Interestingly enough, it is showing the anomaly tree here, even though I don't have access to any of it. That's fine. We are going to need some early steel. So we can work on that. And for the beginning, until we got more stuff set up, I am just going to do this. To here. Then plunk a door there. And then on the other side of the door, I'm going to put a barricade. So we have... What do we have on this map? There we go. So material-wise on the map, we have limestone and slate. Okay, so no granite. Granite's better than what we had previously, but that's fine. So I will put a barricade on this side of the door. And that way I can leave the door open and the stuff shouldn't be able to leave. The credits for this run are going to take like 30 minutes. Honestly, it doesn't build up that fast. You gotta figure out where the limits of that M&A are, because I am seeing that the, because it will kill the stuff too close to it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we'll kill the stuff too close to, I think these strawberries might be too close, judging by where these trees are. So we'll have like a big dead spot in the middle of the map. Which is one of the things that it does as its negative, is it takes a chunk of your map and makes it not good to use. It definitely is not reaching out this far. Because something's happened to some of those that they're damaged. It's fine, whatever. The very last Lardings thinks we should give this settlement a name. What should we name it? Treader Pond is what it came up with as the default. It screams in my brain. Let's see. So we've got a crater map. It's got the Arco Nexus and all that kind of stuff. Better than our last colony. Good enough of a name. Once again, onto the Nexus. We could do that for the next reset, too. Because I believe you have to do, basically, you do like almost 3 playthroughs, but like the last playthrough, it's literally you just go to the thing and finish it real fast. You do 2 full resets, and then after the 3rd one, you just go. Yeah, and I just went fast because otherwise I sit there on the naming screen way too long. We can also go here and say furniture. Okay. So we've got all that there. We should be, where's, your hauling stuff. Did you already grab all the berries? Get those berries, man. People are hungry. And if you don't have anything else to do with your time, you know, there are wild animals. The moment we put in a list, everyone just races around, blasting through every animal in the area. Hey, wait, Jaguar, how's it going? Oh yeah, did anyone have no hauling? Of course, I took 2 people who will not haul. Excellent. It's fine. Do you need wood? Yes. All right. So that was pretty wasteful of me. We did just eradicate all living creatures on the entire map that weren't the one main one. But that's okay. Why are you? Oh, you're set to plant cut 1. Yeah, let's fix that. Don't do that. I appreciate the hustle, but don't do that. I need you to butcher way more animals than I should have killed. Okay, so we need to shrink this. It is killing that row of plants. Okay, it killed that row as well. That's what I gotta figure out, is what the heck is this thing's radius? It might even be a thing that once we finish researching it, it'll die down, but you can see this is killing that whole area. Technically, we have the ability that I could... No, it won't go down. Technically, I have the ability that I believe after I research that, you can just leave the tile and choose a different one. Man, that's got a huge radius over there. Yeah, so it's killing trees up that far. Let's go ahead and get rid of these fields on the bottom. They're just going to keep dying. You can check the pawn mood debuff? Yeah. I know there's a mood debuff. I showed it earlier. Yeah, so the mood debuff doesn't come into contact till we're like here, but it's definitely killing the plants. Like you can see it killed these plants up here as well. So it does seem like the mood debuff only carries kind of inside this bubble here. But it is killing my plants all the way up there. You can see where they're all losing their health. It's not to like way up here I'm not seeing life lost in the path. I'll plan for those just to keep dying. Okay, that'll be a potato zone. Because I struggle to get plants up because they keep dying due to the Arco Nexus thing. That'll be a big problem over time. So don't sow that. And don't sow that one. So basically I got a big dead spot in the middle of the map back here. But yeah, walling this off up here is going to cause us grief later. Because what you'll have is you'll have enemies that want to set up and wait to go in, and they'll just smash near your wall, attack it like it attacks immediately. And also for it attacks immediately, they're right there. So that is one of the things where Crater looks like such an amazing map. It does have a lot of strengths with a lot of raid types, but there's also raid types that it can also screw you pretty hard. It'll be fine. And Rongor is just doing what they can to support. That's fine. Okay. Cut stones forever. Bills. Simple meals. Do until you have 20 for right now. And don't worry about anything fancier than that for the time being. Alright, so we've got basically the start of a production room going on here. Research, yeah, so okay, randomly chose geothermal as our first research. Don't hate that. But do you think if you put weaker walls in an area, they will target those first? So, if you have flammable walls, sometimes the raids will go to the flammable walls and light those on fire. I don't believe the game has logic into it where it says this wall is damaged, that wall's not, go for the damaged wall, or this wall is stone, that one's not, go, well, this one is slate, that one's granite, go for the slate. They don't have that kind of a logic. They just do have a thing that if they're intending on setting something on fire, they will look for a flammable target. If they can't reach one, then they'll just stop bothering to try and do the fire and go to just the attack. Yeah, so it seems like it's right up here that the plants are okay. I forgot the ridiculous dead zone that thing makes. You think all stone walls are equal now? You know, in the past, granite was better? No, they're definitely different now. So, like, you look at this, that's 700, that's 500. And I believe that's true if we go structure, granite wall, and I choose that. Max hit points 510. And if we go here, we choose limestone, 465. So yeah, no, there's still a difference. Getting kitty snuggles? Not nice? Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, we'll let those grow and harvest what we can, and whatever doesn't make it, that's fine. But yeah, having this much of your tile unusable for farming, it's definitely a thing. Okay, so we can slam that open. Miscellaneous, pen marker. I'm just gonna shove that up in a corner because it doesn't really matter where it is right now. Like later on, I could definitely move it. Okay, so with that, we can let all the animals loose. Go forth, do your animal things. Don't have more than 8 of... Honestly, it's big of an area. Don't have more than 20 of you. And don't auto-slaughter Boomalope ever. Yeah, so once I get that researched, then I don't have to worry about that any farther. Okay, once someone runs out there. So added bonus, we can now go in here. Get rid of the rat. And with the rat done, now, other than the Mega Sloth, there's nothing in here. Worker game all done? Yeah, no, sadly I failed the royalty one the first attempt. Like, it was literally down to the last day. And I dropped ordnance on top of the Empire people on accident. Because it was just like, give me the cataphract, give me the troopers, give me the... Oh, wait, that was the orbital. And so they went hostile, and now I have to do it again. I killed their leader because I was salty about it. We're at minus 100, so there was no farther consequences. Yeah, so I did that. And then the ship to the stars, while I was still getting the stuff set up, we were like maybe 6, 7, 8 days into the launch sequence. And one of my people had a mood break and destroyed all the food. And we probably only got down to like 4 or 5 days. We weren't that close to done. I was getting weird, like, double and triple stacking raids on that one, which is fine, whatever. We would have probably been fine, but with all the food destroyed, has to, like, run out real fast, kill an alpaca, bring it back in, you know, plunk it down to the table, eat some raw meat just to try and, you know, keep them fed while the raids are all going on. And then I misplayed some stuff on it, too, that didn't help. But, so we failed that one, and then we're doing our Arconexus reset. Because I waited like 2 in-game years to try and get the royalty thing to show up again like it says it's supposed to, and it still hadn't showed up, and now it's kind of the point where it's like, you know what? We'll just reset. It's fine. Alright. So it was slate and limestone was this map, right? Yeah. So it's not worried about the sandstone and all that. You are just cutting any brick we're getting. We're seeing more limestone than anything. Sometimes the royalty one bugs. Gotcha. Is that water I'm seeing down there? It's concrete. Okay, that's fine. There's probably stuff that was underneath the walls before I tore them up. Okay, so with that, we just have a giant room serving as, like, the everything catch-all room. We obviously don't want that to be that way long-term. That's not a good design. So I'm gonna start getting some bedrooms set up so I can get the people out of there so they don't complain about interrupted sleep for the rest of their days. So I'll make 6 bedrooms. And I'm just gonna go on the assumption that I will have enough limestone, because if I don't, I know where I can find some limestone. The entire perimeter of this map. You will get wood doors for inside this area. Let's just set up rate. I already know I'm going to be doing that eventually, so whatever. How's it going, Mortal Smurf? Can I get a shout out for Mortal Smurf, by the way, if we haven't gotten one already? Another fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of RimWorld. Also been doing some Product Zomboid and a bunch of other stuff. So if any of that sounds good, you can find it over there as well. Definitely good times. Let me go ahead and get a shout out of my own. We can get... There's some Mortal Smurf. That is not the right name. There we go, Mortal Smurf. Because again, check him out. Good times are there. Been playing RimWorld, all that. Does like 500% like naked brutality, those kind of challenges. Meanwhile, pop that door. Because I want whoever to raid to go into our base, not just chill back there. You're wondering why there's a barricade there? That barricade's just so this considers this whole area eligible to be a pen. We will be replacing the outer part of this. But I'm trying to remember, I believe the limestone is stronger than slate. Yeah, limestone is stronger than slate. Slate is genuinely pretty crap when it comes to that. I remember every one of these had some perk. What the heck was slate's? I don't think it was beauty. Because I know marble had beauty, but it was terrible strength. Granite was the strongest. Slate is weight for some silly reason. That is a really weird thing, because I also don't care about slate. Yeah, no, sandstone I believe was the faster working one. I think that's right. Actually, we'll wait to start the next section. Because I'll make a storage room down here. And all that. It is interesting that I didn't think we could do the anomaly again after a reset, but the monolith was here, which brings the curiosity that, like, because we didn't keep what we awakened on it, but weirdly I do keep having access to the research tab, I just can't see stuff. Because it would be interesting to reawaken the anomaly and repeat the whole process. Which is probably completely unnecessary. But come on. Why not abuse things? We had the tailoring bench, because I'm not used to starting with stuff. Reinstall you up here, one. Yeah, so make this the production room. Let's finish the game 8 times in one run. Well, that's the thing. I enjoyed the anomaly, and one of the things we did bring with us was we did bring a flare pack, because I love the flare pack. So I was fully intending on capturing whatever anomaly stuff shows up anyways. But I would absolutely be down for continuing to escalate things more and more. Okay, so we're getting a lot of slate. That's fine. Because what I'm going to do is queue up a completely unreasonable amount of stuff. Which means none of it will get done in a timely manner. It's a lesson I've learned many times in this game and I refuse to pay attention to. Is that if you keep building and building and building and building, eventually you have a problem. Yeah, so as you can see, this field, they are... Man, I forgot how ridiculous the radius is on that thing. That whole area of the map is being killed by the Arco Nexus thing. I'm surprised these trees haven't died yet. Because I feel like this is farther away than that was. But yeah, so it's killed all plants in that whole radius. And the flashing is obnoxious too. Yeah, it would be nice that when you finished researching it, even if it still had the psychic thing, it would be nice to have the pulsing go away. I'm sure there's mods that do that, because there's mods that do everything. Okay. Reinstall your bed there. Reinstall your bed there. Reinstall your bed there. Let's see, let's see, sorry if you missed it. Did you have any plans to do this reset any differently, or uniquely? So, instead of going with, like, the Temperate Forest, where we built the whole thing right in the middle, I did grab a crater map just because, just to do a different one. The other building, when I made it, it was kind of like, this is a collection of houses, this is a separate, so it's like all separate segments. I'm gonna go a little bit more into, like, the giant complex kind of construction where it's like one sprawling building. So we got that. What I am also debating doing is, as we go through, I am considering, if we go here to our ideology, that we might drop guilty and put something else in there. So change our ideology up a little bit. As far as a lot of the other stuff, I don't really know what else we would go in, because we're already pretty decked out on our pawns here. And I'm not going to be able, I'm like the most likely the odds are I'm not going to be able to make more of our super deathless pawns, because we made all of these ridiculous pawns. We had like 13 deathless pawns in our last colony, because I got the actual thing, and I just kept getting the archite whatever it is you need. So we made all of our pawns deathless except for we had a high mate and we had a waster that I couldn't really do it. All right, so Boom has shown up. Do you remember when we used to be friends? I remember when we used to be friends. I think you really wish you had gone back to those days when we used to be friends. Those are days you wouldn't get riddled with assault rifles. So we're not really ready to do a lot of fancy tricks with this. So we are going to go strategy of, I'm going to hide a couple people behind some trees, and we're just going to shoot the crap out of them. Actually, Rongor, stand a little bit up front so you don't get friendly fired. Because you're just rocking some pistols and all that. So yeah, we don't have a proper defensive position. We actually aren't going to have people in position yet. Bonk. Oh, are you seriously going to all... This is amazing. Okay, so you two focus on that one. That's the one that needs to die. No, focus on this one. Don't let him get to cover. Okay, the rest of you, Rongor is handling this. So... You really shouldn't have been hostile to me. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. This is why you should have stayed friends. If you would have stayed friends, you wouldn't be full of bullet holes, right? Wait, what was that? Hard worker, kind, fast walker. Okay, hang on. You have my attention. It's a shame you're a pigskin, which means you got, like, the bad hands. But hard worker, kind, fast walker, and you can plants. That is not a bad pawn, all things considered. Yeah, because that's manipulation penalty. I don't have a place to keep you, though. I'm gonna let him go. The having the pig hands really underwhelms that. Trotters can become bionic hands. Yeah, they are just down. Okay. So what we're gonna go ahead and do. Get over here, new friend. Now the problem is, I have no constructed bedrooms until that's all done. I need the bedrooms to get done. That was the reason I was like, I don't know. So we'll convert you. I mean, worst case, we release them. I forgot we can do that. I usually actually I have had runs where I do that all the time, where I down people and then I release them to get the rep. Because they showed up, I knocked them down anyway, slapping a band-aid on them and telling them to leave is a pretty low price to pay to get, you know, a hostile faction to be friendlier. Alright, so we got that one out of here. Alright. And we're using the random research and all that, and it chose geothermal. So, random research, it randomly gave us geothermal as the first research it's going after, which is perfect, because I got a geothermal vent there that I can use. That one's good, that one's good. This one might be a problem with the Archotech Tower. I think it won't be too bad, because I could probably build it here, and where I would normally put, like, the barricade and then the wall. I think this will just work as a wall in its own right. I'm not sure. Actually, we can find out real fast. No. Yeah, so it might be a problem that I might have to put that inside the perimeter of it, which is not that big of a deal, but it does mean it is vulnerable to drop pod. Even then, that's what we have. How many of these? Number 5. That one I won't use. That one's not going to be easy to get at. Oh man, I must have had something like... I didn't take a final count. We had somewhere in the area of like 12 unstable power cores in the last colony, because we kept getting these ones that would drop like 4 unstable power cores, and you're like, wait, I can get these. Because usually the problem is they'll be mixed in with all the turrets and all that, where it's a little tricky to go in there and EMP down the turret and kill the turret before it can, you know, have the chance to explode and all that. So it's a little bit, you know, a little bit hairy to set that up. Or it'll be like a really bad when they're like, no, I'm just going to blow up the power cord and wipe the whole thing out and be done with it. But we got a whole bunch of those. Now I will ultimately want to replace the walls on this to make them not wood. Honestly, if it's internal of the whole base, I might just leave it alone and not worry about it. I also said I was going to make this a storage room and then just realized that's literally where that geothermal is. We can just make this like an outdoor area just to cut through and then put the storage room down there or something like that. Just, I don't know, put like small crops, put like our heal root and that kind of stuff in here. I'm just waiting till they finish the bedroom area before I queue up the next thing. Alright, getting close to having that done researched. Yeah, and to start, we're just going to pull up literally all the block that's on the ground. It's fine. Oh, you know what we can do? Convert. Hey, look, they're converted. And recruit. And considering how high the social skill is on our main leaders and all that, we're going to chip away at them pretty quick. Oh, also, so we have assault rifles and all that. Was your range 36? What was your range? Your range was 27. So want to go to our orders, planner. So it'd be basically... Oh, actually, we'd want to start from this point. Yeah, like the point they step... Well, actually... Yeah, the point they step into the room. 27, the assault rifles will be slightly higher. So this is an interesting one in that I can carve that out. Let's wait to do that. Okay. So that's where we're going to actually want our pawn, is back here. So that's the back row. So I do this. So yes, that's the center. So that goes away. Then we have this and this. That's not right. Cancel that one, cancel that one, cancel that one. There we go. A mighty construction. I do not care unless Ren's amazing. No, Ren's terrible. I am good to not do that. Or do we want to do the long lane style? I haven't done a long lane in a while. Yeah, let's do a long lane kill box. I haven't done one of those in a hot minute. So, disturbing vision, that's fine. So the long lane style is you basically go as far as you want, but instead of having a bunch of different range, you have like 2 really narrow lanes. They can be really good, especially if you're using fire weapons, because once they start coming in, you just blast the fire around and start scattering them. To the end of the stream, the Insomnia is going hard today. Yeah, Insomnia can do that. So maybe what we'll do is we'll get a pair of incinerators, and everyone else keeping on the assault rifles and all that. And just like the idea is we do like the really long lane. Or wait, did the long lane get nerfed? I think the long lane got nerfed. Where now they will start stopping on the lane and fighting back. Because it used to be you kind of get them on the barricade that start feeding directly into you. And there was only a couple situations at which point they'd stop and shoot. But it would be interesting to do that just to keep the incinerators sweeping over the group of them. To send them scattering in all directions. Oh yeah, because they'll scatter towards water. It's a shame there's not water anywhere nearby there. Because that's actually a trick you can use with those if you're using the incinerator. Say there's water here, and I have my kill box there. If I ignite them with fire up here, a lot of them will run out, and they'll go to the water to, you know, put it out. And then they'll come back in, and then you light them on fire again, and they'll run out, and you get the idea. That they'll spend their whole time burning just going like this. That you can really abuse or thing. Alright. You have completed the study of the major architectural architect structure. You can't say that you understand it in any complete way, but you have detected patterns in its behavior and the way it seems to express information. With this knowledge, you will be able to interpret the next piece of the map. Cool. So stop studying it. Alright, where did you appear? Perfect. Assuming that thing doesn't hurt it, that's perfect. Because the first place it spawned was like really in an awful position. So I don't believe we have any tribesmen or anything here. But even with that, I'll still drop that there, so if anyone wants to meditate, they can meditate down there. If someone's eligible to make it do anything, it'll do things. Probably not. I'm imagining none of these are tribesmen. Yeah, so you're a wrecked explorer, a shop kid, a bookworm, a colony child, a colony child. Yeah, so no one's tribesman. So none of them can use it, it's fine. What is this spot? Stop it. Disease gutworms. Cool, man. Let's just gutworms at the gate, that's fine. Let everyone get all pissed off because they're in pain. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember. Did they nerf the long kill box? So I know they killed the vortex one, which I never used. The long kill box is just a different strategy. where they would all feed themselves straight in. You'd have like 2-3 layers of cover back here, and you could deal with whatever. Alright, so we do have guilty. Don't join me. Are you listening, Gary? Don't join me. I will banish you. I'm saving your life in this moment. And your way of saying thank you is to leave. Because we are a guilty ideology, so I'll take a mood penalty either way, at least by rescuing him I get an ideology point. And I get to practice a little medicine. Knocking down that resistance real fast. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is... It's not this one, it's the other one that automatically has someone of my ideology can join at a good result. That's the one I can do anytime in here. Unimpressive. Cool. I still got an ideology point, whatever. I don't care about any of that rotting out there, that's fine. Oh, hey, it is working. Never mind. Honestly, with that, get rid of that spot. I thought it was only tribes people who could make the tree. Screw you, Gary. Hey, Gary. Leave. Just get out. So now, we banished a colonist, -3, but we helped a refugee, +2, so we're only -1. But we still got an ideology point, so it's whatever. Because Gary's an awful pawn. A chemical interest, ugly, jealous, who cannot doctor or violent. Excellent. Who wouldn't want that pawn? I mean, there's certainly worse. They could be like, you know, bloodlust, volatile, misogynist, or something like that, where they show up and immediately piss off everyone else in your colony. But they're not winning any awards. That's all I'm saying. Dedicated stonecutter? Mm-hmm. Dedicated stonecutter we keep in their corner and don't let them be around other people. That's where you have like the little closet that you lock the stonecutter in, and then you have the storage room, and then they're set up for those two rooms there. And then like the people on the other side of that room then are allowed to get to the stone, like the stone full room, but not where the stonecutter lives. The worst crime? We have creepy voice in here. Or sorry, creepy breathing we have, not creepy voice. Ballardine's a solid colonist. You joined us, didn't you? But quick sleeper, kind. A lot of passions, I can work with that. Our construction person is trying their absolute... Oh, right! Because our construction person is our cook. That's right. That's the problem we're running into. Because I was going to take... I think... Right, we're going to take our other construction person instead of Moriarty, and then I was like, no, wait, I want the extra doctor. Like, I'm willing to give up a construction thing for an extra doctor who can also craft and all that. And I'll just do with that. So we are short on the construction, and that. We'll put you as a 3. Granted, I don't know if you'll ever get the chance to use that. Okay, so get all the beds done. You're willing to send me a prisoner, and you would give me a psychic reader you'd send me a pretty decent size group of combat pawns. You're also willing to give me honor, which we do want to farm the honor for the ending thing. We're obviously nowhere near ready to tackle the royalty ending. I mean, actually, weirdly, we could take this kind of the way you do the ship to the stars. That if I was able to get that stuff up real fast and make like a really crappy kill box, we could potentially take on a decent amount with the amount of firepower we have here. So it's what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 times over. So we'd have 2 raids of 7, all packing guns. They wouldn't have anything like Doomsday or Triple Rocket or anything that spicy at this phase. So that wouldn't be a thing I gotta worry about. I've got 8 days to accept it. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do... Wait, was that... I saw it said like Nikov Cage or something like that, but I was like, wait. But I'm just misseeing things. That's on me. Oh, we can also go ideology, styling bench, do that. Oh, don't reinstall that. Cancel that. I wanted you to build a copy. Medical treatment needed on Claria's Star, because we got gut worms. Okay. And honestly, we can work on rebuilding our collection of biotech, or like biotech stuff for later colonists as we go. I don't think we'll be in this run long enough to get nearly as juiced as we did our last one. Because genuinely with all of the research here, I don't actually need almost any of this. Like, for the ship to the stars and all that, like what we're looking at with this run right now, very genuinely what I could do is when the ship to the stars quest pops, I could immediately stop what we're doing here, just caravan the entire colony over to the ship, and then rebuild the base on that new location. It wouldn't even be the worst idea either. Because then I can go over there, it gets us away from this thing, and... because I don't think I need to keep it. I think I just need to research it, and then that's good. Yeah, so we're fine. Yeah, so I could genuinely caravan all the way over the ship to the stars, begin building up all around there, just make that my base. It just happens to have the ship in it. Now, granted, that means I've got this $60,000 ship sitting inside my base for the whole run. But we could do that, do the royalty ending there, then do all that. Now, the question would be, with the monolith here, would the monolith appear on the other side? I don't think it matters. You've already finished the anomaly ending. We might do that. I might genuinely do that. I might genuinely take the time to build up a little army of alpaca, and then we just start making tons and tons of packaged meals or pemmican or whatever. Because unfortunately it will be a massive, massive, massive commute across the planet. How long is the naming queue? What are the chances of you getting it this time? Honestly, the naming queue shouldn't be that long right now. Yeah, because I mean, the alternative is send just 2 people over like last time. If I had sent over a proper team last time, we would have had bigger threats attack me. But I feel like we would have been able to handle it better. Because it's not one of those things where one person can make or break the whole thing when you got a group of like 15 people fighting. And one person breaks, as long as it's not a critical one like your tank, you're fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, so I think we're going to aim for that, so we are going to start... So where I put the restriction on the alpaca, hey alpaca, no population restrictions. Go wild, little buddies. Do what alpaca do. And the big thing we're going to need is either a big old pile of money, or we're going to need a big old pile of pemmican and or packaged meals. So let's go to assign, food policies lavish, and for right now, meals, do not eat packaged meals.
Thank you Diriam and Wifey for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Diriam and Wifey, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Sorry, that's my brain is going to the Prime get something. I really do appreciate that. You can get yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. All right. Yep, so Kalara's getting the whole base built. Regardless, I gotta live here long enough to get herself situated. Oh. We do have the Dyeing Yourself mod. All the Dyeing Yourself mod does is it makes it so you can either have your people dye their clothes a color for whatever your faction ideology is. I use it to dye it their favorite color. Technically, that does give you a mood bonus if you take the time to do it, but it's 1. So I'm not doing it for like any significant gain. I mostly just like that all of my pawns don't look the exact same when everyone has shirts made out of the same material and yada yada. It just makes it a bit more interesting. Okay, you are no longer for prisoners. Yeah, so we're getting that room set up. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's usually, what is it, like, at the end of your first year or, like, first 30 days. I'm trying to remember when the Ship to the Stars tends to pop. I know it's fairly early in the run. Like, I want to say there's, like, a set time or something it happens. Or, like, a time range. I feel like it was 30 days after the start of your run. Because it's also possible we could work our way across the planet and just, you know, go to one place, drop some stuff to sell, buy some food, go to the next place, sell some stuff, buy some food. We could certainly... we have... Honestly, if we go and it's not the winter, this many people willing to grow, we could probably forage our entire way across the planet. Like, let's see, we are... where are we at? Where's the blue triangle? There we are. So we're here, so realistically it'll be over there somewhere. So very genuinely, I would be able to cut across all the tropical over here, and definitely be able to grab food the whole way here. And it wouldn't be till around this area here, where it's all desert, where we probably wouldn't be able to. Because most likely, the Ship to the Stars will be somewhere on this continent. It could go over this way, but it's basically usually on the opposite side of the planet. Wiki says about 20 days? That's cool. Yeah. Let's see, seems no place to put the food. You see potatoes sitting outside? Yes. I'm waiting till they build this first. Because I have a really bad habit when I play the game of just, doing, like, this building and that building and that building, like, designing everything. And RimWorld is one of those games that your characters are very notorious for getting every single project 20% done, but getting none of them actually done because they just wander around doing a little bit of everything. And so you get none of the benefits of any of the things you were doing. RimWorld loves to do that. Absolutely adores doing that to you. Let's see, this is an interesting map. So I assume all the raids will spawn from the northwest. If so, it's a crazy good start. Is it still the same run from before? Yes, it is the same run from before. There are pros and cons with this. For the raids that walk on and wait for you, generally, yes, this is a very good map for defense. Because they walk on here, and most of the time they'll chill here, and then they'll go in. Siege raids will also sometimes have problems figuring out what they're doing up here, which also works to your advantage, but there are negatives. One of the negatives is you have a much higher frequency of drop pod raids and those kind of things, because RimWorld just does that. You also have more of a frequency of breacher raids, the ones that just smash through your wall and keep going. You also have the problem when you have those raids, they're supposed to be like 2 or 3 separate groups that are then supposed to, you know, show up on the far ends of the map and then all rush your colony. What they'll tend to do is one will camp out here, and the other one will immediately attack your wall because they want to go down there, and another one will immediately attack your wall because they want to go over there. So there is a pro and a con. I would say it's arguably more good than bad. You also have a weird thing where I had, for example, I had a Flesh Beast Heart on one of these maps that showed up out here and just immediately spread to fill in this space. And so it made this whole thing one solid mass, and then it put like 5 acid spitters in this area while I was waiting for the nerves to go. And it was the first time I got like solidly stalemated that I didn't know what to do. Because raids couldn't get in. I had this big cork of death in there. But I couldn't do any of the other things I needed to do. I had to stay away from like this whole segment of the map because anyone who got close just got basically Death Starred with acid. Eventually I did defeat it, but it was one of those things I had to I think I had to bring in a caravan, and in the 2-3 seconds that the caravan soaked up hits, I had to just throw everything against the wall to just try and break into it to get rid of the acid. It was an interesting run, because, like, I just didn't have the materials, like, get a bunch of mortars going. So it's just you kind of sit there and go, what am I supposed to do? It was fun. It was an interesting problem to tackle. One thing we can do while we're waiting. So let's go ahead and we'll make the shelves and all that out of slate. Let's put a couple shelves up here to hold food. I'm going to make this the break room. I said it's going to be the production room. I'm going to make this like the rec room slash a bunch of different things. Because I think it'd be okay to put a production room down, like basically production and storage down in this area. Because the mood penalty's only around here. So I think that's fine. It would probably also be fine to deliberately put the freezer over top of this area where I know I don't have to worry about it. But we'll see. Why are you all mad? You are jealous of Moriarty's room. Forgot Rongor's jealous. Fine. It's your room now, Rongor. But yeah, there's some of these maps that get pretty wild. So that's the Impids, I believe. Alright, so were they attacks immediately? Yep. Alright, so just do your best to get in position as fast as you can. This one, I'm not going to worry about the cover. We're honestly just going to spread everyone out. But yeah, also because our base is kind of close to the edge of the map, you do see it takes time to get back and forth. Let's go ahead and hold that door open for the future. I'm going to need to do stuff to slow them down is what's going to happen. Alright. Nicely done. Delicate. It is a shame they died immediately. It is also a shame that they're a faction who... It's weird that that fire went out real fast. It's also a shame that they're a faction that you can never be friends with, so I have no motivation to help anyone. That to just treat them all as just effectively no different than Lynx attacking me. because they're definitely not human beings, because human beings actually can feel emotions and can be swayed and can be communicated with and aren't just pure unbridled hate that can not possibly ever be your friend. You may not get along, I'm not saying you'll get along with everyone, but they literally are incapable of anything but hating you. So, they're zombies. They have no functional brains. Alright, 2 more times and we'll have ourselves a new colonist. It is the thing mechanically I know why RimWorld has it. I'm not even against the reasoning for it existing. It just, I don't know, it bothers me more than it should that we have basically, you know, units in the game that are, like, predestined to always hate you no matter what you do. Like, I would be down, like, I feel like a balance would be that you'd have to keep giving them stuff, and then the moment there's a lapse in you giving them stuff, then they would just basically treat you as hostile. But as long as you're continuing to sustain a steep bribe on them, that they kind of let you get away with it, because, I mean, if I'm just feeding you valuables, you're gonna just keep taking my money. Like, you're not gonna just sit there and immediately be like, nope, just don't like you. Alright, one more conversation, and we got ourselves a new colonist. Who is gonna be very differently equipped from the rest of our group. What is your combat? Ah, it's terrible. Probably give you, honestly, let's give you the shotgun. Is there a RimWorld setting to make the rain occur randomly instead of always after fire? It does happen randomly. Fire will trigger it as well when it gets big enough, but you'll have lots of rain anywhere. There's a setting on your world map you can actually turn up and down how much rainfall the game shows you. As far as like disabling the mechanic when it shows up with fire. Alright, so we got our first new recruit into the colony, so let's go ahead and draw that name. And so we got here. So what is that? I apologize to get the capitalization wrong. Sip and... Ooh, that's gonna take him out to... Alright. Sip and D Tapper? If there's a capitalization I should have here, because I assume it would be sip and... Well, no, because I'm not sure where the breaks in on this. That's one word. It could be I just not getting the reference. I'm gonna go with sip. Yeah, we grabbed them because they were a kind, fast worker, or a kind, fast walker, hard worker, and I mean that is a solid pawn to have. So what we can do with you is you're now our mining pawn, and you can help with the growing and plant cut, which can potentially free... Oh, you're still the cook. The cook is the problem you've got. Yeah, so that means I got 2 people who can grow... Well, 3 people can grow and all that. Yeah, I meant if there's a setting to disable the mechanic having a raid immediately after... Yeah. I don't know. In all honesty, I don't know if there's a setting for that. Okay, so let's grab these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to link those together. Storage, clear, food. Because we'll do that for right now. Alright, so there's geothermal power, and they're doing tree sowing next. So with that, we can get geothermal power on the base immediately, as soon as they get the components and all that, and you better believe I'm going to beeline to that as fast as we can. So there's that. Structure, limestone. This is going to create a little bit of an awkward situation being that's in the middle of my base, but you know what, it's fine. Security, limestone. And then we want to go here and go zone. We do not want them to build a roof over top of a geothermal vent. It will start cooking everything alive in there, which is bad. So this is going to be like a weird hallway situation going on in the middle of the base with a geothermal rammed in the middle of it. That was the reason it's like, oh, I'm going to move my rooms around a little bit. Light on the psychoid plants. Get to that work. Plant cut 1 on all of you. We can switch you to not be for prisoners. Yeah, with all the people I've got with high growing and plant cut and all that, they should be able to knock that out in not too terribly long. Like, it'll hit a couple plants out here, but that's fine. So you looked it up? Yeah, no, when it gets to mods, I'm sure there's a way to do it. Yeah, it makes sense to have mods when you do it. So I need to decide how I'm making my actual defense. Like I could do a trap maze, I almost never do those. I like the idea of going in with the incinerators on this one, if we get to that point. Like making a kill box that will be taking the incinerators into consideration, which you can't go full team incinerators, because then the mechs show up and the incinerators basically do nothing of meaning. I think they technically do 1 damage when you hit the enemy with them, but if it's not flammable, it doesn't help you much. Alright, so they're going to prepare. Yeah, so you see, if I wait for it, I'm not going to have time to respond to that. I just want to give them a moment to... Oh, here, you need to get a weapon. And I want to give you a shotgun. So the idea is the stuff that gets past my main line, you're the one who mops up. Oh, you also got gutworms. That's cool, man. I didn't realize it was the prisoner who got gutworms. Okay, so we have here 2 people with auto pistols and nothing else so far as ranged. So let's go pop up here. We'll have Randall-Thor, or Rongor, not Randall-Thor, Rongor take point. Because what should happen is as they try to run in to shoot, they're more likely to aim at Rongor. And you're the Waster group, right? Yeah, so you're another one that could never be my friend. Staggering Ugly, not winning any awards. Pretty and Greedy, not winning any awards. You are showing up late to this party. Bloodlust, not winning any awards. Alright, have a nice day. I shopped around... Ooh, actually, do you have flak? You probably don't at this stage. Nah, it's fine, get out of here. Did I actually queue up anything at the bench? No, I didn't. Okay, so... Let's go here. We need pants. Button shirt. We'll go with duster. Actually, this is a colder map. Parka. It's not cold. Bowler hat and face mask. Do until you have... 1 of each. At least 90%. That's gonna be a shame when our armor starts falling apart. Yes, let's see. So that's pants, inner layer, outer layer, all that. And I don't think we have a medium layer. Middle layer? Are you middle layer? I guess we do. So I guess you can have a sash as well. I don't think there's a, Yeah, it's fine. I don't think the sash does hardly anything from a defense standpoint, but let's look. So sash does technically give the tiniest little bit of insulation and the tiniest bit of defense just for the torso and nothing else. Not sure if it's said, but bears repeating. Fire will eat your frames. Yeah. Yeah, when fire gets too far out of control, it does start having adverse effects. Oh, right. 2 raids of a bunch of people with guns for the honor or the goodwill. I'm gonna do it. So that's gonna go to Claria Star. You, I believe, are a prisoner. Yep, so guess you're losing your bedroom. You go get the prisoner. We'll start converting the prisoner just because. I'm gonna go with closing it, not letting them in. Let them beat up on my walls to get in. It'll also keep animals from getting inside here as well. Okay, who is my best social person? Alright, you go talk to these people. We can go here and say... Actually, if we did go with the incinerator style for a defense, I also wouldn't need to process nearly as many bodies. We wouldn't get nearly as much goodies out of it, but I'm okay with that outcome. So you really don't have much... We can actually get a Harbinger seed. If I have enough to sell. We could do it if we got rid of the alpaca. I don't want to do that for what we're doing. Oh, the Nutrimine I probably won't be able to use for a long time. Yeah, it'd be just too much. It's fine. Let's say the enemies arrive. This one doesn't tell you. It's just that person's going to be here for 24 days, and then sometime in the next 24 days, 2 of them will arrive. Usually it ends up being in the later half. There's no guarantees, but most of the time I find it tends to put them closer together towards the end of the event than earlier on. I want to check some. Okay. Alright, so we got tree sowing. Battery is the next one it's listed up. I'm kind of hoping we get packaged meals early on, because we get packaged meals early on, I can start stockpiling the meals real fast, before the idea of just immediately caravanning over the ship to the stars. I do feel like if we don't have a bunch of money or the packaged meals... Yeah, so they're already tossing shirts on the ground that are rotting. So we're already having people losing their armor. Which isn't surprising, we did a lot of fighting before we came over and I didn't check everyone's equipment. We definitely need to get all that inside. We've got the brick. What's our construction person? Right, it's our construction person is our cook. I keep forgetting that. I'm like, man, our construction's lagging. Right, because they're only getting to construct maybe a third of the time. Which is fine, they're really good at it. And you're our researcher, so you're not going to have time to do it. Masterwork face cloth. Cool. Furniture, we're also going to want to go in here. And I don't believe you were able to alleviate any of those things. Yeah. Unfortunately. You can mine, which will have value to us. Whoa! The blight... Okay, so they missed one spot. This is one of my irritations with blight. So actually I cleaned it up, and the blight spread, and even though they are supposed to go through and remove all the spots of blight, if they are cleaning up the last spot and it does spawn another one, it won't automatically flag a lot of times. That's fine. We only lost some strawberries, so I'm not super worried about it. We have more than enough food. Okay. Please deal with that. That is a long-lasting dry thunderstorm. Alright. Yeah, so I like the idea of maybe we make the storage over here. This is just like a middle area. We do... Well, we'd probably want to do the production room against the storage. I kind of like having to just be a hallway around this thing, because it's just a weird space. Hey, Dinosaur Bot, how's it been going, Ultra? Welcome in, all stuff. Stop procrastinating. Okay. But how was your stream and all that stuff? For those who don't know, the Dinosaur Bot, aka Ultrasaurus, fantastic content creator on the platform that I definitely recommend checking out and all that good stuff. The Dinosaur Bot. Who is Ultrasaurus? Oh, I'm sorry. Recurbo. But shout out for the Dinosaur Bot. Definitely, I'm gonna also do the shout out for Ultra. But how was your stream today? What were you streaming? All that stuff. Yeah, it's and Twitch is like not gonna even tell you what you're streaming. Won't do it. Can't make it. No, seems sus. Suspect she. I mean they. You did Lockdown Protocol and then Among Us, a nice community night. Nice. That sounds like fun. I understand why you did that, like on your bot channel as opposed to the main channel. But you know, I hope you had a good one. Is all that. Always a good time. But welcome in. For those, I'm gonna keep saying Ultrasaurus because, for those who didn't catch, this is Ultra's secondary channel. But yeah. I'm gonna have to wait a minute for shouting out Ultra. But, you know, friend of the channel, that good stuff. I think it's gonna say it's on cooldown. Yeah, I gotta wait 49 seconds. But as a friend of the channel and that stuff, really fantastic content over there with Ultrasaurus and all that. Plays a lot of simulation games, been doing a lot of Project Zomboid, has done like Farm Sim, a whole bunch of goodies with that, Roadcraft and all that.
Thank you, Ultrasaurus, for subscribing for 8 months.
And thank you, Ultra, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that as well. And hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for that as well. But yeah, we're working on our all endings run. We did not lose our colony. Where everyone's looking and it's very clearly I'm in early game. We did not lose our colony. We have done our first Arco Nexus reset, so where there's this big dead area on the map, that's just part of the Arco Nexus reset. I did botch the royalty and the ship to the stars events. I didn't lose the colony or lose anyone on the ship to the star. Or sorry, the ship to the stars. We did lose someone. On the royalty event, I kind of mayhaps have called in reinforcements, and then may have also immediately orbital struck those reinforcements on accident. At which point the Empire was not really my best friend anymore. And really was like, yeah, we're not giving you that ride off the planet anymore. So we did do a reset to kind of help, or we did do the Arco Nexus reset to help try and get that to trigger faster, to be allowed to reattempt it. And then the ship to the stars just, I did a couple of misplays on it, and we had a really bad timed break of a tantrum, and the person went by and systematically destroyed all of the food we had stored, except for one stack, and that was bad. So we did ultimately lose the ship to the stars. The ship didn't even get destroyed. They kidnapped the people and left. But interestingly enough, they ransomed back one of them. So Kalaria Star here, which is one of the people we did our Arconexus reset with. This is the only new person so far. Just literally was like, hey, if you give us money, and it wasn't even that much. It was like, hey, if you give us $1,700, like we'll give your pawn back. It's like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll absolutely do that. That is a great price. Like, did she upset you or something? You're just trying to get her out of there? Cause like that's a bargain for what you're giving me. But yeah, so we're early game, still setting up. I did make one mistake that my cook is my construction person, so our construction is not going as fast as it should be. But that's not particularly unusual. Almost always when you start a new run, you're always gonna almost have like a gap in your things that something isn't getting done as fast as you'd really like it to. That said, we are on a crater map. I do think our strategy, we've already researched this thing. I do think our strategy for this one is when the ship to the stars shows up. Where are we at? I think that's the other side of the planet for us. Yeah, so we're here. So the ship to the stars should show up somewhere around there-ish. I do think my plan is to take the army of alpaca I'm slowly raising, and we are going to do one massive caravan of doing that. I'm going to say no. We want to get rid of that guilty ideology, but I don't want to deal with a bunch of pawns I don't know what are right now. We did a lot of that in the first reset, and it went okay. We definitely got some that were interesting and fun to deal with. But I'm going to be a little bit pickier so I don't build up a giant army, since we are talking about caravanning to the opposite side of the planet, that I need to keep my numbers down. I didn't check what guns you all dropped. Hi, random dead rabbit. I will take the leftovers from a lynx. I'm not that picky. Oh wait, I could just convert you instantly. Welcome. And was this someone I didn't. Yeah, we're not executing this person. We're just maintaining. Or sorry, not executing. We definitely aren't doing that. We're not recruiting this person. They're for a quest that we're doing for honor to start pursuing our royalty ending again. Because we did take our person who had got the really high title. They weren't one of the ones we brought with us because they were psychically bonded with another person. And I didn't want the second person because they were a clone of Conrite here. Wait, is that true? Yeah. They're a clone of Conrite here who can't haul. And having 3 people who can't haul in your colony would be awful. Would be straight up a pain in the butt. Okay, so we've got the steel here. Do I have any easy components we can get at? We've got compact steel over there. More up there. Steel there. Alright, we can go... Because I think it's compacted machinery is what we're looking for. Okay, so we are not aware of any steel that is... any components that I can get access. There's certainly a bunch in this crap, but I'm not going to sweat it for right now. We'll just have to get them however we end up getting them. You know, wrecked ship parts, whatever. Alright, so we got sterile materials, pemmican. So, worst case, we can actually use the pemmican for the caravanning across the planet. I'm gonna build more shelves. It's bothering me how much stuff is just sitting outside rotting while we wait for, other construction to get done. Yeah, I do think we're going to make this area... Let's make that area production. An area down here for storage. I don't know what we're going to put down here. Maybe the freezer. And then the kitchen up here. What did you... Oh. Okay, you dropped me some nice vegetarian meals. That's cool. I'm not going to complain. I appreciate free food. You know, weirdly, that would actually work for design. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that event. This design would work on the other side, too. So you've already got all the limestone stuff built. Does this need to be symmetrical? No. Does making it symmetrical help literally anything? No, it doesn't. Am I doing it anyways? Yes, I am. Alright, I want you to smash that mech. Look, man, aesthetics matter. It is one of the most important stats in every game is it aesthetically pleasing? It's just the way it is. What's even the point of playing a game if everything looks terrible? Oh, get that out of the way. Alright, so we'll have that sorted out. We can go over here. Cut across there. I will put a door down here. And here and there. You can carry about your day. And then this will be your storage room. Aesthetics of half the battle. There's a reason why every game has their, like, you know, what's the best way to play Dark Souls, Fashion Souls? What's the best way to play Warframe, Fashion Frame? What's the best way to play Path of Exile? I actually don't have a clever word for, like, Fashion Exile. It just doesn't roll off the tongue the same way. We'll get there someday. Oh, someone else is actually doing construction because they have nothing else to do. I appreciate that. Why don't you have stuff to do? Why aren't you constructing? Or researching? Like, we're gonna want to get that whole mess out of there. Pemmican, microelectronics, okay. Yeah, that was right, Path of Fashion. That's the one. I was like, I could have sworn there was a good name for it. Right, Path of Fashion. Oh, hey. I'm glad I noticed that, because chat would have gotten really upset with me when that wasn't symmetrical. And sometimes I leave it not symmetrical for artistic reasons. But that one would have just been not symmetrical, and there would have been no reason for it. Other than, I guess, violence or something. Okay, we'll deal with that area once we get the mech out of the way. Now, the downside with making this a storage room in the manner I am right now is just the fact that it won't be good for the trade beacon. But I don't honestly care that much. Hey, what else do you do wrong here? Ah, Rongor just hauls stuff. Hey, Rongor, I'm gonna need you to wake up, grab yourself a snack, and then you're gonna have a long day of slamming mech bits with a big hammer. I don't really know why you were, because I think that explodes when you destroy it. So it'd be good to get that out of the way before everything escalates. Why did you not eat the meal, though? We have some cooked meals there, and you decided instead of all that, you'd rather eat raw potatoes. And I am concerned about that life decision. A visitor. Alright. Time to go get yourself a snack, Rongor. What is going on that you're refusing to eat those? Alright. Oh, meanwhile... Oh, you're just a visitor. You don't have anything to trade. Never mind. Yeah, so this might explode and damage a bunch of stuff. I actually don't care that much. A hunt for the real Gladius. Sure. That's a relic. We probably won't do it. Yeah, we'll get through that before the night's over. It's fine. What's a little fire in the entirety of the inside of your base? Okay, yeah, so we're gonna get all the fire out that matters anyways, so that's okay. Alright. So with that though, we can finish setting up all our shelves. Oh, and we probably should put a door there. Disease flew on Rongor individually. That's not going to be that big a deal. I can have breach health in just a couple in-game hours. And honestly, with all those... Yeah, for the Arco Nexus, our pawns might be ever so slightly juiced. You'll notice that Rongor here... Sorry, that's Very Last Lardine here, has a couple improvements. But it goes a step farther than that, in that they're deathless and strong immunity and super clotting and all that. There's some nasty negatives in here, like major cell instability. But we went really hard in biotech for the first part before we did our first phase of Arco Nexus. So these 5 here are all deathless, and then our new person is just... They're just a pigskin. They're just a normal pigskin. Which will be the whole thing, is we're going to have our 5 people that came from the first colony are being extremely powerful, but everyone we pick up after that are just going to be normal pawns till we can get more tech available. Alright. With all that said though, chat, it is going to be about that time. I do normally wrap up around 4 AM EST, and it's a little bit after that. So what I am going to be doing is I am going to be wrapping up. It was a very productive stream. We did accidentally lose the whole ship to the stars thing. Like, we didn't wipe out our colony or anything, so I'm going to have to reattempt it. But we're doing good. Anomaly's done. We built the ship and launched it. We've got the royalty and the ship to the stars to still do, and then we have finished the first phase of Arco Nexus, and that's out of 3. So we're doing pretty good on our progress in the run. Don't forget to drop a follow if you have enjoyed the content here. That's how you find your way back here in the future. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to drop a subscription or a sub, because that's your equivalent to following. The stream will be ending abruptly over there on YouTube because I haven't gotten rating and all that sorted out on that end. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and quickly put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.